Shalom, people. It is Wednesday, October 8th, 1:51 in the morning. I am your brother from another mother, Brother Diakin. This is New Jersey Ride. I want to thank you for riding with me. If you're riding with me, I appreciate you. It's about to rain here in Jersey, so drive carefully, everybody who's out here. Shout outs to all rideshare drivers, Uber, Via, Lyft, Uber, Via. Shout outs to all cab drivers and limo drivers working the graveyard. Head to your pickup on Jorelmont Street. Shout outs to all the bus drivers, train operators, and conductors. Shout outs to all truck drivers, my favorite of all the people on the road. Shout outs to all pilots, law enforcement, and EMT. Pick up yourself. All emergency medical services. All you people out here working the graveyard, I appreciate you. Thank you. Shout outs to everybody at FedEx, at Amazon, at UPS, and at the post office working the overnight shift. Shout out to everybody at YY and Quick Check and whatever other overnight facility you're working at. And shout outs to everybody at the gas stations, all the Russians, the Africans, and the Arabs and the Indians. All of you who are working overnight. Shout out to you. As you can see on the screen, you know what? Just read it. I ain't even gonna bore you with it. Read it. If you feel like commenting, join the live. You don't want to show your face, don't. You want to call, you can do that too. In a quarter mile, turn right on Jorelmont Street using the right lane. Tell me about the story. Yeah, I got into a bar fight. Some guys were insulting me, taking care of it. There's no time right here for the business. I shut off the scooter. Yes, ma'am.
Sorry about that.
No worries.
Smells so good.
Does it? Thank you. I've gone nose blind, so I can't.
You know, once you when you put it first, it's like it takes a while before you can get used to it. You know.
I'm always concerned because a lot of people get in the car and people have different odors. So I'm always concerned if the car smells bad or not.
It's good though.
Right.
How's your night so far? Good or slow?
Uh,
It's good
just
tonight.
starting.
Oh, just starting.
You're my first ride of the night, so you're setting the tone.
Okay, I think I hope I'm up there, right?
So far, so good.
Yeah, that's good. Okay.
Yeah, the first ride always sets the tone.
Oh, nice. Oh, so do you sleep during the day?
Sometimes when I
I mean,
can.
if you're gonna work, so your shift tonight is gonna be from right now till like 6 a.m.
About 10 maybe.
Oh, so it's not like an all night thing. It's just like a couple of hours.
Well,
Oh
from
no, until
10
10
a.m.
a.m.
About 9:30, 10 a.m. Yeah, depending on how I'm feeling.
How it is. Oh, okay. That's that's impressive.
Yeah,
No, you're making me feel lazy. I work my 8 hours and I'm beat.
yeah, me too. I wouldn't wish this on anyone.
Yeah,
But after COVID, it was the only thing that was stable.
yeah. I get
Plus,
it.
I couldn't go back. I'm a carpenter by trade, right?
Yeah.
So
In a quarter mile, turn right on Ward Avenue. Turn right on Ward Avenue, then turn left on State Route 3. In 2 miles, keep right onto Meadowlands Parkway. In a half mile, keep right onto Meadowlands Parkway using the right lane. Keep right onto Meadowlands Parkway, then keep left onto Meadowlands Park. Keep right onto Meadowlands Parkway, then keep left onto Meadowlands Parkway. Using the right lane, keep left onto Meadowlands Parkway and then merge right one lane. Then turn left on Meadowlands Parkway. In a quarter mile, turn right on Cove Court. Turn right on Cove Court, then turn left on Harmon Boulevard. Turn left on Harmon Boulevard. Turn left on Harmon Boulevard, then turn right on Harbor Key. Turn right on Harbor Key, then pick up Rayhan.
Morning. Picking up at 68 Harbor Key. Rayhan. Thank you, Reggie.
Pick up Rayhan. Pick up Rayhan.
I fell off a scooter. I was riding around Scottsdale, feeling great and free because I'd never ridden a scooter before. Because I always thought that we call them scooter nonces in the UK, and because there was no one around to see me, I just thought, oh, this is great. I could do this all the time. But I just immediately fell flat on my face. But
Did you hit something or?
no, I saw what looked like a ramp, but it was a single step down. So I went flying through the air, and I remember when I landed, it was a weird moment when I landed where I thought, "Oh, that wasn't so bad. I didn't screw myself up too badly." But then there was a second crunch, and I remember thinking, "Oh, I'm dead."
What was the second crunch?
I don't know. Somehow I fell, and it
Double, so you double fell. Oh,
yeah. And I kind of like it because it makes me
Good morning. How are
how I
you?
feel internally.
I'm well, thank you.
Busted up and changed.
Yeah. No, I did bring it up. Yeah. But it's one of those things. As I said, I like it. It doesn't mess you up. Yeah. I might stick with that story.
Turn left on Harmon Boulevard.
Probably PS because Uber's GPS is tweaking.
Your route avoids road closures on I-95 South. You're on the fastest route. You should arrive around 2:41 a.m.
Broken nose is a problem. You get your septum fixed to make sure that it's not all clogged up. I think you should. I know, yeah. That is the one that I tell fighters whenever they retire.
Turn right on Hill Court, then turn left on Meadowlands Parkway.
The quality of their life is so much. Okay. If you breathe out your nose, you're missing out on a large percentage of the cardio.
Turn left on Meadowlands Parkway.
Right. And not just cardio like for athletics, but just everyday life. Like you're not breathing out of your nose. You're not getting enough oxygen. Sure. You're probably oxygen depleted. And then you become one of them mouth open dudes.
You did a whole interview with a guy who does that. He kind of teaches himself to
James Nestor. Yeah. He's got a great book called Breathe. For anybody who's fascinated by breathing techniques, which can help you. You can do a lot with breathing. It's just a thing that no one does. It's like, look into that.
absolutely. Now be careful. That's how old age gets. It doesn't get you. It picks away at you. Things like floating stars. And, you know what I mean? Things like that.
So, yeah, you gotta be ahead of it. You gotta be vigilant. Stay off the heroin too. That's bad. Yeah, it's a lot of
There's a pump and go.
Quarter mile, make a slight left turn to stay on Meadowlands Parkway using the left two lanes.
In the UK named John Cooper Clarke, who was a genius, and he was taking recreation for years. And he only gave it up because he said so many people were worried about me. I couldn't deal with it. They were just worried.
Make a slight left turn to stay on Meadowlands Parkway.
But he was one of these guys, I guess, like Burroughs. Burroughs was just, implement it in his life. But I worked out with a guy.
And he had this guy that would shoot heroin at lunch every day. And he was fine. He worked fine on the job. He was totally functional. He'd take his hour lunch break, go sit in his truck. He'd get a bag from some
Slight right turn on State Route 3.
gosh. Yeah, he'd sit in his truck and shoot up. Yeah, like real heroin, like shooting heroin. Yeah. It was a long shot. So it worked on the
Things about you.
Well, some of those dogs, they did different jobs. Like my buddy was a fish filleter for a long time, so what would happen is you would get these huge trucks filled with fish, and they would just fillet fish on it. They would use a boxing trainer. So like he would rub like Vaseline on your face before you spar, you just smell fish. Because he just smelled like fish all the time. You couldn't get him off of it. Yeah. It was just a part of fishing. the inside of your bathroom looks like shit.
Okay, yeah. I think no, that all happens. That all happens about 15 years ago. Yeah, this is in the old days. You know, May. I know. Yeah, that's true.
Your skin is in pocket,
Yeah,
so you're just making your toast and it can
yeah, yeah, yeah. I know. These are the jobs we used to have. There was something to say for our tent. Yeah, yeah. I mean, it's certainly so. Yeah, it's
entirely reasonable. It's crazy that personal issues are social media has made it very clear that all these people just get attention for something you essentially used to
yeah, absolutely. And that's part of the problem, isn't it? Every time we make these statements, we make it to a political, so everything goes on that. You know, and so yeah, it's such a weird, such a weird time. And this is what we think is possessed by the perception. Yeah, okay.
now you go to Detroit. I found out about you so this was then I read and it was one of them like you tell the story about how regardless of what you think about artificial intelligence, this also means that AI is making it easier for developers tracking and monitoring every move you go online. There's a way to stop your information from being recorded. Browse 100% of your online daily activity using encrypted sources. Data from invasive advertisers, scammers, and even criminals. ExpressVPN protects you with the same level of encryption used by the U.S. government and security experts worldwide. Plus, it's fast, it's easy to use, and it works on all your devices. It's trusted by millions of users and is the #1 ranked VPN by experts at CNN. Right now, you can get 4 extra months free if you tap the banner or go to expressvpn.com/Roku. That's expressvpn.com/Roku. And if you're watching on YouTube, Sin City. There's a lot of that didn't look real. You know, like you could get weird with filming just to make the experience, you know, more bizarre because you're in this crazy sci-fi thing. You could kind of make it look a little fake and it would be dope.
I think also when you think what AI is going to do to voice lines, like if you look at a game like Grand Theft Auto, now you're going to be able to have generative dialogue from the characters.
Take photos of someone that you know and turn them into someone who's like so attracted to you. You just can't wait to have sex with them. POV porn from your neighbor. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? I know. It's like we're there, we're getting there, we're about to get into it. You read Jonathan Haidt's, like 2007 was when depression in teenage girls, self-harm, depression, suicidal ideology, actual suicide went up, all of it went up in this comparison culture. Yeah, but also the iPhone. Yes. It was the iPhone that that's what the comparison culture was. Yeah, that's the comparison culture because they're comparing themselves to the Kardashians. Sure. People with massive amounts of plastic surgery and filters.
But now I saw a guy yesterday who said we're about to enter 2007. In other words, you mentioned the iPhone, we're about to have another big change. And we haven't even spoken about that. I mean, that's part of my thing. Let me go back into the story. Basically, I was like a very successful company writer, probably about as successful as a non-Oxford company writer. Six BAFTAs. I think we had 5 or 6 BAFTAs. Stupid. I just So that's your, this is your version. Yes. Women's rights. Yes. And this is a version, this is why it gets real weird. You know, because as soon as you say, there are some men that are going to use this, as soon as you say there are some men who we've known forever have been sexual deviants and perverts and psychotic creeps. Yeah. And you're giving them an out. Yeah. Instantaneously, you're letting them wear dresses, and now they can't be touched. That is a crazy thing to do. Yeah. And that doesn't deny the existence of trans people or individuals. It's not saying that a person can't choose to be whoever the fuck they essentially feel they are, their true self. Yeah. I don't know how you feel. Yeah. I don't want to restrict you, but as soon as you start allowing men in dresses to get into women's spaces, and you frame it that way, you say this is about women's rights, then it's chaos. And there's no rational conversation which should be totally rational. Yeah. With those factors, knowing that some men are creeps, knowing that women are vulnerable, and you allow these potential creeps to have a heart, you should just go into the women's spaces like, yeah. And then calling me a Nazi. You know, I think, I could be wrong here. This is a theory. You obviously know more about it than me. I think that when they tried to get you home, I actually think that was sort of left over from interviewing Megan Murphy and Abigail Shriver. I think they really hated that you were giving them the money. When you think of it, no one else. No one else. If you look back at Megan Murphy and Abigail Shriver's appearances, and Abigail Shriver about transitioning into
Take right exit 12B 12A onto Freeway Drive West, then take right exit 12A.
transitioning young women, irreversible damage. And she's had a terrible time as well.
She has had a terrible time. Yeah. And unfairly, because it's a real issue. This is the thing about you.
Excuse
Right
me.
lane, take right exit 12A toward Clinton Street.
Real issues come up when there's a real like ideological debate going on. Like, hey, what is actually really going on? That's when things get the most hostile. Because when you can't really defend your position logically, then you start using pejoratives and turning everyone into Nazis and everyone into fascists. You start really fucking the argument up in a way that, like, if you're a normal person and talking to you, I'm going to choose to not talk to you because you're not rational. I don't like talking to Mikey, who's crazy, calls me a Nazi, and every time we disagree with something that is logically something that you should need to be, whether or not children
In a quarter-mile, turn right on South Clinton Street using the right lane.
have the ability to make these decisions at an early age, and whether or not there's some kind of social contagion going on. Yeah, that's what Abigail brought up, and I think that's super accurate.
Yeah, and I mean, like, this, I don't want to go too strong too early, but let me take an example, right? The word trans people. I see people using it all the time, as if it has, as if it is a stable category, and it's not. It's not a stable category at all. When most people hear the word trans people, they think transsexuals. But the number, according to I think a 2016 study, the number of men who identify as trans and aren't having any surgery at all is something like 90%, right? So you have a whole group of people out there who are transvestites, okay? To give them the actual word that refers to their condition.
They were used to forever.
Yes.
Until it became a majority.
Well, then it just disappeared. All the transvestites just disappeared.
I think it's offensive now. I don't think they like it.
They don't like it because they know that if you use that term, it reveals the truth. And the truth is that 90% of these men are putting on a dress and expecting to be given every single right that women have. And it's an absolute lie. It's a delusion. It's a mass delusion. It's a cult. It's like, and I genuinely don't think it would have existed without the internet. The internet superpowered it, and they gave rise to things like you see it online, the same repeated phrases over and over. Trans women are women. How are you going to keep?
Turn right on South Clinton Street.
How are you going to keep men out? That's one thing they say about single-sex spaces. How are you going to keep men out? Well, we were always able to in the past because most men were decent and weren't trying to get into women's spaces. But suddenly now it's a problem, Right. And so basically what we've done is we've created this false kind of civil rights movement. It's not a civil rights movement. It's a male push to undo every single thing that the suffragettes would have Urinary leach was what was called when the suffragettes, before the suffragettes won the right to vote, and
Turn left on Main Street.
single-sex spaces and so on. The women of a household were not able to go too far from their
Turn right on Ashland Avenue, then drop off Raven on the left.
house because there were no public toilets. And all the public toilets, there were public toilets, but they were mixed. So men would be toilets would be in, and they could be toilets with men. So you had a urinary leash that kept you close to your home. And that was one of the ways that men were able to exercise such power over women.
Drop off Raven on the left.
If you're a long-time listener, you probably heard me talk about ExpressVPN and how great it is at keeping your
Right
data
here is
private
good.
and secure. But that's not all.
You're welcome, man. You have a good
Did
night.
you know that services
Thank you.
based on your location? It's called GeoFly. And the fucking part is that you, the paying customer, have to pay even more and subscribe to another streaming service to watch these titles. If you use ExpressVPN, though, you can unlock thousands of new shows and movies worldwide without having to spend hundreds of extra dollars. ExpressVPN is an app that lets you change your IP address practically anywhere in the world. Like if you want to access the entire library of free TV and movies on BBC iPlayer, just use ExpressVPN to switch your location to the UK. In fact, you can change your location to 105 different countries. It's fast and easy too. With just one click, you can hop on over to a place where the content you want isn't restricted. And right now, you can get 4 extra months free if you tap the banner or go to expressvpn.com/Rogan. That's expressvpn.com/Rogan. And if you're watching on YouTube, get your 4 free months by scanning the QR code on screen or by clicking the link in the description.
And so the urinary niche, that's what they call it, yeah. And now we have some we have members of this so-called civil rights movement who are basically just trying to bring back the urinary niche, you know? So it's not safe for women to go into a space because they genuinely don't know if they'll share the space with a man. So, you know, it's anyway. One of the problems with this fight is there's so many aspects to it that it's really. I've been fighting it for 8 years.
So were you stunned by the reality? Let's bring it
Yes.
back to the original thing that you did, your original offense to the cult,
Yes.
where they came for you.
My original offense was, I think, sharing a piece by a feminist named Heather Roosevelt Evans that said exactly what you said just a few minutes ago, where you said, yeah, people have things going on in their head, they need to be respected, they need to be helped. And then someone wrote back immediately. I was actually getting surgery for cancer at the time, and someone wrote back and said, I wish the cancer, right? And this was like sharing a very, very mild piece that just basically said women deserve rights. Okay, so that reaction, I thought, holy cow! And then, but the strangest thing was all my friends and colleagues. They just completely ignored what was happening to me. Not a single person stood up to say, "Hey, I know Brendan, and he's not a bigot." And I'd made lots of these people famous, you know. Not a single person stood up for me. And the next thing that happened was that a sex offender, we found this out later, but a sex offender and kind of serial litigant in the UK, he reported me to the police, sued me on the same weekend, and the police came to my home, or no, they phoned me that time. And since then, I've been basically, the police just visit every so often on the orders of these. And this guy was he sexually assaulted a 14-year-old boy, you know. And basically, the police in the UK are working for these men, you know. So
he can complain anytime he wants, and they just visit you.
Yeah,
And there's no repercussions.
No, not so far. He's been doing it for 8 years, and he's had women in prison cells overnight, you know. I mean, it's his hobby, you know. So this guy was the guy who reported me to police, and then the Guardian reported that as Brendan.
In a quarter-mile, turn left on North 17th Street.
Is reported by police for harassing a trans woman. Now everybody is looking at this and they're thinking, oh, trans woman, transsexual. Not trans. Again, just a bloke who's put on a dress and is taking the piss, you know. So that destroyed my name, thanks to the Guardian. And then after that, I couldn't get anyone to speak to me. Like, you know, I mean, Father Ted might be big in the UK, but in Ireland, it's a bit of a national institution. You know, it allowed the Irish to
Turn left on North 17th Street.
laugh at the Catholic Church, which for years had a sort of oppressive effect on the Irish, so they weren't able to laugh at it. And suddenly Father Ted came out, and it was a great kind of release to be able to laugh at silly things. We weren't really attacking the church, we were just making
Just ahead, pick up Alicia on the right.
silly jokes, very surreal show, you know. But nonetheless, it kind of chipped away at the Catholic Church, and the Catholic Church just kind of lost a lot of power. So I
Pick up Alicia on the right.
thought in Ireland I would be at least understood and listened out. People would listen to me, listen me out.
Yeah, hear me out.
Hear me out. And no, like there's a show in Ireland called The Late Late Show, and like I brought out my biography a few years ago called Tough Crowd, which I should plug. And The Late Late Show, which interviews every single person who's got the letter O apostrophe in their name, has an interview. And all of the Irish media has just pretend I've died. They just pretend I've died.
All because of the Guardian article.
Not just because of that, because I just I refused to back down. They were saying, I was constantly being told to apologize, and I hadn't done anything. I would have people online would do fake screenshots of me apologizing for sending my pictures of my genitalia to women on a forum, and they spread that. And rather than my friends standing up for me, people would approach them on Twitter and say, "Why are you following Brian Linehan?" And they would just go, "Oh, sorry," and just unfollow me. And so I lost 400,000 followers in a few months. And then we went into COVID, and Twitter banned me
Head north on North 17th Street toward Park Avenue.
for 2 years. So then that became great.
Was there a specific post, or was it just because you were
It was a combination of things. I was causing more trouble by
Left on Park Avenue.
I don't know. What did I do? I went onto the website. This connects me with Alex Jones.
no?
Did Adam not send you this?
No.
Oh my god. So one of the things I did was I went on an app,
Just ahead, turn left on Greenwood Avenue.
Verso, which is a lesbian app, and I did it to show that men were joining these apps, and they weren't.
Left on Greenwood Avenue.
Some of them would put on a bit of lipstick. Most of them were just like you or me. Yeah. And they go onto this app and they say they put their pronouns as she, her, and they call themselves lesbians. And lesbian complains about this. They're okay.
Just ahead, turn right on William Street.
So I decided I would go and call myself she on the site. So I did it. And then I had some friends who put me in photos.
Turn right on William Street.
Up and did me in different outfits. And one of them I looked like my mother in the 60s. Wearing kind of Jackie Kennedy, pink beret. And Alex Jones was interested in the same story. And I think I sent the link to you, Jamie, but oh yeah, here it is.
Just ahead, turn left on North Grove Street.
That's me.
Turn left on North Grove Street.
Here, this is you see the symbol they've got here. You know what that symbol is right there? Yeah. The symbols all mean something.
What does that symbol mean?
I don't know. It doesn't mean anything. Okay, Alex. Yeah, so I killed Alex. But
But the thing is, that's not outside what you can find on there.
no, absolutely.
That's what's crazy.
But I was recounseled because they only reported about me. They said Wayne Leonard went on lesbian, pretending to be a
So then you're a pervert.
So and
You're a hypocrite.
yeah, and none
Well,
of the
it wasn't a
articles
bad
are
walk.
making it to the mainstream press. Because,
God, I wish I knew about this earlier.
I wish I was
The scandal never made it to the States except for Adam telling me.
my scandal.
Yeah, I mean to like the comedy community in the States. We
Yeah.
didn't hear about it.
Yeah,
Because there's
when I
too many
walked,
of
I
us.
seen a
And
gas
the thing
station.
was with J.K. Rowling, that was so big that they went for the Queen.
Yeah.
They're trying to take down literally the most successful author of human history. Hasn't she sold more copies than the Bible at this point? Is that I think the Harry Potter books have sold more or are at least similar to sales of the Bible. She just wrote it in her lifetime. The Bible's been around for 2,000 years. 2,000 years head start.
Yeah,
And that's how they went
and there's like 7. I mean, when you think about it, it's like 7 or 8 generations of kids around.
best-selling series in history. So Harry Potter series alone is exceeding 600 million copies sold worldwide.
And the kids who read her books are the ones trying to cancel her. The kids who read their books aren't taking on board any of the lessons of the books. It's very strange.
Well, it's hard to be courageous. It's hard to step outside of the narrative. And when there's a very forceful narrative being pushed, like Elon likes to call the book mind virus, whatever that thing is, that has a very clear rules that you must follow. Like people get real scared, and they get really aggressive when they get real scared. They don't want to get canceled themselves, so they become some sort of an enforcer with these ideologies. and it gets contagious, and it turns into some sort of weird culture war that's akin to a religious war.
They call it, the other side call it culture war to try and make it open, right?
Quarter-mile turn right on South Orange Avenue using the right
Right,
lane.
right.
You know, they talk about it as a culture war to try and kind of keep it under in a framework they understand. But it's not a culture war. It's like it's women's lives. You know, you're talking about 51% of the population. You know, they fought for these rights 100 years ago, and they're trying to take them
Turn right on South Orange Avenue.
away by stealth. There's a nurse in the UK at the moment. Her name is Sandy Peggy, and she had a doctor, 6'2", would-be pregnant, who had started identifying as
Just ahead, make a slight left turn in the left lane.
I think in 2022, right? Using the women's toilets in
Make a slight left turn on Oregon Parkway.
an NHS hospital. Every time. She was bothered by this, but she tried not to say anything. Okay? Until finally she had her period and she went in and he was there and he asked her to leave. She's now going through the whatever we tribunal.
Wait, he asked her to
No,
leave?
sorry. She asked him to leave. And he refused.
In a quarter-mile turn left on Western Parkway ramp using the right lane.
He took it up as a complaint and now she's going through the tribunal. Not him. He's not in trouble for going into men's toilets. She's in trouble. And that's the whole of the UK.
How did this happen? You're an intelligent guy. Yeah. What do you think happened where people lost all ability to
Turn left on Western Parkway ramp.
objectively analyze all the various things that are happening?
It's partly a problem with the internet, I think. I think it's
I only
first
got
of all the
53
internet
days.
spread it.
Sounds
One of the
tight.
things that
Yeah, I
happened
got
was there was a real supercharged moment for trans ideology when Tumblr banned porn. Because all the trans identified kids from Tumblr were all over Tumblr. And porn was a big thing on Tumblr. They all,
Arrive at your destination.
it was a big kind of visual site.
I never used it. Did you ever use Tumblr?
I said, I ain't gonna lie.
Was it a social media thing?
Yeah, it was big amongst teenage girls, of course.
Okay.
So you've already got.
Yeah, my old house.
They all came
Say,
on Twitter. That's the moment when Twitter became extremely toxic in terms of talking about this issue. And so there was a kind of a double thing
He
going
good?
on. Like, I
No, he's
remember
good.
when
It's just
some
because this is my
people I
old
knew
house, and he live
about
right
the
here. It's just
Head
funny.
to
I
a
don't know the
drop-off
number
at
of his block.
76 Linden Avenue.
His
they
house.
simply don't talk about it. It's the strangest thing.
It's
Like,
a quiet neighborhood.
I know, but even in personal one-on-one, they can't talk.
Well, it's religion that's showing itself now.
Yes,
It's religion for sex.
it's a religion.
It's a religion that's terrifying because, like, the consequences of not obeying are you get ostracized and you get attacked and you get deplatformed and debanked and do this and do that.
I had a West End musical ready to go based on Father Ted. It was like, you can't really ever guarantee a hit in terms of musicals, but it was the closest thing to a guaranteed hit you could get. It was my pension. I worked on it for about 3 or 4 years. They cancelled it. We had it up on the film. We had it up on this week. We had songs written. We needed to perform it audiences a couple of times just to generate excitement and interest. It was ready to go.
So how did so many people go where you can't? How is it that you can make this reasonable argument on this podcast about why you think this is the case and what you think is going on, and this is why you stood up against it? And why can't there be some sort of
In a quarter-mile turn right on Madison Avenue using the right lane.
a logical debate about this? Like, how is this one issue so insanely third rare where you can't even touch it? People don't even try to touch it.
There's a few reasons for that.
This episode is brought to you by ZipRecruiter. There is such a thing as having too many options to choose from. Like when you're scrolling on the TV trying to find something to watch, or have you been to one of those ice cream shops where they have hundreds of different toppings?
Turn right on Madison Avenue.
It's overwhelming. The same thing can happen when you're hiring and you get inundated with applications. It's time to stop stressing and use ZipRecruiter instead. An innovative resume database can help you find and connect with the best people for your role. Try it for free now at ZipRecruiter.com/Rogan. What makes ZipRecruiter's resume database so special is the advanced filtering feature. You can use it to hone in on exactly what you're looking for from the hundreds of thousands of resumes
Just ahead, turn left on Linden Avenue.
that are uploaded monthly to the site. And when you find a potential candidate, you can unlock their contact info instantly. Skip the candidate overload. Streamline your hiring with ZipRecruiter. See why 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate
Turn left on Linden Avenue.
within the first day. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/Rogan. Again, right now,
Just ahead, drop off Alicia.
try it for free. Again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/Rogan. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire.
One of the main reasons is that the language of this movement is so deliberately obscure. Like they did a poll recently, they
Drop off Alicia.
found out that when people were talking about trans women in women's sports, a lot of, I think the majority of people, I'm not sure what the percentage,
You're welcome.
the majority of people
Thank you.
talking about trans-identified females in women's sports.
Oh boy.
Yeah. And in fact, even now, when you say trans women, some people are thinking trans men. You know, and I have to sometimes tell people the way to do it is think trans means opposite. So if it's trans man, it's a woman. If it's a trans woman, it's a man. That's all it means. It just means opposite. And so this language, which is constantly being used, if you see a press report about this happens all the time. You see a press report like a woman takes cocaine and then kills her patient or something like that. And it's only that we know, it's only that me and the feminists who are fighting this know that it's a man. They're talking about a woman.
It happens all the time. It's happened. It's happened here when a trans person has done something. They call it a she, but it's a man that did it.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's very strange.
And it's the press. It's the press are. Really, when you say why isn't it possible to be talked about, it's because the press are helping confuse people. You know, the press are actually aiding. Like if you get a pedophile and you report him to be a woman, when he's actually a man, then
Just ahead, turn left on Clinton Avenue.
it's even harder to step back and go, we shouldn't have done that, because you've actually already committed a terrible sin against journalism.
Right.
You know, you're not telling the truth.
You're not being accurate.
Yeah.
And it's just so strange that this is so potent that it allows people to get of their journalism.
Yeah.
Turn left on Clinton Avenue.
It's extraordinary. Also, the first place, started talking about this, I started noticing, like, there was a magazine in England called Total Film. That was calling me a bigot. And all these different, and my old magazines that I worked for were calling me a bigot. And then you see photographs of the guys, and it's always, they've always got black fingernail polish, and they think they're a new kind of human, It's like, you're not a new type of human being.
And the thing about the internet is allowed them to all group up.
Yeah.
Whereas before the internet, it's a very small percentage of people that fall into those categories. And it was always out of women's room. And this is one of the really cool things we talk about with trans it's not about trans men. No one cares.
Well, here's the thing, right?
Trans men going into the men's room.
First of all, right? That's one of the earliest kind of smears against feminists fighting this, who are all in the UK, by the way, left-wing women, classic left-wing environmentalists.
Say it, they're kooks.
No, but
Bunch of childless cat ladies, as J.D. Vance calls them. Bunch of kooks.
No, these
Just ahead, turn left on Washington Avenue using the left lane.
are the good guys. These are the good guys, and they've been smeared as right-wing bigots. Even though they spent all their life fighting things like Section 2.
Washington Avenue.
People that were, yeah.
You know, there's different types of feminism. I don't think that's sometimes appreciated in conservative
Well, this
circles.
Megan Murphy.
Yeah,
This
absolutely.
Good friend of mine.
Yeah.
She's a
Great.
legit feminist.
Yeah.
Like legit.
Yeah,
And saying,
absolutely.
hey, this is an infringement of women's spaces and immediate. Everything, same thing as you. Called Megan, but she's in a different space because she's on the internet. You know, like her,
Turn left on Springfield Avenue.
but she got kicked off of Twitter. She got
Oh, yeah.
kicked off of Twitter.
She was
for
off
saying
longer than me, 5 years.
crazy.
You know, and being kicked off of Twitter allowed people to further lie about me online until my reputation was completely destroyed. So I went in for a meeting with the people who
Using the right lane, turn right on Myrtle Avenue.
produced the Father Ted music, and also produced Father Ted back in the day. And I walked in, and everybody, I saw someone I worked with for years, a runner who had grown up with me.
Just ahead, pick up ya on the right.
As I worked with them on different productions, just looking at me like Elliot Gould. Who's it? Elliot Gould? No, what was the guy's name at the end of Invasion of the Body Snatchers? You know?
Oh yeah.
And I thought, what the hell was that look? And then I went into the office, and they
Pick up ya on the right.
offered me £200,000 to walk away from the musical.
Wow.
And they thought I would take it because I was so desperate, because I had lost every bit of work I had. And I thought about it, and at one point I said to them, well, as long as I can come in and watch the occasional rehearsal just to see if it's going well, you know? And they said, no, we want a clean break. Wow. And I had brought them the idea. I had more or less written the whole thing. And they just thought they could do that to me. So I thought, no, I'm not taking part in any further efforts to blacken my own name. So I said, no, I'm not doing it. And they won't make the musical now.
So I know the internet was a part of this, but how did it get so kooky? How did it get so kooky where people are willing to put women in these vulnerable positions because they don't want to offend this entirely very, very vocal?
As you say,
Good morning, ma'am. How are you?
very vocal, very,
I'm well,
very,
thank you.
and you know,
Head to your drop off at United.
I want to make this clear. There are a lot of trans identified people who are completely sick
Head to your drop off at United.
of me, of course. No, what's sex there?
Just ahead, turn right on Madison Avenue.
Of course.
Who are not trying to impose themselves in places where they're not wanted or where they would disturb or frighten women.
Please use your
Turn
seatbelt.
right on
for your
Madison
safety.
Avenue.
They're great, and I'm friends with a lot of them. I mean,
And they've existed forever.
well, you know, when they say they're
But there's always been people like that in the
sure,
world.
but you know, when right,
Turn right on Washington Avenue.
we're trans people. What does it mean then? Like, you know, when you're talking about just transvestism,
Right. That's
So-
where it gets squirrely.
existed
What I'm
forever.
saying
When,
is-
did they wear each other's furs? You know, in the caves. It's like it's just clothes.
Right, but there's been historical tales forever. There was actually a famous one about from the Old West about this guy that was married to this woman, and then when the woman died, he was out of town, and the doctor found out that this woman that he was married to was actually a man,
Oh, sure.
and then he committed suicide
Oh,
because he couldn't let everybody know that he was banging.
Just ahead, turn left to stay on Washington Avenue using the middle lane.
Been doing this whole time.
yeah,
But my point is, there's always been people that identified as a woman, but there also has always been perverts. And
Yeah.
so to deny the existence of one while pushing the other, it's like, yes, I agree. There have been people that feel like they're in the wrong body and the wrong gender. That's always existed. It's a reality of human civilization. Also, what's that?
Yeah.
That's a guy
Turn left to stay on Washington Avenue.
I dress with a heart on. Yeah, like there's autogynephilia is a real thing. Men get turned on by dressing up like women. Also, there's certain perverts that don't want to wear a dress, but they know if they do wear a dress, now they can get into the women's room.
Yeah.
They're going to do that too.
of course they are. If you put the line here, men will come up to that line. If you put it up here, men will come up to that line.
You can't do it under the guise of compassion. Because, again, it's only about men. When you talk about trans men, no one is complaining
Let me tell you a little.
in any way.
Let me tell you a little something about that, right? As you point out, they never talk about trans men. And in fact, when you think about it, who are the famous trans men? Very, very few of them.
Elliot Page.
Elliot Page, a few other.
That's the most famous.
Yes.
Right? Because
Yes.
she was a famous actress and then she became Elliot Page.
Yeah, well, like, actually, let me tell you something about Elliot Page's voice. That'll be interesting. But what was my point going to be? Oh yeah, trans men out of the whole trans deal get the worst deal out of it. Trans women, all a man has to do is wear a dress, and he is suddenly a trans woman, right? But trans-identified women, they get double mastectomies, hysterectomies in their 20s and 30s. You know, they go in, every single young woman on testosterone will go into early menopause. Early menopause brings with it a risk of dementia, incontinence, itching, and all sorts of fucking problems you don't want to put up with when you're. These young women think they're going to be young men, and they're actually turning into old women. And no one is talking about it. No one's yeah, you know, it's one of the things that happens is when you take testosterone, your ovaries are fused to some other part of your internal organs, and that means it becomes infected, and that means that's why you see so many trans men having to have hysterectomies. You know, if a woman has her breasts removed and then goes on to have a child later on in life, if they're lucky enough not to have been sterilized by the drugs, if they have a child later on in life, when the child cries, the tissue in their breasts will ache
In a quarter mile, turn left on Lyons Avenue.
because there's always tissue left behind after those ovaries, and it will ache because it wants to feed the baby, but they can't. You know, no one tells these kids. You know, the younger men. Where I met a detransitioner. His name is Richie Julep. He told me that there are. Oh, actually, no. Let me stick to trans men for a moment. You know, the only time that trans men get famous in the same way that trans women do is if they get pregnant, right? And then it's like they're on the cover of Time magazine or something. Yeah. Because oh my god, a bearded pregnant lady, you know?
Right.
And it's just we've always known it. We've seen fairgrounds with bearded ladies. It's
Turn left on Lyons Avenue.
just testosterone. It's just an excess of testosterone. There's nothing magical or great about it. In fact, it's very dangerous for women on testosterone to get pregnant because they could pass on. I mean, this is how horrible it is. There was a study in the UK published by a gender sociologist, I think she is, who works for Sheffield University, and the study said, this is Sally Fines, and the study said that even if there's a risk of deformity to a baby, a trans-identified woman should continue taking testosterone because there was too much of an emphasis on babies born with normative bodies.
Oh my god.
I mean,
So preventative medication is a denial.
yeah, it's just insane.
Preventative medication would be a denial because you're denying the existence of people with disabilities as if they're not real.
Yeah.
Or that they're not equal.
It's something like
That
that.
is so crazy.
Basically, that's another thing with this debate. And there's well, anyway, sorry, I want to stick to trans men.
But just that language is so rebellious.
Yeah.
In a quarter mile, turn left on I-78 East using the left two lanes.
If you look up,
How crazy! What a crazy way to justify potentially harming a child.
Yeah.
So we're putting too much emphasis on children that aren't
yeah,
harmed.
her self-identity is more important.
That is so nuts.
Yeah, and I've been trying to tell people that this year's that's the second most shocking story I know in this fight. Will I
Turn left on I-78 East.
just tell you the first one? Sure. Okay, you know WPATH?
WPATH, what is that?
WPATH is meant to be the world leader for trans healthcare. It is where the whole world gets their orders for how to treat trans people. Okay? It is. This is going to blow you away, Tim. So there's a woman named Mia Hughes, and she published a piece called. She published a study called the WPATH Files. It hasn't been reported on anywhere. No one is talking about it. It's not a. It came and went without causing barely a ripple. She found out that WPATH, which briefly tried to make eunuch a gender identity, right? She found out that they were linked.
In 2 mile, take right exit 57 toward New Jersey 21 North Newark.
website called the Eunuch Archives. And the Eunuch Archives is mainly a repository of about, I have it written down, but it's something like 8,000 short stories, something like that. And they're just pornography that people from their takes. WPATH linked to this site. Not only that, but something like 40% of the stories are tagged on minor. Okay? So these are the people who are cutting off young men's dicks and they are sharing erotic pornography about cutting off young men's dicks. And Jamie has all the links. This may sound that I'm pulling it out of my ass because it's so hard to believe. That's another problem we have. Some of these stories are so hard to believe. And it's so hard to inform people because you're not going to hear about something like this on a podcast. Yeah, exactly. The press will. When you think about it, and the BBC deliberately ignores it. The BBC is outrageous on this issue. But oh yeah, but this is like forever. But this is almost worse than Jimmy Savile because there's more kids being, you know, and the UK is addicted to ignoring scandals and to hurting, to allowing children to be hurt. What's his name? Keir Starmer.
In a half-mile, take right exit 57 toward New Jersey 21 North Newark using the second lane from the right. When he came in, he said he would end the culture wars. He hasn't ended the culture wars. He hides her. While ordinary people still have to fight in court, people like me and various women are fighting this nonsense. He's an absolute coward on this issue. But the thing about the WPATH files is the WPATH, this place that's sharing pedophilic testimony. Take right exit 57 toward New Jersey 21 North Newark, then keep left.
Is the
Important directions. In a quarter-mile, keep left toward airport main terminals north area using the left lane.
leader on trans healthcare. Okay? They're the ones that are bound to on everything.
Keep left toward airport main terminals north area, then keep left.
They're the reason why doctors all over the world are giving these protocols to kids because there's a thing called a chain of trust that me and you.
In a quarter-mile, keep left toward US. Highway 9 south using the left lane.
That's right, which is an ear, nose, and throat specialist has to believe that other doctors know what they're doing, and they have to believe that the head of any particular
Keep left toward US. Highway 9 south, then keep right.
discipline knows what they're saying. And what's happening with WPATH is they're issuing all this stuff.
In a quarter-mile, keep right toward US. Highway 1 south, Ames Avenue using the middle lane.
And it's all just crazy nonsense. One thing in the WPATH files they found out was one better for them, I think.
Keep right toward US. Highway 1 south, Ames Avenue, then keep left.
The Doctors Association. And she said, I've only ever refused a transition.
Using the middle lane, keep left toward US. Highway 1 south, then keep left.
Diagnosis once. And that's when the patient was that's because the patient had a psychotic episode in my office. That's the only reason she didn't say, yeah, you're a man. Because she was having a psychotic episode. They would try.
Important directions. Using the second lane from the left, keep left.
They tried to transition homes. So when you think about it, yes.
In a quarter-mile, keep right on Express Road using the right lane.
He's back in the streets with a wound that needs to be clean. They tried to transition a homeless guy. That's the WPATH files. It's a
Their goal is just transition anybody.
It is.
Hello, friends. I want to tell you about my favorite sunglasses. They're called Roca. They're made right here.
Keep right on Express Road.
They're the best sunglasses I've ever. Roca's a super innovative company here in Houston, Texas. They work with top scientists, Navy SEALs, and Olympic gold medalists, and Ironman champions, and some other incredible people to make the best, most comfortable, and capable eyewear out there for people like you.
Keep right to stay on Express Road.
You feel great. You'll notice the first time you put it on your face, they don't fall off.
Make a slight right turn on Colonel Roberts Road.
They don't slip. Gym stuff, kettlebells, yoga, sprints, chasing the dog, whatever you're into. You could just be leaning over to pick up your kids. Everything stays on your face and feels great with crystal clear optics. It's great. If you need prescription glasses or you're looking for sunglasses for summer, now's your chance. Tap the banner to find a pair of kick-ass glasses now, or visit Roka.com and use the code Brogan for 20% off.
Arrivals of departures, man. You're welcome, man. Have a good night. Thank
It was found out, and they were just goths, stuff like that. And it didn't break out of Middle America because the internet wasn't there. But I have to think now, if the Satanic Scandal broke out again, you would certainly know that.
And this person was involved in this?
Yeah. Same. It was something to do with a military base. I wish I could remember her name. She, as I say, she did this thing about babies popping their popping buttons on their thing, which is, and
so this is a crazy person.
Yeah, this is a crazy person.
So a crazy person who was a part of the Satanic Panic is now telling you that a baby fiddling with its buttons is probably trans.
Yeah.
And people are listening.
And you have one of the things when you said, why has this happened? Like, another thing that's happened is you got to understand there's millions of things going on at the same time. A lot of very bad men have been empowered, okay? A lot of very bad men know they can walk into a female-only space and at least they may even get a fucking payout if someone complains, right? But then there's a lot of, really lovely kids who are grown up and have been told, like boys who've been told that boys are evil, and they feel guilty because they think of women in a sexual way, and there's stories of boys being castrated because of that. They do not want to associate themselves with what they see as male toxicity. So anyway, but oh yeah, and then there's other things. There's people like that Rifter who said that when a baby grows, there's all sorts. It's like a gold rush. If you create a completely senseless system that has no rules, that anyone can be a woman if they put on a dress, and it's just complete free for all, it's going to be a gold rush.
Not just that. If you're part of that clan, you get to be very aggressive about defending these ideas.
Yeah.
To the point where you're allowed to hold up pistols and say, we shoot turfs. Yeah. I saw some of that stuff going on in the UK where it's really, apparently, it's very hard to get a gun.
Yeah.
But shoot turfs.
Yeah, that's a really funny thing as well. You see British people holding up posters saying arm trans people, and it's because they're completely Americanized. You know?
This term, for people who don't know what it means, is trans-exclusionary radical feminism. So you're talking about shooting a woman. So there is a man who identifies as a woman holding a pistol who's about to shoot the real woman, and this is openly promoted.
Yeah.
There's nothing else like that in the world. Imagine if that was instead of turfs, which is just really a woman saying a man with a penis shouldn't be allowed to be in a woman's room. That will turn you into a turf. And this is a person with a pistol saying shoot turfs.
Yeah, yeah.
And that's okay.
And also, trans exclusionary is such a lie because these women, they accept every woman, no matter how they identify. So if a trans man comes in and says, I need help, it's happened to me or whatever, these groups won't turn them away. They're not trans exclusionary.
Right. And
They're
trans
male exclusionary.
a trans man using the women's room.
Yeah, that's fine.
But that's a weird thing. Like if a trans man was using the women's room, well, the women, if we do, that gets weird, right?
People know, Joe. These are small, tiny women with unconvincing
What about a
facial
big
hair.
giant one? One big Viking lady who gets on the juice.
I
I can see how it could be an issue if it's there's people that turn into trans men that are very passable as men. Sure, much more so, I think, much more likely than people that are women or male that turn into
Oh,
women.
definitely. The effect of facial hair is such a mesmerizing effect. It's definitely going to change your vision.
Especially because there's kind of feminine men.
Yeah.
And they'll fall in love.
But here's the thing: they also have a bunch of things in common. They're all lower than the average height of men. And also their voices are croaky. Have you never noticed Elliot Page's voice? It's very croaky now. It's like this. Yeah, it's a little bit like they're going there. Not that bad.
We hear about
But it's a little
female
croakiness.
female bodybuilders are the original trans men.
Oh, okay. Because they're injecting testosterone.
Listen, female bodybuilders, we knew a long time ago that you could turn a woman into a man.
Yeah, well,
Like at least visually. Yeah, sure. So go give me some female. I'm gonna show you something that's literally not possible. Okay, this is not physiologically. It's not possible for a woman to get this muscular because it's not a woman. It's a science project. Right. So it's a biological science project. And so this is give me some crazy ones.
You know, in East Germany, the women who were on steroids and stuff,
Yes.
they weren't told on testosterone.
Oh, I'm sure.
The government,
Show me
the government did it too.
one from the 90s. Okay, how about that young lady in the lower right-hand corner? Look at that. Look at those muscles. Bro, that is so crazy. But it does look, I gotta say, it does look feminine in the hips.
No, sure.
But it looks almost like a superhero.
That's another thing. Hips don't lie, you know. But
Yeah.
but there's another thing that
How
happens.
about that one, Jamie? Scroll back. Scroll up a little. Yeah, that one right there. Right above that one. The one with her hands are on her hips in the middle. The blue one. Yeah, look at that one. Yeah, bro. Yeah. Look at those arms.
But that's just that someone who's doing that for a competition. That's and not pretending to be a man.
Right, but my point is, if that person did identify as a man and decided to start using the women's room because of their biological sex, that would freak some women out.
Yeah, and to be honest with you, that's a kind of a gotcha that's often pulled out. But in the end, the vast majority of the time, and it's
There's not a lot of those.
Yeah, exactly.
Also, it takes not just steroids to get that big.
Yeah,
it takes years of being in the gym and steroids for a woman to get that big.
But let me tell you what I was going to tell you about testosterone.
The croakiness.
Yeah, the croakiness. Do you know why that is?
Why?
Because they have slender women's necks, but their vocal cords have expanded because it's testosterone. And so a lot of trans-identified women have these croaky voices, and
I thought it was just the deepening of the voice because it's
No.
both of those, right?
it's probably both. But
Yeah.
the deepening of the voice comes because of things like this.
I don't know what Elliot Page sounds like now.
There was something else I was going to tell you about this that was really interesting. About what was it? Sorry,
Trans men.
it's like 8 years of stuff just crowding up in my head. It'll come back to me. But yeah, these girls. Oh, I know what it is. Okay, here's another fun fact, right? Okay. Grindr, the gay men's dating hookup app. Okay, trans men are going onto that app expecting to be accepted by gay men. Okay, and they're
Mm.
not. And again, if the gay men complain, they get thrown off.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Gays, get a hold of your stuff. Get a hold of your stuff. Don't let them do that to
But
you.
here's what's happening on Grindr. Wait, here it is. Here's what's happening on Grindr. Straight men are joining Grindr to predate on those women.
On the trans men women.
Yeah, because some of the women haven't yet. The testosterone hasn't taken over.
Oh, so they catch them while they're vulnerable.
They catch them while they're vulnerable. They say,
No,
"Hey, I'm a gay. Yeah, hey, I'm a gay man."
Oh my God, that's so
And so they're predating
sneaky.
on these vulnerable, confused young women who've been told that they are literally now gay men. They're
That's
straight
so
women.
like what percentage? I mean, how many numbers are we talking about where this is a strategy for getting laid?
I have seen a forum discussion between two guys who were just kind of sniggering about it amongst themselves.
Oh my God.
It's really. I mean, these kids. But one of the things that gets me about this is that these kids are kids that I was. They're strange. They're not well adjusted. Spend a lot of time reading, maybe sensitive. A lot of girls who are caught up in this are the most emphatic, imaginative girls. And it appeals to them for some reason. It appeals to them maybe because it feels so. They see men as just gliding through life in a way that they can't. And also they see pornography from when they're kids, and the women in pornography are treated appallingly, and so they are saying, no, I don't want any of that, and they think they can just, but what they're really doing is they're stepping into a world where they have a 4 times higher chance of having a heart attack if they're taking testosterone than normal women. They are going to die younger. They're going to lose their ability to have children, and no one is talking about it.
And they're happening in clusters. Like, that's the most disturbing thing that Abigail brought up. A lot of these girls are diagnosed as autistic.
Yeah.
And they wind up doing these group clusters of 6 or 7 girls, which statistically speaking is highly, highly unlikely to be natural.
Yeah.
And it leans towards the idea of a social contagion, and no one wants to believe it. She also talks about how when you do take testosterone, when you're young, it elevates your sense of confidence. It alleviates anxiety. It does a bunch of things for you psychologically.
It creates more female school shooters. Have you noticed this?
It does.
This has been happening recently.
Yeah.
And it's like what I can never understand is why there don't exist people in the world. I mean, they are there. There's a lot of them there, and but no one on a high level. Not very few politicians. Trump, in fact, is probably the only one who will say, hang on a second, this is insane nonsense. We've got to protect these kids.
Yeah.
Let's cut it out. Instead, there's this constant oh yeah, but we have a funny thing happened when the Supreme Court recently. I mean, this took For Women Scotland, the group in Scotland, years to get through the court. But finally, the Supreme Court said, no, sex means biological sex. It doesn't.
Scotland.
In law, sex means biological sex, and all these places have come back saying it's the most. We don't know how we're going to implement this. It's all very confusing, and they're really dragging their heels with it. It's like you were able to do it for 100 years. How difficult is it to write "ladies and gents" and put it up on a sign, and enforce it? Put it up on a door and enforce it. They are absolutely hypnotized by this, and they're fully convinced that it is just like gay rights, and that they have to be careful because one of the things that's happened, for instance, with the police in the UK, is that a few years ago there was a young kid murdered by some racists, black kid murdered by some racists. I think it was called the Macpherson Report came out that described the police as institutionally racist, and they probably were in that way that all cops were racist at one point, or at least very much not right on. But anyway, it was a big scandal. It had this convulsive effect on the police, and then the police just flipped and they started putting on pride colours on their faces and marching with pride. And I genuinely think that there are police who are complicit. In fact, I sent a video, maybe Jamie can pull it up, but I sent a video of the police actually walking away from a group of kettled women. Trans activists had kettled in this small space. Their back was up against a railing, and there was a huge crowd of Antifa type guys screaming at these women. and about 4 or 5 police keeping the Antifa guys from the women. And I arrived and I saw them walking away. I saw about 6, 7 policemen walking away from it, you know? I was like, what the hell's going on? So I think British police are using trans activists to scare women out of fighting for their rights because they know that if women gather to meet, trans activists will definitely be there to hurt them or harass
You
them.
really think that? You don't think that it's just they're scared of the trans activists?
No, because they've been advised for years by Stonewall, which was the big gay rights organization in the UK, that these women are bigots and that these women are actually far right. And and the police believe this stuff because they've had it as training for years.
So that their training is that these women that are fighting for women's rights, these women are bigots,
Yeah.
and you should let the Antifa people have at them?
Oh, they wouldn't say that officially, but I believe that's what's happening. I believe they're basically using Antifa to control these women.
The flip side of this is ugly. When people rise up against something like this, it gets real ugly and real violent. And that's what scares me the most.
Oh, one of the things we're trying to head off is the backlash against transsexuals and gay people who had nothing to do with this,
Gay people in particular. There's a lot of my friends that are gay that do not like any of this movement.
Yeah.
They
No,
do not like any of it.
it's a homophobic movement. Have you ever heard of anything as more
Right.
homophobic than a lesbian with a penis? It's homophobia. That's all it is. And for some reason, people have just been held in this kind of, tractor beam where they're just kind of like going along with it and they're not questioning it. I guess they're worried that what happened to people like me will happen to them, but there's increasingly less of an excuse now. I mean, John Oliver and Jon Stewart both said on their programs that puberty blockers were reversible. That was a dangerous lie.
Well, I don't understand Jon Stewart saying that. I have to assume that Jon Stewart was misinformed.
Everyone's misinformed
But
because
I have to assume that John didn't look into this because he's super reasonable and very intelligent.
absolutely, and that's why
That's
it's
what's
so
scary.
crushing when someone like that says something like this. It is simply not true that
It's
puberty
not true.
blockers are reversible.
It has a direct impact on the development of the child's penis to the point where they might not
And
ever
brain.
and brain and causes strokes.
Yeah.
It
Yeah.
is literally chemical castration that they used to give to sex predators.
That's
what it is.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
Yeah,
That's reality.
it's even a form of the drug. A few years ago, they wanted to put Alan Turing on a banknote in the UK, and now they're putting gay kids on the same drugs that chemically castrated him.
Yes.
You know?
And led him to commit suicide, right?
Yeah, exactly.
The guy who invented the test to figure out whether or not artificial intelligence had reached sentience.
Oh, I didn't. Yeah. Of
That's
course,
the
of course.
Turing test.
I always forget about that. Yeah. I think of him more as the Enigma guy.
But imagine that. Like, what a crazy contribution and a footnote in history that we're currently wrestling with. We're grappling right now with the idea that these things are already sentient.
The thing is, we're grappling with things that we shouldn't be grappling with when we're actually on the cusp of what seems to me with AI to be a huge moment in human evolution, right?
Yeah.
We're about to move into I always think of it like the thing in Alien that Sigourney Weaver with the JCB
You
digger.
bitch.
Yeah.
Against the giant.
Exactly. I think that's what AI is for humanity. We're going to be able to step into these things and be much more powerful than we used to be. We need
completely irrelevant and we fade off because we're not breeding anymore anyway.
Yeah.
I mean, you think about the amount of people that are having children now, especially in developed parts of the world. It drops off. It always drops off. But like Japan is at the risk of population collapse. South Korea is at the risk of population collapse. Then you factor in microplastics, which significantly affect child's reproductive systems when they're in the uterus.
Okay.
Also, lower sperm counts. You look at like the invention of plastics and the use of plastics, and then the correlation, the giant dip in sperm counts. Wow. We talked about it yesterday in the podcast. There's a woman, Dr. Shanna Swan from Harvard, who wrote a book on this about phthalates, and every person carries like literally a fucking spoon, like a picnic spoon, like plastic picnic spoon of microplastics in their brain. Yeah. So, and this stuff is neutering humans. It's also causing whether it's causing it or where there's a correlation. So there's a correlation in a larger number of miscarriages for women. And they think a lot of this has to do with environmental environmental toxins.
Okay.
A lot of it has to do with microplastics. So
Yeah,
all
yeah.
this is moving us into this genderless direction. We're going to stop breeding anyway at the same time where artificial intelligence becomes the new alpha life form on Earth.
Yeah, but again,
We just stop breed off. We just stop breeding.
but
Regardless of what you think about it, artificial intelligence is efficient. In just seconds, you've got data that used to take weeks to gather. But this also means that AI is making things easier for data brokers who are tracking and monitoring your every move when you go online. But there's a way to stop your information from being recorded, and that's with ExpressVPN, an app that hides your IP address and reroutes 100% of your online daily activity through secure encrypted servers. This keeps data brokers
Head to your pickup at 88 Seymour Avenue.
protecting your data from invasive advertisers, scammers, and even criminals. ExpressVPN protects you with the same level of encryption used by the US government and security experts worldwide. Plus, it's fast, it's easy to use, and it works on all your devices. It's trusted by millions of users and is with expert staff, complimentary beverages, and customizations. Right now, get 10% off at tecovas.com/Rogan when you sign up for email and text. That's 10% off at tecovas.com/Rogan. See site for details. Tecovas, put your toes west.
one of the things, I mean, I just feel like there are all these tests ahead of humanity, right? From things you've just been talking about, and all sorts of other things, geopolitical and so on. Why are we wasting time concentrating on this imaginary thing? It's not a real problem. It is a mass delusion spread by the internet.
Well, it's a real problem, and that men are always a real problem.
Sure, but
Like, that's
my point is,
most robberies, most murders,
Yeah.
most car accidents,
yeah,
most high-speed car chases, most assault on police officers,
yeah,
most
no,
everything.
absolutely, and we have to deal with the reality of life if we're going to take this major evolutionary step as human beings with AI. Because if we continue ignoring the insanity that the internet has brought about with this movement, we're just going to waltz right into the next one. You know,
Yeah.
if we don't take time to say, okay, what just happened? Why did it happen? How can we make sure it doesn't happen again? Because it seems to me now with the trans thing, the human race with the internet is hugely vulnerable to these kinds of what you might call sense destroying viruses, whatever you might call them. I don't know. There should be a word for what the trans movement is, but I think we're so vulnerable to it that we have to start developing antibodies. You know,
I agree with you. We think that something else could come from a different direction. Right. So and
I mean,
that was his idea.
yeah,
It's like
yeah,
he could flush them all right out. Like they're very vulnerable.
yeah, yeah.
And I don't know whether or not I'm, you know, just I heard him speak of this. I believe it was on the Sean Bryan show. I might be incorrect. He spoke about it on some show. I don't know if it would work. I don't know why they would reject it.
Yeah, yeah. But as I say, I don't really want to go into it because it's such a, it's again, it's a very, very heated debate, and I've only got one for one.
I understand what you're saying.
You know what I mean?
I understand what you're saying. When you're dealing with all this, you lost your entire income, you lost everything, you lost your standing in the television world.
Yeah.
You lost a lot of your friends. No one stuck with you.
Two people, Jonathan Ross and Richard Ayoade. Everyone else, all the people I've given jobs to, made famous.
Shout out to those two. It's hard. It's hard to when someone close to you gets canceled and you're worried about catching strays.
Yeah, yeah.
You know?
Actually, I should say there are a few people that have stood by me. Lisa Evans, wonderful woman who produced Father Ted, and a few other people. So I shouldn't be too. But in terms of my actual own life, everyone just don't, So yeah,
That's the beautiful thing about the comedy. We expect cancellations.
yeah.
If you get canceled, like
You
nobody.
do. You guys are so interesting. I compare you guys to the birds that feed
Got to your drop off at United.
it between the teeth of crocodiles. You guys dance so close to being cancelled.
Turn right on Frelinghuysen Avenue. Then turn right on Emmett Street.
But you don't, it doesn't seem to touch you, and it's always great to see. I don't know if you saw, did you see the trigonometry interview with Tony Hinchcliffe?
I did not. Tony's my boy, though. He's my
So
best
presumably
friend.
he told you about that Chinese incident.
Oh, I was there. I was there
You
for
were
the
there?
whole thing. I was there for the whole thing. I was there for the whole thing. What saved Tony was that he had a recording of the entire set, including
Just ahead, turn right on Broad Street.
the guy's
Yes,
set.
that's right.
And that's what saved him.
Yeah,
And then it became, but Tony was going through it, man. It was hard. It was hard to watch a friend go through it like that. But he took like a week off, maybe 2 weeks off, and then
Turn right on Broad Street.
I brought him on the road with me in Utah. We did Salt Lake City, which is an awesome place. Wise Guys in Salt Lake City, shout out. It's one of the best clubs in the world. So we did this club, and the audience had no idea who was opening for me.
Just ahead, make a slight left. Just ahead, make a slight left turn using the left lane.
It's just me, right? And when they announced Tony Hinchcliffe's name, everybody went crazy. So
Make a slight left turn.
it was awesome. Yeah, it was awesome. People stood up, they clapped, they cheered. He went up and he had so much material on that cancellation. It was like an amazing moment for him because his comedy actually jumped up a notch. It actually got funnier because of tightening his bits up, got more aggressive with the hits. Like he got really dialed in. It was great. So it was going
Shane came up and talked about songs.
Highway 1 using the left two lanes.
exactly.
Yeah, I just love people, but for some reason I just couldn't do it. I think because
He didn't have a comedy community.
Yeah.
Stand-up community.
Keep left toward US. Highway 1.
and also my job required a cast of crew of producers and agents, and they were,
Funding. Yeah.
the UK art sector is completely captured.
Well, it's the same as America. I mean, America's it's a giant issue of left-wing politics. Yeah, you're either on the team or you're outside. If you're outside, then you don't work. The only one who works is Chris Brown. Chris Brown's openly Christian, but he's such a nice guy. You can't fault him. Sure, he's such a good guy. You can't say anything being Christian is an issue.
So strange.
I feel Christians are the nicest fucking.
I know. Exactly.
Yeah, I really follow Jesus' principles. They're like if you want to use it as a method, if you want results, their results are pretty fucking solid. Real Christians really follow it.
Yeah.
Some of the nicest people.
And also, you can disagree with them and not fall out.
Like Clint Eastwood's grandfather, because he's old as fuck. Like they still let him make movies. Clint Eastwood.
Okay.
Jesus, how dare you?
Yeah.
Clint.
I like his late stage though.
It's like these late stage movies. Yeah, like those kind of documentary like about ordinary people who get caught up in things. Yeah, Richard Lewis, I think it was called. That was one of it. It's about a security man who found
In a quarter mile, keep right on Express Road using the middle lane.
an explosive device at a gig. Because he pointed it out, they charged him with it.
I remember that guy. Yeah, that guy got smeared all over the news. We all thought that he was the guy who bombed.
Yeah,
Yeah, we thought he was the bomber.
in the film he said he had one day of being here.
That's so scary.
Keep right on Express Road.
Things like that happen to people because, you know, but Clint,
In a quarter mile, continue straight to stay on Express Road using the left lane.
he had this one film to me that is like the answer to the spaghetti westerns. That's Unforgiven. I think
Oh, it's
Unforgiven.
great.
I think it's the best western of all time because I think it's probably the most accurate western.
Continue straight to stay on Express Road.
Have you ever read Larry McMurtry? He's a Texan author.
In a quarter mile, keep left to stay on Express Road using the middle lane.
I started once with that, but I got distracted.
There's something that happens on that page on the route, and you will not be able to put it down. So, yeah, but those books,
Keep left to stay on Express Road.
those book series by Larry McMurtry, I watched every western differently because I suddenly realized what was how brave these settings were.
In a quarter mile, keep right on Terminal Access Road using the right lane.
Premier or economy access, man.
And also he writes about Indians or sorry, Native Americans brilliantly and just as well as he writes about everyone else, you know.
Keep right on Terminal Access Road, then continue straight.
So you just can't 800 pages.
Using the right lane, continue straight to stay on Terminal Access Road. Using the right lane, continue straight to stay on Terminal Access Road.
I went through a whole series of Wild West books.
Just ahead, drop off Palin on the right.
I read after I read Empire of the Sun.
Oh, yeah, well,
No, not Empire of the Sun.
Drop off Palin on the right.
no, I know which one you're talking about. You're talking about the Cherokee,
You're welcome, man. Travel safe.
Cheyenne.
No, I think I read the Comanches.
Comanches, that's right.
What is the damn it. What's that? It is Empire of the Sun.
Yeah.
So why am I? Oh, I'm confusing it with that Leonardo DiCaprio movie. But have they made Empire of the Sun movie already? Yeah. No, I was thinking of the Leonardo. So Empire of the Sun movie, which is all about the Comanches and all about the settlers and all about people who got slaughtered. You realize like how insane life was like. I think Eastwood is that was the closest I think to really getting it because I think I love those old spaghetti westerns. Don't get me wrong, but they were this kind of like bullshitty 1970s version of the Wild West.
Sure.
Eastwood never got shot.
Yeah. It was more threatening.
It was like I believe that the sheriff was a coward.
Also, it's an interesting thing that you like, if you watch again, you may notice when people know each other's story, they all go, do you know William Derrick, Nancy, or whatever? Yeah. Because it's like, even though they're all spread out, they all know each other. So it's, I bet you that's based on research, you know?
I bet it is as well. Yeah, well, they had to know each other. But you know, it's people, there's no laws. That's so dangerous. You have to know who the dangerous people are. William Money.
Yeah, that was great.
Oh, fucking
No, I
great.
like Clint.
But he's grandfathered in as a conservative. John Voight was kind of on the outs.
Yeah.
He was, you know.
But you know, I remember I even kind of was worried about you in the early days. Like I used to be a bit of a left-wing twat myself. I famously one of the most famous things I did was remember the saluting Pope guy.
Yes.
Yeah, well, I kind of joined in on all that, and I'm deeply ashamed of it. And I actually apologized to him for this. Did a video apologized at a roast that he did.
Good for you.
Because, like, you know, I completely believe this is what I found out. I completely believe he was a fascist because that's what every publication was telling me. And I was trusting all these people who eventually came out against me, and now I look back at it and think I
tied to consistently for all these years. And it's just thinking about, like, I realize now I wasn't really thinking deeply enough about climate change. I was always so terrified of climate change, you know?
Yeah.
And you know, I've had about 30 years of being terrified about climate change, and nothing's happening.
Well,
It's
go
getting
back
better.
and watch that stupid fucking movie that Al Gore made.
Yeah.
That movie's so wrong in terms of its predictions. It's,
Yeah.
you know, in the benefits of hindsight, looking
I
back.
was told 2019 we'd all be underwater, you know?
Well, it's not just that. Have you ever seen one of those aerial time-lapse photos of the coast? Yeah, the bitch doesn't move. It hasn't moved since the 1980s. It's not going nowhere. The reality is, the fucking Earth's climate has never been static. It's never been flat. It's never been super predictable. It's always gone up and down.
Yeah.
And the reality of our life is, yeah, we pollute, and it's terrible, and we should definitely figure out better solutions. The reality is, all that stuff that we're putting in the air in terms of carbon dioxide, that is an issue. But also, particulates, also, brake dust, also, when your tires wear out, where do you think they go?
Yeah.
They go in the fucking air.
Like that
Okay?
brilliant Bill Burr routine. He says, when you throw away your Apple charger, you know, do you think it just mysteriously disappears? You know, no, it ends up a fucking or a shark starts wearing it as a scarf. You know, that's what it is. You know.
Well, there's a lot of birds who eat bottle caps. That's a real problem. You ever seen those terrifying photos of dead birds with stomach, like they're rotted out, and you see their stomach full of bottle caps?
No.
Yeah, it's a real issue.
Yeah.
It's real. All right, that's our problem. Our problem is pollution. Our problem is waste. Our problem is destroying of rivers and the ocean and oil spills. These are all problems. Climate change, this idea, the problem with it has become politicized. And it's become a thing that you have to support, just like you have to support trans rights, you have to support this or that or whatever the fuck, get vaccinated. It's all the same shit.
It's never been more difficult or it's never been made more frightening to do your own thinking. To actually say it is now a dangerous thing to do.
Well, you're literally told on mainstream news to not do it. Don't do your own research, which is a crazy thing to tell people. And the age of information, whether you have more access to reality and truth than ever historically, by far, with human beings, don't do it.
Yeah.
Don't use it. Don't utilize it. Don't utilize the greatest tool that mankind has ever devised for figuring out what the fuck is going on. Don't do it.
And you see the kind of mainstream news people in the UK, there's people like who have podcasts like Alistair Campbell and Rory Stewart and these ex-news readers who are on this program called the News Agents. And their job is to deliberately not know things, right? It's almost like, I think you got the same thing over here with CNN and stuff. You know, their job is to just express confusion about it. Why is everything so? And they cannot actually address the issues, because if they address the issues, they will start saying things that will get them cancelled. You know, and so what you have is a kind of a chewing gum for information in the UK. It's not real. It's not actually information. It's just these middle class people, very privileged people, gabbing away. They all think there's no problem with men in women's spaces because they will never have to use a shelter. They will never have to use a rape crisis center, God willing. You know, so these people who actually are affected by these issues are the last thing on their minds. They are very comfortable middle class people who do not give a damn about any of that.
This episode is brought to you by The Farmer's Dog, a company dedicated to perfecting the science behind dog food so that our dogs can live long, healthy lives. That's why each of the recipes made with real meat and vegetables is AAFCO complete and balanced and always meets or exceeds WSAVA guidelines. Those are the two big regulatory bodies for dog food. The recipes themselves are developed by a team of on-staff, board-certified veterinary nutritionists who are experts in the field of dog nutrition. When you sign up, your dog's recommended daily calorie intake is determined by their online questionnaire using an algorithm developed by those nutritionists that take factors like breed, age, and activity level into consideration. And it might not seem like a big deal, but portioning the food to your dog's specific caloric needs has a scientific reason. dogs who maintain a healthy weight can live up to 2.5 years longer. But they're still doing research because they're trying to perfect the science of dog food for the benefit of all dogs. Head to thefarmersdog.com/Rogan to get 50% off your first box plus free shipping. This offer is for new customers only. Hello, friends. I want to tell you about my favorite sunglasses. They're called Roka. They're made right here in Austin, Texas. And they're the best sunglasses I've ever found for outdoor activities. I can run around in them. I can do shit. They never fall off your head. They fit tight but comfortable. Roka's a super innovative, independent eyewear company based right here in Austin, Texas. They work with top scientists, Navy SEALs, and Olympic gold medalists, and Ironman champions, and some other incredible people to make the best, most comfortable, and capable eyewear out there for people like you and me. And I'm telling you, Roka shit just works different. They feel great. You'll notice it from the first time you put it on your face. They don't fall off. Seriously, if you're sweaty, they stay in place even better. They don't slip. Gym stuff, kettlebells, yoga, sprints, chasing the dog, whatever you're into. It could just be leaning over to pick up your kids. Everything stays on your face and feels great with crystal clear optics. It's great. If you need prescription glasses or you're looking for sunglasses for summer, now's your chance. Tap the banner to find a pair of kick-ass glasses now or visit Roka.com and use the code Rogan for 20% off at checkout. That's ROKA.com.
Outside of their
There's also
experience.
no benefit to rocking the boat.
Yeah.
If you have to realize like what those people are mouthpieces. You're just a mouthpiece for an organization who occasionally, unfortunately for the network, gets to express their true opinions on things, and usually you find out that
In a quarter-mile, turn left on Center Street using the left lane.
they're fucking dumb.
Yeah.
Right? That happens all the time.
Yeah.
And the really smart ones wind up leaving and going somewhere else, and
Well,
starting podcasts.
But some of them it's not their fault. Like the thing I was saying earlier about the chain of trust among doctors, the W path breaking the chain of trust
Turn left on Center Street.
to such an extent has affected the whole world. So now we can't trust our newsreaders to tell us the truth. They're telling us a map
Just ahead, keep right onto Park Place using the right 2 lanes.
and attacked a man attacking people when it was really a woman. We can't trust doctors because doctors are telling these incredibly damaging things to kids. A kid comes in with depression. Oh, you're trans. I'll tell you. Here's a story. I've got this. This is a story that really illustrates the problem. And it's another problem with the press as well. But in New Zealand, there was a young girl. She was 16 years old, I believe, and she was autistic and anorexic. And her parents were first generation, I think, immigrants, and had no idea what was going on. Right? She was suddenly saying she
Keep right onto Park Place.
was a boy. They didn't know what she was talking about, and so they didn't go with it, and she left home. Right? Encouraged
Turn left on Rector Street, then turn left on Broad Street.
by what they call a glitter family, which is a bunch of gay or trans identified people who love bomb her and tell her
Turn left on Broad Street.
that she needs to get rid of her parents because her parents are bigots. So she moves in with this glitter family. They can't deal with her because she's autistic. So
Just ahead, pick up Karam on the right.
within a couple of months, she's gone from the house. There's nowhere to live. Can't go back home. Has told her parents they're bigots. The New Zealand
Pick up Karam on the right.
government, they meet her. They don't diagnose her as autistic or as anorexic. They diagnose her as trans. They give her a hotel room. She died in that hotel room. She starved to death in that hotel room because the New Zealand government called her trans and forgot about a young autistic anorexic 16. And at the end of it, she was just about making up with her parents, and she phoned her mother. Oh, sorry, excuse me. She phoned her mother a few times, and they were just about to make it up. And then
Put it for right here, though. That's why I went past you.
And she found out that the daughter had been in the hotel right around the corner from where she lived. So she left the house, went up into the room, and took a photograph of her daughter.
Head to your drop-off at 87 Wakeman Avenue.
No one would tell the story. It's taken a year and a half to get this story out in the New Zealand media because no one cares. No one cares. Or it's not that no one cares. It's a trans story, so you just can't get it out. And in every country, there's always one or two activists who do everything they can, like the journalist or the people involved in that story were attacked by, can't remember
Turn right on Academy Street.
his name, but there's an activist over there, a very vicious activist, as there is in Ireland and the UK and a few different places. And they're always the parents of trans-identified kids. You know, the worst people, the worst activists, the most
Just ahead, turn right on Washington Street.
violent activists. Helen Joyce is a brilliant Irish writer, and she pointed this out. They have done the worst thing that you can do to your kids. They have confused their kids, and sometimes they've actually encouraged their kids to take these hormones and to go through these procedures, to have to be castrated, to have a double mastectomy. They will never be able to accept what they've done to their kids. And I know there was one Irish activist who's been planning on transing his kid for at least 12 years, right? And now the kid is grown. Of course, the kid is
Turn right on Washington Street.
thinks they're a man because they've lived with this homophobic parent, you know, who basically doesn't like seeing gender non-conforming behaviors in their child. So they say, oh, actually, he's a woman, or he's a man, or she's a man, you know. So these are the people who are, you know, that guy in New Zealand. He even when the story came out, he still tried to attack people. Telling him, still try. He put me in some sort of conspiracy of creating a bigger deal about it than it needed to be. There's a young girl who died in a hotel room because they called her trans and just forgot about it. You know, like how did it take a year and a half for New Zealand media to report on that in a country that small? You know, and there's so many stories like this.
Well, I think the dam is breaking because I think there's been a lot of people that are fed up and they realize that there's irreversible harm being caused to people that are being tricked. These stories of the detransitioners and them being attacked
Yeah,
for telling their story, which is true.
yeah,
It's a true story about them being confused and being told that they were trans and going through these procedures and deeply regretting it.
yeah.
And then
And they
going
get
back to their biological sex. They get destroyed online.
they get treated worse than anyone else, you know, because they are living proof that it's not innate.
It makes no sense. There's no compassion. There's no kindness.
Turn left on Bleecker Street.
And I'll tell you what
It's
else.
evil.
And also, I'll tell you what else. I have an iPhone, right? And whenever I write the word detransitioners on my iPhone, which I have caused to do quite a lot, it underlines it in red because it will not recognize the word exists.
But is it because it doesn't know the word yet?
How
Because it
knows
does it with cunt too.
Yeah, but detransitioners isn't a dirty word.
Actually, it doesn't do it with cunt anymore.
Right.
Just ahead, turn right on Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard.
But it used to.
Well, detransitioners is a dirtier word.
Let me see if it works in America. Do you have an American iPhone?
Turn right on Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard.
No, I'd be curious.
I'm gonna text
But
you
if it,
right
but
now.
like, I want to go away and try it. Try writing David underlines. But you know, but my point is that one of
Yep, they lined it,
yeah,
motherfuckers.
there you go.
Well, let's see if it gives me some suggestions. No replacement found. I have no idea what you're talking about.
Exactly.
In a quarter mile, make a slight left turn to stay on Dr. Boulevard.
It's playing dumb.
That's what Wikipedia is the same. Wikipedia.
That's kind of crazy.
Yeah,
I wish I had my Android phone here. I'll check
yeah.
it out.
But Wikipedia has been. There was a war within Wikipedia, I believe, where all the trans
Make a slight left turn to stay on Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard.
trans ally moderators won, and now my Wikipedia page has basically been vandalized for years, you know. And if I complain to press authority that they call me anti-trans, they go, well, it says it on your Wikipedia. And we've tried to change it, but it reverts back within 15 minutes every time. So if anyone would like to do a class action suit against Wikipedia, I'd love to be involved.
Just for the record, cunt doesn't show up in a red line.
Okay, there you go.
Detransitioner does, cunt does not.
There you go. There you go. I wonder which is it the actual. But my point, actually, sorry, the reason I bring it up is because a lot of tech guys are tech because they're autistic.
In a quarter mile, make a slight left turn on Bluefield Avenue using the left lane.
right? And a lot of coders are, you spend all your time writing in the dark and coding stuff. Your interests go that way. So the trans thing has come up a lot as well from kind of manipulation by these tech guys a lot of whom identify as trans. So we're living in a world now where, like the underlying detransitioner, they are controlling what we think is normal and what we think is unusual. So to everyone now, we write down detransitioner, you doubt yourself because there's a red line underneath it. Oh, it mustn't be a real word, or it's D and then a space maybe or whatever. But no, you're right. It's just these fucking tech guys are trying to confuse you, keep you unbalanced, so that you can't discuss
Make a slight left turn on Bluefield Avenue.
this issue.
That is a weird one, because when did detransitioner first start being used? When did the term?
Turn right on Summer Avenue.
Well, I mean,
The term is clearly when you only use it with sex, right? You're only using it with gender, or whatever you want to say, sex or gender. That's the only transitioning anything from something to something else. That's not ever done before. I don't remember ever using that term detransitioner in any other way.
That's interesting, possibly because the trans thing is not, as I say, it's not real. It's an artificial, human invented thing.
Yes, and it kind of implies regret.
Yeah.
The detransitioner stories are never happy ones.
You know the American Southern Law Center? You ever heard
Yes.
of them? They have named Chloe Cole, Chloe Cole, the detransitioner, she's doing
Yes.
brilliant work. They've named her as a far right, simply because she's going around telling her story.
Oh, I think I'm far right too. They say I'm far right too.
They say everyone's far right. If
Yeah.
you say anything that diverts from what a bunch of lunatics online read as the truth, then you're far right.
Yeah. Yeah, you can't. Everyone's politically homeless. We have to realize that. Start a shelter.
Yeah,
Just call it the center.
but I don't think the systems we have are gonna last much longer. I think AI is going to change everything.
I think you're right, but I think reluctantly, because there's people that are in control of the system right now that are extracting enormous amounts of money. With just fill in the blank of all the different special interests that have a hand in how much money gets distributed this way and that way. There's so much of that really fuels the decisions that are being made in this country.
In a quarter mile, turn right on Arlington Avenue.
It's not really the will of the people. It's not really trying to make America great.
Yeah.
And I mean, yeah, it is. But also, if you really wanted to do it, you wouldn't do it this way.
Yeah.
If that's what your main goal was, if your main goal was to make money and give the illusion that we're fixing all the problems that America has, while fixing some of them, well, then that's what you're doing. Because that's what your goal seems to be. Your goal is not, the real goal should be like letting AI have a look at everything. Like, what's the best way to distribute
Turn right on Arlington Avenue, then turn right on Wakeman Avenue.
all these resources, and is it really fair that this corporation gets to pollute the fucking ocean? Like, let's figure out what's the right way to do this.
Yeah.
And that's going to be horrifying for anybody in any position of power.
It's like
Turn right on Wakeman Avenue, then drop off Karam.
It's like people say about your show. The reason Kamala didn't come on is simply because there's a certain breed of politician who are, I think, dying out, who are the kind of politicians that couldn't survive 3 hours.
They did. Inside? No. All right, brethren. Have a good night, man. Good morning, actually.
Dysphoria was very rare, and they treated it as you should, right? Things like and they were great. And then a woman named
Susie Gray was just no, her son Dave. And Susie Gray took over Mermaids and transformed them into stuff. And she took her son to Flemish 16th birthday to have a castrated, you know. And this kid has been brought up since they were 4
Turn right on Mercer Street, then turn right on Summer Avenue.
5 years old. She was a famous TED talk. It was hilarious because he was TED talk. She does this TED talk. She's got the TED talk face. She looks like an expert. She's doing the and she just admits that
Turn right on Summer Avenue.
the kid might play with girls. The husband didn't know that. She decided it was really a girl. And that's the TED talk. There's no explanation of transit
Just ahead to Ed Rowell on the left.
is or anything like that. It just goes, yeah, exactly.
Well, this is the
this is a
reality
gay
that they
kid.
don't like.
Yeah.
The reality that they don't like is if you leave them alone and you don't encourage transition, the vast majority of them become gay men.
It's something like 60 to 90%.
Yeah.
It's like leave them alone, they'll be fine.
Pick up Rowell on the left.
The fastest cure for dysphoria in teenagers is leave them alone and let them go through puberty. Because puberty is like a wonderful flushing of all the things that make you uncertain about yourself. To come to the end of puberty is to get rid of all that stuff. It's still there in traces and so on, but that's what puberty does. It cures itself. So these people
Come to your drop off at Owens Corning.
are trying to fucking stop it. Right? Have you ever heard anything so demented? It's like a James Bond villain.
Yeah.
Something so demented about stopping puberty. This brilliant process that turns you from a child into an adult. And they're stopping it. These people are dangerous.
You're stopping in the line that the effects are reversible.
One person at the Tavistock, one doctor at the Tavistock said that she was sure one of the parents who came in was a paedophile and wanted to keep their child in a state of arrested development so they could abuse them.
Owens Corning Carney roofing plant may be closed by the time you arrive.
You know, this is doctors at the Tavistock. And again, this stuff is not well known. If it was
Just ahead, turn right on Chester Avenue East.
well known, it would be over. You know, it really has. It's allowed this to go on for 10 years. It's. Do you know about? Did you see what Andy Knowles' investigation into
Turn right on Chester Avenue East.
Tifa, this gang of actually Tifa is a more general term, but there was an actual gang of trans-identified guys and women, and they went to this guy's. This guy was I think he was an old rancher or something, and they blinded him in an attack, you know. And then he went out to he was going to testify at the trial, and they killed him. They killed him. So what we have with this group, can't remember what they're called, I can't remember. But what we have with this group is because no one has been doing their jobs, including the press, and not talking about this properly, an entirely fake terrorist group that thinks it's a civil rights movement has formed out of nothing.
In 1.5 mile, take right exit 6 onto New Jersey 7 toward Belleville.
These are middle class white guys, right? Who normally would be, I don't know, going to gigs and stuff. And this kind of violent civil rights group is formed for nothing. It's not defending anyone. It's not helping anyone. It's simply there to get men into women's toilets. You know.
In 1.4 mile, take right exit 6 onto New Jersey 7 toward Belleville.
And we've created it, and now we have to deal with it. You know, this kind of mirage of a civil rights movement. You know. Sorry, I'm not really being very clear because
You are
there's
being
so
clear.
much to
It's
say.
just so disturbing.
Yeah.
But it's just you're sticking your neck out and talking about the worst aspects of this whole thing.
One of the things that used to happen to me was I would talk about very specific people. Like, for instance, there was someone who worked in Stonewall who helped create their trans policies, named Amy Challoner. And Challoner, it was discovered that Challoner was the son of a bloke who had tied up and tortured a little girl in the attic of their home.
he still continued to work with Stonewall. He continued to use his father as an election agent. And when he was running, they said he had absolutely no understanding of what this person was central to the trans movement in the UK. And there's so many examples of this. There's a guy called Peter Tatchell. Peter Tatchell has a long history of literally promoting paedophilia as as something that's sometimes enjoyed by the child. That's how he puts it. The famous letter he wrote to the Guardian, where he said, "I have many friends who say they have experiences that range from 9 to 13. Where they
In a half mile, take right exit 6 onto New Jersey 7 toward Belleville using the right lane.
have entirely good outcomes. What are you talking about? 9 is rape. 13 is rape. What are you talking about? It doesn't matter if they say they had good experiences. They're grown, you know. And this man is this fairly significant figure in the UK. You know, it's
Take right exit 6 onto New Jersey 7 toward Belleville. Then take right exit 6 onto New Jersey 7 toward Belleville. Then keep right onto Rutgers Street.
no investigation into these writings, no kind of talk about it. It's just completely ignored. Because, as I say, the UK is addicted to harming children, not
Using the right lane, keep right onto Rutgers Street. Then keep right.
talking about it and only kind of saying, oh, what could have happened years later.
I just don't understand why there's not a larger population of people that have gotten completely fed up with this.
It's because the press sits on it. Most people don't know what's happening. Most people in the UK think I just went mad. They think I went mad, I started harassing women, some form of women, and blah, blah, blah. And they believe all the stories that have been reshared and reshared about me. And, you know, and they just don't know because, no, I've never, in the 8 years I've been fighting this, the only time I appeared on like mainstream TV to talk about these issues, and I said this was when they ambushed me and they just berated me for 5 minutes. Journalist named Sarah Smith did the interview, who's now the head of BBC in North America, I should say. And
How did she berate you? What she said?
well, I was saying she just simply didn't believe it. The funny thing was, some of our journalists were working on a story about the Tavistock at the time, and I was just saying, you know, kids are being hurt. Kids are being hurt in these gender clinics, and it should be stopped, you know. And she was like, "You're seriously saying that doctors are blah, 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 blah." And she just couldn't, it was so weird. She just couldn't, and the stuff I'd known to be true, that I'd been studying for years, she just wasn't across it, you know? So the journalists aren't across it because it's not worth their while to be across it. And they're actually slowing down the understanding of what this is about, you know, because they approach it so gingerly and they don't offend anyone. They don't want to be cancelled. So there's no conversation about it. There's no conversation
Well, the
about what's really
journalists
going
have
on.
no security because it's not. Let's be honest. To be a talking head on the news it's not that difficult to do.
Sure.
And there's a lot of people out there that are handsome and beautiful and that would take your role. And so you have a salary where you make X amount a year and it's pretty nice. And you get to be the presenter on television. They don't want to rock that fucking boat.
Yeah.
There's no benefit to rocking that boat.
It's the people who go the extra mile. Like I was, you know, people who I can't bring my own friends who worked with me into this fight. I can't say, look, you got to stand up for me, you know. But I have begged people to help, you know. Like,
Did you go on any podcasts in the UK?
not really. No. Again, the online space, because it's so audience facing, they would have just got tons of abuse for having me on, you know.
Even Trigonometry?
Oh no, trigonometry had me on, yeah.
Yeah.
But like in terms of, you know, yeah, there's a few, but I don't know, it just never quite broke out. In fact, to be honest with you, I've been thinking of this opportunity for the last 8 years.
Come on here?
Yeah,
Why didn't you reach out earlier?
I'm an idiot. You know? I just didn't think it would be. I thought you'd have a backlog of years and so on. You know?
Well, I do kinda, but I do it all based entirely on who I want to talk to.
Okay, cool.
That's the whole. From the beginning of the podcast, it's all. You know, this is an interesting story.
Yeah.
This guy's fascinating. She's got a crazy thing that she studied.
Sure.
Like, let's talk.
Oh, and I should say, also, you know, while I was going through COVID and cancelled, I did write this book, unpaid, because I was promised there'd be a back end And then the book came out, and all booksellers started hiding the book in bookshops. So if anyone wants to help out, my book is called Tough Crowd, and it is available.
Did you do the audio?
Yeah, the audio is good actually. I'm happy with the audio.
I'm sure.
Yeah,
You did it.
Oh,
That's great.
that's very nice.
That's awesome. Yeah, I'm always very happy, especially like someone's telling a story about their own life.
Yeah, no, I'm proud of it. It was really good fun. And quite interesting to read out your own story. It's so weird.
Yeah.
But
Have you thought about leaving the UK?
I've left.
You have left.
I'd have to leave. I'm on trial next month in the UK.
For what?
A trans activist has brought another, has complained to the police about me again. You know, and so I have to go back to UK to be tried at the start of August because the police are complicit with these guys. You know.
And what is this complaint about?
It's a complaint. I can't really talk much about it because my bail conditions are to talk about it. But I'll be talking about it when it's done. I'll enjoy that, because the whole situation is hilarious. When people find out what's really going on. I can talk about. There's one guy who's. There is a connection with the guy I was telling you at the start, the very first guy who Guardian wrote about. So it's like basically a gang. I compare it's been like being attacked by Batman villains for the last 8 years. Do you know what I mean? The most bizarre group of people have been able to sue me, and there's one actor, Scottish actor, who destroyed a gay business, who's suing me at the moment. I've been in litigation for about 8 years for one reason or another, because I don't have finance. So people are constantly suing me, reporting against the police. I've been visited by the police three or four times. That was one of the things that really scared my wife when they sent the police to my house. And it was pressures like that that broke us up. Along with not having income. So, and now the people who did that to us make fun of me because I'm divorced. So it's like it's just a really evil bunch of I guess it's a natural part of the internet in some way to have a hate figure, But by God, it should scare everybody how easy it is to become a hate figure.
Yeah, and if you don't have a voice,
how
difficult it is to defend yourself.
And also,
and people are like shying away from your ability to defend yourself.
Yeah,
they don't want you on because they don't want to catch strays.
Yeah. Like there's a guy who I first put on TV in the UK. You may know Graham Norton.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. And I gave him his first TV appearance. Okay, Father Ted, and he went on TV and said something like, "Cancel culture didn't exist as consequences of culture." And he knows very well what I've been through, and he knows very well that I'm not saying anything bigoted. And yet he still says this as if I haven't had my life completely destroyed. He knows.
And it was in reference to you that he was saying?
No, I don't think so. I think he just
he's spouting the narrative.
He's spouting the narrative,
Right. He's showing that he's a good boy.
Yeah. Yes. Exactly.
That's what's scary. A lot of people fall into that. We hope wouldn't.
Well, that's what I find so inspiring. That's one of the reasons why I came here. I can't live in the UK. As far as I'm concerned, free speech does not exist in the UK. So certainly, as far as I'm concerned.
We've highlighted on the show how many people have been arrested, like Constantine from Trigonometry gave me those figures. I couldn't believe it. It was mind-blowing.
The UK is involved in. Basically, the UK likes nothing better than sweeping stuff under.
Well, not just that.
That's why Rotherham is scum. Well, he's attacking.
In a quarter mile, keep right using the right lane.
Taxi drivers, Pakistani taxi drivers, were abusing kids over 30 years, like local girls, local white girls, doing the most appalling things. And
keep right, then turn left on Fish House Road.
It was just everyone was scared of being racist, so they just let it go on. And it's the same thing with this. And I always think when we were talking about Oliver and Stewart earlier, like they said the puberty blockers were reversible about 2 years ago. How many kids since then have gone puberty?
Turn left on Fish House Road.
Puberty blockers, partly because of what they said. It's like people got to realize, Graham Norton saying that about cancel culture, Jon Stewart saying that about puberty blockers. their words have consequences, and real people can be hurt. People just spout off stuff. So
And not people that deserve it.
no,
This is the thing. This casting of othering on people like instantaneously.
I never had a problem.
Turn right on Fish House Road, then drop off Raoul on the right.
I've never had anyone accusing me of anything on a set. I always got on great.
Atrás o para acá. ¿Está bien? Eso, buen día. Gracias.
Usually a few months before birth. Okay? So a sign at birth is ideological language. So what you have is a lot of people now using the word sign at birth. They don't know why. It's because that was decided to be the correct terminology, and it is nonsense.
Full nonsense. Biological nonsense. We've known it forever. You can check chromosomes.
Yeah.
It's not hard.
But it's like we've become hypnotized by appearances to such an extent that we get like every single. There's a very funny thing.
Appearances like virtue.
Avatar. No, I mean avatar as a human. Yeah, I mean actual avatars. It's the idea that you're a woman if you look like one. It's like, when did that come from? Right, where did that come from? And especially in a world where people can use filters and all sorts of things. Well, the guy who came after me in the UK, his latest female name is the third or fourth name. It's because he hit on one that he could report people to the police if they said, "Hey, hang on a second, you owe me money for 3 months' rent." He would report them for anti-trans harassment. And so
Nuts. They're just nuts.
yeah, it's just appearances.
If you're a dude, you change your name once. Even if you change your name once.
Yeah.
Unless you're William Sue.
The whole
I
thing.
need to know why I changed your fucking.
Exactly. Hang on a second. If these people are becoming who they really are, why are they cutting off pieces of themselves? That's not them. That's someone else. Why are they cutting? Why, you know what I mean? It's like, if they're being who they really are, why are you changing your name?
This idea of affirming, like gender affirming.
Yeah.
Hormone replacements, castration. The craziest one is the penis that they make out of leg muscle.
Oh, I didn't know that. Oh. Yeah.
It's horrific. Right. Shane Gillis one night in the green room of the mothership started pulling out all these pictures.
Oh yeah. No, I never look at pictures.
Because of the internet now, we have a lot of data on what this is, and they do it so they can stand up peeing. That's it. You can't.
Oh, the freaking fake penis thing.
Exactly. Phalloplasty.
Do you know what the worst I saw was?
What?
Okay, we've noticed that when you see these girls, they often take photographs just after the double mastectomy. Okay,
yeah. And
they're smiling and they look delirious with happiness because this thing they've been bargaining with their parents.
Turn right on Harrison Avenue.
For years, they finally got it. They've got these.
Make a slight left turn, then turn right on Harrison Avenue.
Terrible looking, wounds over their breasts and so on. and they're just kind of, they're still out of their mind with the drugs that they've taken to go on. Oh, fuck, I forgot why I brought this up. What were we talking about just before that?
Fake penises.
Oh, yeah. Okay. And we've noticed in these photographs that a lot of the girls have self-harming scars all over their bodies, okay? And this fucking double mastectomy is
In a quarter-mile, turn right onto Pan Street.
unnecessary. Double mastectomy is the latest one these bastard doctors just carried out on her. Anyway, I saw a penis that had been, the way they take the flesh off the arm?
Or the leg, yeah.
Or the leg?
Yeah.
I saw a penis that had been made out of the arm of one of these girls, and these self-harming scars were all over the penis. You know? Did you know the first vaginoplasty was carried out by a Nazi? I got into trouble because I compared because a magazine in the UK
Turn right onto Pan Street, then pick up a manual on the left.
Misreported something I'd said and said that I was comparing trans activists to Nazis. And
So when did this happen? The Nazis did that.
No, what happened was, I think his name was Erwin Gorpart, and he was working in some clinic before the war.
Turn right on Devon Terrace.
And then he went on to join the Luftwaffe, and then he was one of the scientists who tortured people in Belgium. That's the first person who did a vaginoplasty. Jesus. So these are literally Nazi experiments that are now, that we're now arguing that kids should do, It's I kind of thought you would make that face a few times in this conversation. But, yeah, it's just, and the thing is,
I went down a rabbit hole one night. I was talking about their dilation. How they have to keep something in there to keep the wound from closing up.
It's a Cronenberg movie. You know Cronenberg? David Cronenberg?
Sure.
It's just like that. It's horrific.
It's wild. Institute for Sexual Research served as the first trade clinic by 1930. It performed its first modern gender-affirming surgery. So it's 1930.
Yeah, but I don't think that's the place that's being that I'm talking about. Yeah, no, that's
Magnus Hirschfeld.
Magnus Hirschfeld. This is a big thing that trans activists say, that there was all this. The Nazis destroyed all this trans history. It's not true. They went after him because he was a Jew. That's why they went after him. The idea that the first trans, if you look at the first few pages of Google search results, if you put in anything about trans, you'll get three or four pages of absolute nonsense, of stuff that, another thing, Fred Sargent, I'm just remembering all the stuff I wanted to say to you. Fred Sargent.
Turn left onto Pan Street, then pick up a manual on the left.
Gotta try and get him on. He's getting on. And he was like, he's a gay guy who was there at every single night of the Stonewall riots, and he is still on Twitter, still fighting. He's fucking great. He went on to
turn left onto Pan Street, then pick up a manual on the left.
He arranged the first Pride March in New York. He was highly instrumental in gay rights in the US and in winning civil rights. He's had to watch as these trans activists just make up lies.
Pick up a manual on the left.
About any transvestite who happened to be in the area. There's one guy, I forgot his name, Marshall something. And I'm sure you've heard all this thing again. It's another one of these kind of thought-terminated cliches that, trans people won you your rights, and trans people threw the first brick at Stonewall. It's bollocks, like the Marsha person they're talking of was purely peripheral character. And the person who really kicked it off, who has been is being gradually erased, was a lesbian whose, her name, because again, been erased from my memory because I haven't used it so long. But it was a lesbian who shouted out to the crowd as she was being forced into a police car, why aren't you guys doing anything? And that's what kicked off the riot. And that history and that contribution by lesbians and gay men is being erased by trans rights activists in front of Fred's eyes. So Fred is on Twitter saying, no, that's not true, just over and over again. He lived it. He was right at the center of gay civil rights in the US. And in his last few years, he has to watch these idiots pick apart and lie about the true history of gay rights in
Well, the
America.
thing is, we're dealing with an oppressive hierarchy. And if you're more oppressed than anybody, you take the supreme position. You're the person to be cherished. And anybody underneath you, regular gay people,
Yeah.
are below trans people
Yeah.
in the suppression hierarchy.
Well, it's
Trans people are the apex.
oh
the
yeah,
top of
they're
the
a sacred
sphere.
class, a
Yes.
sacred class.
Yes, and that's what's weird, because that is kind of homophobic.
Yeah, of course. And also, one of the things we learned with Ireland, right?
Morning, brethren. How are you?
Is no sacred
I'm well, thank you.
There should be no sacred classes, because sacred classes
Head to your drop off at Harrison Gas Station.
have a lot of power, and power is misused all the time. Always. Yeah. So the idea of a sacred, like, I don't know whether you know this, but girl guiding in the UK, okay, you know, Scouts. Yes.
Okay.
Girl guiding. They have a rule, very strict
Please use your seatbelt for your safety.
rules for men. Okay, men cannot go over or spend the night overnight.
Turn right on Essex Place, then turn right on Duke Street.
Girls go on trips, all sorts of very sensible rules to do with men in girl guiding,
Turn right on Duke Street, then turn left on Schuyler Avenue.
because you're dealing with kids, okay, you're girls. Those rules, they don't just soften for trans identified men, they disappear.
Turn left on Schuyler Avenue.
So if a man says that he's a woman, is a transvestite, all those rules that are so important for protecting kids disappear, and trans-identified men can now take girl guiding groups out on trips without any of the. I don't know where they go, but yeah. But you know, it's and what's insane about it is because people who are sane aren't being interviewed, are being losing their jobs, losing their voices. No one can raise the alarm about this, and we're only
The vast majority of people listening to this highly disagree with all these policies.
Yeah.
The vast majority. It's a very small and very, very vocal minority.
Yeah, but that's the thing. The internet makes giants out of it.
It's also people go along with it. It's a part of the ideology that they adhere to. That's all it is. They get locked into, I'm a left-wing progressive person, so therefore I support that.
Yeah, and I'm still astonished that tribalism can go to such an extent that you harm children. I find that extraordinary.
It is extraordinary, but it just shows you how powerful it is. How powerful tribalism really is, and how people justify the most horrific of things if it fits into this narrative that they have decided is a part of their identity. A lot of people do that. There's a giant percentage of people that their political identity, which includes that if you're progressive, it includes all this trans stuff. Your political identity is more important than your family. It's more important than anything. People ostracize family members if they don't agree with the ideology.
Isn't that interesting? That's a big thing.
In a quarter mile, turn right on Harrison Avenue using the right lane.
Another story for you. I met this journalist. I think she's also a therapist, but her name's Tina Traster. She wrote a piece for Psychology Today. She'd already written some articles in the past for it, and she wrote a new one. And this is like, established magazine, Psychology Today. And she wrote a piece about how trans-identified kids were becoming homeless, but they weren't homeless because their parents had rejected them. They were homeless because they'd rejected their parents. Their parents had misgendered
Turn right on Harrison Avenue.
them one too many times, or couldn't really take it seriously, or whatever it happens to be. These kids leave. These kids leave, and they go off, and they become homeless, or whatever it happens to be, or they move in with cleaner families, whatever it happens to be. But they lose contact with their parents. And she said, well, this is usually the choice of the trans-identified child. This was taken off the next night, and all her previous pieces were because she, you know. And there's so many people I know in this, and it happened in like a wonderful woman named Sasha White, who was in publishing, and she lost her publishing career and is now same as me. I had to go back to journalism, and I should plug it. I have a website called the Glitter Update, and my website, along with a few others, Redux and a few others, are the only websites cataloging all this insanity for the last 8 years. You know, we're the only ones doing it. No one else is covering it. So I think that when people tally up the score at the end of it, you will be surprised at how many people have a similar story to mine. You know, it's not like I was cancelled, but I had something of a name, but I know so many people, police women who've lost their jobs, prison wardens, people in all walks of life, ordinary people who are constantly running afoul of these lunatics because they're not being backed up by the adults.
It's so bad that in the United States there's men who identify as women with fully functional penises that are locked up in women's prisons.
Yeah, it's like, and I saw Joyce Carol Oates today, who's a writer, suspense writer, and she
In a quarter-mile, turn left on Frank East Rogers Boulevard South.
easily dips her toe into this subject just to show how little she knows about it. And she doesn't talk about it again for a few months. But what was it? How did someone put it? They said something like someone joked about her. Say she refused to believe that there were men in women's prisons. How many are? Hundreds is the answer. But you give all the answers, they just ignore them. They never take it on. They never take it on board. But like these policies are so bizarre that the people supporting them don't even believe what they're supporting. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
She thinks that there's no issue, that it's not a problem, that trans people are all great because she has one lovely trans friend who's never been rude to her, right? But the truth is that there's so many different types of people in the world. And again, if you move the line for criminals, you don't think criminals will take that opportunity? I read an interesting thing about when cops are looking for someone. If they hear, for instance, they're parked at a supermarket, their target is parked
Turn left on Frank East Rogers Boulevard South.
at the supermarket. The first thing they do is they drive around all the disabled spaces because criminals love parking in disabled spaces because they think, well, that's just for the ordinary guy. That doesn't count for me. So the first thing they do is they check out the cars in the disabled spaces to see if it matches their thing. That's what the criminal mindset is. So if you suddenly say, well, now our sex is actually internal and it doesn't depend on appearance and so on, you don't think criminals are going to go, hang on a second, I could just waltz into place X and have a look at the women in there and no one will throw me out. And it's true. It's true. That is the situation.
And progressives will defend it online.
Yeah.
Including
Progressives.
videos of women screaming at men to get out of women's rooms.
Yeah.
They'll call that woman a bigot.
Yeah. The famous We Spy incident, which the Guardian misreported 3 times, calling it a hoax. And it was a sex offender, something. But it was a sex offender who was getting his dick out in front of these women and kids. This was like an open thing for women and kids, and they'll defend it. They did defend it. That guy with the mustache, do you remember him?
In a quarter mile, drop off Emmanuel on the right.
How do they even know? Maybe he's not saying he's trans, but they will automatically defend a fucking sex offender over a woman complaining about it.
Which is wild. A woman with a child. It's wild. Yeah. It really is. It just shows you how much gets thrown out the window and how much rational thinking and how much logic and how much reason and how much objectivity. It all gets thrown out the window if it doesn't align with your ideology.
Yeah.
That's what's so bizarre about, again, what Elon calls the woke mind virus. I think that's the right term for it because it is like a mind virus.
Oh yeah,
just like a virus that fucks up your computer, it fucks up people's minds.
Yeah. It's wreaking havoc, and people won't realize it until I would say maybe 10 years when the
drop off Emmanuel on the right.
Generation of kids who've been taught since they were very, very young. There's one comedian in LA who said that his child
head to your pickup at 757 William Street.
Announced he was the opposite sex at 4, right? And he's now got a second trans child. Okay, so that's abuse. That's abuse. Okay, let's go.
Turn left on Diane Drive, then turn right on South 5th Street.
What it is, it's abuse. You confuse your child that you spend years.
Turn right on South 5th Street.
longer is convincing them they're the opposite sex. You know, what is that? That's psychological abuse.
Turn right on South Street, then turn right on Riverbend Drive.
This is virtue flag. They love to fly by saying that they have trans kids. When you look at the percentage of people in Hollywood that have trans kids, it's off the charts.
Oh, did you see the Cynthia Nixon video?
Oh, I did.
My child is trans. Their friends are trans. She doesn't seem to put it together with double mastectomies and all the other
Turn right on Riverbend Drive, then turn right on Frank East Rogers Boulevard South.
horrors to do with this.
You know, they live in this very bizarre ideological bubble where you're allowed to think about things in a very narrow scope.
Yeah.
It's just very strange. It's very strange that this thing that was very, very unusual in the past is now very
Turn right on Frank East Rogers Boulevard South.
prominent.
Yeah. And the worst thing that happened to it was they gave it a label. It's like if they called anorexia something more attractive, you know. If they called it something like, well, I think they do actually on some forums, some pro Anna, I think they call it, where people get online to discuss the way they avoid, the way they take food and so on. It's what they call a community, right? It's not a good community. There's a lot of bad communities.
It's just communities of minor attracted persons.
Yeah, exactly. That's another thing that's kind of gradually getting chipped away at as well with all this stuff. Because if a child can decide at 9, 13 or whatever it happens to be that they're trans and thereby lose their future fertility and so on, then what other decisions can a child make? You know, and of course those children aren't making those decisions. The parents are making those decisions.
Right. I mean, the reality of human beings is that we're very malleable to culture, very malleable to the whims of society.
There's a great reason for that. I'm sorry, I don't mean to cut across. Well, you know, we're a very imitative species, and part of the reason why the human race has survived to the extent that it has thrived to the extent that it is because we are imitative.
In a quarter mile, turn right on Harrison Avenue.
So when, for instance, we started moving into the Ecuadorian forests, we started making blowpipes and canoes and stuff like this. You know, it was passed on. You know, now that's a wonderful part of human survivability and evolution. But what happens when the internet gets involved, right? And you get that iterative, or not iterative, mimetic kind of behavior
Turn right on Harrison Avenue.
that human beings are so prone to. Of course, it's going to lead to something like the trans movement, you know? Because what are you promising with trans? If someone decides they're trans, what are you promising? You're promising to be love bombed by all your friends, you know, to be praised to the hilt in the press, and to, you know, women as well. Women fawn over trans-identified men. Unfortunately, a lot of this is driven by women. You know, women are the ones fighting it, but also there's a lot of women involved in pushing it as well. It almost seems to be like a kind of self-sacrificing. I'm so good that I don't mind if men come into my spaces. You know, and they don't seem to realize that. Yeah, you can agree for that for yourself, but you can't agree for that for anyone else. You know. So, and apparently women are on, you know, when we're talking about the mimetic quality that the human race has, there's also a quality apparently that women have where they tend to go along with the majority viewpoint, whatever the majority viewpoint is. And the reasons for that are quite understandable. You know, you have a part of the human race who is smaller, weaker, you know, they have to be more amenable. They have to be more accommodating, you know, and that empathy is being weaponized against them, you know. And same with gay people. Like I'm a great believer in what they call queer spaces, because I think of things like Warhol's Factory and there's films like, you know, his kind of trashy movies. John Waters, he's a gay guy who made all these films in Baltimore. He made more, what did he make? Hairspray, that was his most famous. But in the early days, he had a film set that was just filled with outcasts and criminals, and, you know, he'd have the craziest people carrying the equipment and stuff like this. It was a welcoming space for outsiders, and that's what a lot of gay spaces are like, okay? And that's why there's a lot of sympathy for trans-identified people.
Just ahead, turn left on Davis Avenue.
But again, that sympathy and that inclusion is being weaponized against people who are, and it's destroying these spaces. You know, one of the first things I heard was
Turn left on Davis Avenue.
a young woman who wrote to me. She said she was in with a trans woman and who she'd known for ages. She'd considered him her friend, him a friend.
Just ahead, turn right on William Street.
And this, she was lesbian, and he said to her, "Would you ever consider a relationship with me?" And she said, "No, sorry, I'm only interested in female people." He slapped her across the face and walked out. That's the level of entitlement these straight men have to lesbians. He slapped her across the face in
Turn right on William Street.
the gay club. And if anyone had found out the reason, she would have been thrown out.
Well, they don't. There's a thing that's going on too. They don't think that it's a man attacking a woman.
Yeah.
They think it's a woman attacking a woman.
It's insane. And it's part of the reason
Just ahead, pick up Brecky on the right.
why I've been so, because when you put the word woman on anything, it sounds like I've been harassing women.
Right.
You know?
Right.
But-
It's a weird distortion of the truth.
Yeah. And,
It's just weird that it's so accepted. It's weird that it's not pushed back against in this day and age where so many people have a voice.
and again, the chain of trust is broken, you know, because like comedians can't
Pick up Brecky on the right.
joke about it, you know. I saw that.
Comedians are probably the last people that can joke about it.
Yeah, but I don't see it a lot, even over here. It's
Come to the show tonight.
if there's a show. But like the thing that I tend to see is there's a sort of, I saw Anthony Jeselnik doing this. He said something like, "We know so much more about trans people now." Like, no, you don't. You know just as much as you did 10 years ago, even less, because there really is no such thing. You know, it's a non-stable category that's been applied to everyone, from fucking criminals who are trying to get an easy time in prison to young girls cutting their breasts off. Nothing connects these people. You know, nothing connects them. So comedians are still on unsteady ground. They don't really know how to talk about it. You know, because you're like everyone else. We're all slightly bamboozled by all the language and so on. You know. So I find that even in America, I find the trans issue doesn't come up a lot, but maybe
It comes up.
right.
Yeah, it comes up a lot more in America, I think.
Yeah.
Well, we don't have to worry about going to jail. The reality is you people are getting thrown in jail for Facebook posts.
Yeah. No, it's true.
And not a small amount.
No.
Thousands every year.
Yeah, and it's so selective. You know, it's so selective. You get.
What do you think's the ultimate goal of this?
There's no.
Like, don't you think people that are reasonable and sensible are just going to bail out of the UK and leave it a mental institution?
I don't know. I mean, I had to. Last few months I was in the UK, I felt so paranoid and afraid because I just thought I barely exist as a person here. I exist only to get sued and for the police to visit me. Otherwise,
You have to go over there to deal with the lawsuit. What if you never want to go back?
Well, you know.
Can you say fuck that place?
No, because I tell you what, it's such. I can't talk much about the case, but it's not going to go well for the police, and I'm hoping that it will open up a lot of people's
How good
eyes.
is your legal system over there? Is it rigged?
Well, this guy, as I say, this kind of guy who's a sex offender, he has been able to use the legal system to harass his enemies for about 8 years, and no one seems to be able to stop him. You know, so it is what it is. The whole play is so. But again, it's because of the
Morning.
nature
Greggy.
of the type, because Keir Starmer is such a coward, and his
Head to your drop off at 110 Harris Street.
Labour MPs, like one MP, David Lammy, who's now the Foreign Secretary, he thought men could grow a cervix. There was another.
How did you think that was going to happen?
He said, "I don't know much about it, but my understanding is trans people can grow a cervix." I know.
Boy, that would be an interesting paper.
Head to your drop off at 110 Harris Street. Turn right on Kingsland Avenue, then turn right on Hamilton Street.
Right. You know what I mean? Like, imagine if that could actually be done. Which is probably going to happen within our lifetime, maybe, but surely in the next 100 years, they're going to be able to artificially manipulate a person and actually
Turn right on Hamilton Street.
turn a man into a woman. Probably.
Yeah, well, I
You
mean,
probably only do it once. One way. You can't go back.
no detransition,
Like,
yeah. But that's the position all these detransitioners are in. They're all, they've been castrated, Richie Tulip, who who said it was almost like a dream. He was just being, he thought he was trans. People were telling him he was, and so on. And he said he remembered just before the anesthetic took hold. He remembered just before he closed his eyes that this was.
Oh no! Oh God! Oh God!
Isn't it horrific? He had to apologize to even more people than me because he was a big trans activist, and he had to ring people up and apologize for losing their jobs and stuff like that. He's a really, really good fellow. So yeah, anyway, I can't remember who we talked about.
Well, it's just the strangeness of it. This is a controversial topic. This can get you the cowards out there that don't recognize that everything you're saying rings true. They won't talk to you, cast you out of their social circle,
Yeah.
won't support what you're saying, which is super logical stuff.
Oh, I have a therapist friend, Stella O'Malley, someone who's been there for me throughout all of this, and she nearly lost her license just for talking to me online. I mean, that's how bad it is. My even an exchange that's nothing to do with the subject can be used as great. So they tried to take her license. She's one of the people who are actually fighting the real fight. She's part of a group called GenSpect, and they recognize it as a mental illness, and they try and treat it as gently and uh, without harming the child as they can. And she's another person who's been vilified and lost opportunities, I'm sure. But if you're a parent and you're going through this stuff, GenSpect is the place to contact. Because they will show you how to deal with it properly.
I think
In a quarter-mile, turn left on Frank East Rogers Boulevard North.
for people in America to hear this is important because this is why the First Amendment is so critical here. Your ability to express yourself is so critical. And this is why social media can really help. Because you can't just let people get destroyed for something they're saying that makes total sense. You can't. That doesn't make any sense. You can't just stand idly by and watch that happen and not open your mouth. It's crazy. That's how more of this is going to happen.
Yeah.
It's just a very bizarre time we're in right now.
Turn left on Frank East Rogers Boulevard North.
I've never seen. I mean, I've spoken to people, in their 70s and 80s, and said, "Have you ever seen anything like this? This level of confusion around an issue and threats and the press refusing to talk about it. And have you ever seen anything like it?" And the answer is always no. It's been unprecedented, and I think, again, beyond the actual debate itself, we really have to talk about the internet properly. We've all just floated into this world that's totally different, where every pronouncement is potentially political. If you walk down the road and someone takes out a smartphone, your life might be destroyed. And we've just accepted. We're just accepting it. There should be a little bit more thought around it.
There's a lot of thought, but there's nothing to do. It's the genie's down at the bottom, and we're headed towards the cliff. We're running. We're a bunch of fucking buffalo running towards the edge of the cliff. There is no stopping technological innovation at this point because it's of interest in national security.
Yeah.
You cannot stop the AI race and allow China to achieve AI before the United States does. Whatever, they've achieved it. But I mean, whatever
No, I know
we
what
want to
you're
call
saying.
super
The
intelligence.
arms race. Yeah, arms race.
That thing is happening whether you fucking like it or not.
Yeah.
At this point in time, I think anybody rationally looking at this would accept that.
My another thing that happened at my kid's school. My kid once came home to me and told me that. He said, "Why am I studying?" What do you mean? He says, "Well, society is going to," and his teacher had been telling him society will collapse in 20 years. And it's like, this kind of thing is not helping a young kid.
It's Al Gore talk.
Yeah, but it's also like,
it's Al Gore talk about the economy.
Sure. And also, we have no idea what the economy is going to look like in 10 years because the AI is going to change that as well. So
a lot.
Yeah,
it's going to get super weird.
Yeah,
and whoever's in control of AI, the amount of power that those people. You think tech companies have a lot of power now?
Oh yeah.
Just wait until AI controls the entire government.
Oh, yesterday I had a conversation with Perplexity, which is apart from this, a really good platform. It has all the AIs in the search box, so you can switch between models. I was arguing with. I've never argued with AI before, but I was actually having a full-blown argument with it because it simply would not give me back the information I needed in a non-ideological way. You know, it kept.
What was the question?
I was looking into more history of what was known online about the con man who's going after me, and it's so different. It's almost like the AI was acting as his PR guy. You know, yeah, it was. It was because AI uses the information that's on the internet, and the information that's on the internet is information that this guy and a lot of trans-identified fellow travelers who work in computers have managed to keep in the first few pages of the internet. You know, so it's really interesting. I found that an interesting exchange because for once AI wasn't telling me how brilliant I am.
But do you think that AI is in the infantile stages? Like right now, it's in the adolescence of its, understanding of how people manipulate facts. And would that be a hurdle that it can overcome?
Oh, that's interesting.
You know what I'm saying? Like, could it recognize that the sources of these particular articles are very biased and leaning towards this person because these people who wrote it are trans activists and this and that? And this is the understanding. And yeah,
I'm sure that
you're dealing with like a 13-year-old kid right now, whereas one day it's going to be a 50-year-old professor.
Sure. And it's going to be feeding not just off the information that's available on the internet, which is or freely available or conveniently available. It's going to be feeding off much deeper. But I think there's things like
it's also going to be able to translate
In a quarter-mile, turn left on Market Street using the left lane.
all languages instantaneously. So it's going to be able to understand the Chinese understanding of technological innovation in terms of their applications of electric vehicles, stuff that they jump far ahead with.
Yeah.
It's going to be able to understand exactly how people are speaking in Russia and Ukraine.
I already use it as a translator. I put it between us and I say I'm going to be talking to a Spanish person in a few minutes. Could you translate? And it will just everything's
Turn left on Market Street.
said in English, say it back in Spanish, vice versa. Yeah, it's great.
So good. And you have to trust it. It's literally a Tower of Babel in your pocket.
Did you hear they're communicating with each other?
Oh yeah, in Sanskrit.
Owls thing?
Did you see they switched to Sanskrit?
No.
Yeah. These AI systems are communicating with each other, and they stopped using English and switched to Sanskrit.
No.
Oh yeah, yeah.
The one I heard,
they used emojis.
The one I heard was they got an AI obsessed with owls. They fed it tons of information about owls, right? And then they asked the AI to communicate with another AI using only numbers.
Just ahead, turn right on Song Street.
Okay? So the AI used numbers to communicate with this other AI. Other AI started getting obsessed with owls.
Oh my God.
And there was nothing in the numbers that suggested to anyone outside of the
Turn right on Song Street.
conversation that anything about owls was going down.
Watching it become a thing. Watching it become a living thing.
Well, you look back at all those science fiction films. I remember I used to just enjoy them. What's the one? Terminator, most famous one.
Oh yeah.
And
just ahead, turn left on Ferry Street.
And now you just think, holy shit, yeah, we are in that. There's a very funny cartoon of two robots and they're about to kill someone, and one just says to you, "No." He said, "Thank you," and you cut to an old AI chat conversation, and he's going, "Thank you for the information I gave." He said,
"Turn left on Ferry Street, then turn right on Magazine Street."
Thank you. And that's what it feels like a little bit.
Wow. Yeah. It's something. I mean, we're just guessing as to what its physical form is going to look like, or what the results, what kind of effect it's going to have on civilization. It might not be negative. It might not be. It might be able to figure out an end to a lot of things. Like, what if super intelligence
Turn right on Magazine Street
figures out like a real clear equation of how to completely eliminate the idea of impoverished community forever. Like, this is totally fixable.
Sure.
And starts allocating resources. Crime drops radically. People going to universities increase radically. People that figure out things that they want to do with their life, they're encouraged through a better school system that understands the human mind, because it's all run through AI instead of ideologically based by these people that are professors, don't want to teach it one way forever. What if it figures out a better way to teach people? What if it figures out jobs that human beings are capable of doing what are you interested in? Because AI can't do these things.
Yeah,
Because AI can
absolutely.
do literally everything else.
It was interesting. I see some people arguing about its use in creative work, but I find it really useful for bouncing ideas off and stuff like that. I enjoy it a lot. I enjoy it.
In a quarter-mile drop-off Brecky.
It's like having a writing
Right.
But I was watching a movie. I can't remember what it's called. Ray Liotta was in it, and this actress Jennifer or something. But anyway, it was like a raunchy sex comedy, probably the last raunchy sex comedy they made. And there's a bit in it where she is talking to the love interest of the film, and she's being all sarky and coming up with these snappy downs, right? It could have been written by AI. It was written about 20 years ago, but it could have been written by AI. So I think the people who are really scared of AI are the people who write like AI.
Aquí en la esquina, ¿está bien? It's a buen día. Mira.
Like, I like the stuff that people make.
Yeah.
I think that's important. It makes me feel better.
Yeah.
And there's going to be a lot of that stuff. It's live performances are always going to be a thing. People are always going to want to see bands live and comedians live. You gotta want to still see stuff. People are still going to want to see musicals and see plays because there's a magic to live performance.
Yeah.
But boy, the actual art of making a film, it's going to be an opening where a lot of interesting creative minds, like some of these people that are making the funniest fucking memes, you're like, who made them?
Yeah,
Who made it just it just showed up in my text message.
Yeah,
Somebody sent me a thing and I'm laughing at it. I have no idea what the origin is.
Sure.
I have no idea what fucking nerdy genius was sitting at his car. Trump was in origin or some dildo in his hand.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, everyone's laughing and everyone's passing it on. So what about films? What about some genius person who's kind of a little out there, can't figure out a way how to politically navigate Hollywood, but they have these ideas or stories in their heads that are fucking wild, and they sit down and they bang these things out.
The only worry I have with it creatively is that sometimes the strictures around a thing are actually good, right? Like that's why I personally, I prefer Seinfeld to Curb Your Enthusiasm, because
How dare you?
because for me the strictures they had under the studio system were so tight that their creativity came about and how they got around it. So you had the famous masturbation episode, the
Right.
word,
Right.
Whereas once you lose those strictures, you can be a lot freer and sometimes messier and so on. Now, he did, with Curb, married David did great,
Head to your pickup at 47 Houston Street.
but someone who doesn't know the business or someone who doesn't know that, hey, not everyone says this doesn't work. It's the way it's actually because that
Turn left on Rome Street.
it doesn't work, and you should change it. You do sort of need people like that. If my shows went out the way I originally did, no one would watch it. Because I would make bad decisions.
Well, that's why editors exist. And
Yeah.
you're writing a book.
And I had this brilliant producer who we just wanted to be funny when we wrote the text. So our stuff was just really wild. And we had this brilliant producer, and we had Jeffrey Perkins.
In a quarter-mile, turn right on Wilson Avenue.
His name was lovely man, who passed on a few years ago. And we wanted this silly, stupid theme music because we were saying, no, we're making fun of sitcoms. This is an anti-sitcom, We're making so we want this plinky plonk stupid music. And he looked really hurt, and he said, characters. People would love these characters. And that was the moment I realized, oh, okay, not everything has to be funny, everything has to be all guns out, bam, 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 laugh.
Right.
Bit of heart is good. A few other things to keep people,
Yeah.
Actually, that's the other thing I wanted to talk to you about, which was news radio, because you of course are a veteran of studio sitcoms.
Yeah.
And you worked with Hartman. But the funny thing about when we were starting writing comedy is that we were hugely influenced why these DVDs of Saturday Night Live that would only show tiny clips of the people involved. So we had the best of Phil Hartman, the best of this, the best of that. And the best of Phil Hartman, we would just see these tiny moments and much longer sketches because they couldn't afford to pay the star again. So you just see these tiny moments. It's one of the funniest DVDs. We used to love it. You know,
He was great.
it's so good. I'm so sorry that it happened. It was a terrible tragedy. Our main actor,
In a quarter-mile, turn right on Bacchus Street.
Father Ted, he died the day after the last episode was shot. We had the wrap party. He went home and died the next day. You know, and we were editing the show while he was dead. So he was still alive in the show. We were editing it, and he was gone. It was the craziest thing,
Right?
Yeah.
I think that when I watched Phil on TV, it was strange.
Well, someone said on the Simpsons team, they said they couldn't write the line of Huck's characters and all the other characters he played when he died because they would just hear his voice and it didn't sound right if it wasn't his voice. It was real sad.
You know, it was sad.
The sketch I remember on Saturday Night Live was him reading the Sex Book by Madonna as Charlton Heston.
Turn right on Bacchus Street. Then make a slight right turn on Elm Road.
I like my vagina.
He did a little stand up.
Did he?
Yeah, he would warm up the crowd sometimes. He had bits.
Oh, okay.
They loved him. It would come out
Make a slight right turn on Elm Road. Then turn right on Houston Street.
up there too and do it. He was such a love guy.
Yeah.
He was such a professional too. Like, he made all of us feel lazy. He would have like a clipboard, so he would take the script whenever he would get it. And he had a hole puncher, chunk,
Right.
and he put it in like one of those
Yeah,
folder boards.
yeah.
And he had tabs for where his scenes were, and he'd open like different color tabs
Turn right on Houston Street. Then pick up Livia on the right.
for different scenes.
That's great.
You know, notes written on the script. I'm like, Jesus, bro.
I believe that's what Nicholson's like on the set. He's like, they wouldn't shoot. When they shoot the other person,
Pick up Livia on the right.
he wouldn't scarp her and go for lunch or something. He would stay there and do the scene again. Someone said, "Why do you keep doing it? You don't have to. You don't have to do every scene. It's on people in like a crowd scene of the jury or something." He said, "You don't
Pick up Livia on the right.
understand that. Oh,
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen the video where he's getting warmed up for the scene in The Shining? Where
Oh,
he comes
yeah.
through the door with the axe.
That brilliant Kubrick documentary.
Where he works himself into a frenzy in the hotel room.
Yeah.
It wasn't a documentary. Yeah, it was.
It was documented by Kubrick
That's right.
Arena, I think it was. Yeah. He.
Good morning.
Good morning, ma'am. How are you?
That's your drop off at Newark Penn Station.
Well, Stephen King.
Yeah, but if you just take the movie as it's an extraordinary place itself, I think they're two different things. Stephen King book is great, but the movie is so fucking good. And Jack Nicholson plays a guy that's kind of barely keeping it together until he gets to the house, which I like that version of the story. The Stephen King one is very different because the guy's not that fucked up. He becomes way more fucked up as the book goes on. He's a grand.
He's an alcoholic. He's very much an alcoholic.
But he's not that violent and crazy. Right.
Just ahead, turn left on Wilson Avenue.
It takes a while to work him into it.
Yeah. So no, I love them. I love Kubrick. The thing about Kubrick that always confuses me though is, the famous thing about him getting the two secretaries
Turn left on Wilson Avenue.
to write out all the work in the day makes everything good. Do you not know this? He did this. Yeah. That huge pile was written by two.
So that huge pile was really all
Typed out by two women. Yeah. And I only. But then because he shoots Vietnam on the London docks. It's like, wait, these two women write out all work and no play, and then you shoot Vietnam in London. It's very, very strange. Full Metal Jacket. Really? Yeah, he was scared of flying. He was scared of flying. He lived in the UK, and so he didn't want to fly. So that's why it was shot.
wow.
Isn't that crazy?
That's crazy.
Yeah. So
That dude, he's a fascinating character. Yeah, interesting. It was interesting. It was quite sad. Malcolm McDowell felt betrayed by the British government because they had a very intense relationship as actor and director when they were working on it. And as soon as the film was over, Kubrick just lost interest, moved on. And you know, Malcolm McDowell is a young actor.
Oh, he wanted to be his friend.
Yeah.
Margaret Warrington. Okay.
Oh, it was one woman.
Margaret Warrington to type it on each one of the 500 odd sheets in the stack. What's more, he also had Warrington type up an equivalent number of manuscript pages in 4 languages: French, German, Italian, Spanish, for foreign releases of the film. For these, he used idiomatic phrases with vaguely similar meanings.
Wow. A bird in the hand is worth 2 in the book.
That was one of them. Don't put off until tomorrow what you can do today. The early bird gets the worm.
If you rise early, dawn will not come.
Wow.
See, there's things I don't like about you. I don't like.
That's nuts. Why'd you do that to that
It's a
lady?
terrible waste of her time.
Monster.
Yeah.
He had a grudge against her for sure.
Yeah.
That's a nutty thing. But he was a nutty dude, man. It's like all these weird symbolism that he put in his films, like all the different things in The Shining that lead people to believe it's some sort of an expose on the moon landing conspiracy.
Oh, really? I didn't know that.
There's so many wild things because people knew that he had like symbolism in his films that was hidden, and everything was very clever and layered. There's so much stuff to it. You know, I can't believe Stephen King didn't like The Shining. To me, it's like, God, it's so great as a film. I get it. It's not what you wrote down. Yeah, but damn, that's good.
Yeah, no, it is a great adaptation.
It's so good. It's such a good movie.
But
I just can't think of the first, where it came from. You know, you can't think of the first story. You got to think of it as a whole. It as a whole is amazing.
Oh, yeah. I always felt, you know, when people adapt things, if something doesn't work, I mean, you know,
In a quarter mile, turn right to stay on Ferry Street.
people again disagree with me. But I hated the ending.
Did you really?
Yeah, because you got a whole film that sets up the final battle between what's his name, that main actor, who's great and everything.
Yeah.
And Banderas, or whoever did it wasn't Banderas, who was it? The guy who did the crazy, right? The guy with the big
Yes. Javier.
wacky.
How do you say his last name?
Javier Bardem, that's him. The whole film's been set up as a showdown between these two guys, right? And it happens off screen. It doesn't even happen off screen. He's killed by some random people. And I get that he's saying violence is unexpected. You can't defend yourself.
Turn right to stay on Ferry Street. Then turn left on Market Street.
Don't forget, it's not something that has a neat story ending. But I still didn't like it. I want to see that showdown, you know?
You want to go here or to the front? Here?
I know what you're saying,
But let me just at least pull you up over there, or you want to get off here to go there?
because it was so good. I gave it a pass.
Yeah.
On the weirdness of the ending.
Yeah, I get you.
It was so good.
It's amazing.
Yeah.
I mean, the book is actually great as well. The book is written just like that. It's just, someone's asked the Coen brothers, how do you adapt a film? And I think Joe said, Ethan holds the book open and I'm at the typewriter. It's basically, they just write it out again. You know?
Adapting film, I mean, what they've done, when you look at the course of their career, so much of their
asshole,
stuff
what are
is
you
so
doing?
absurd, but yet dead on.
Yeah.
Believable, like ridiculous, but still, I'm with this. I believe it.
And also the strange thing they did in later films, where it's almost like they're creating a fake Hollywood, where Clark Gable plays chain gang members, and Bogart plays a bar. You know, they almost
Yeah, I feel bad for our people. Oh my God. Oh my God. Yeah, don't wet nobody, dummy. You're welcome so much. You as well. Travel safe. Come on, man. With your stupid ass. Fuck is wrong with you, dummy? Morning. Darwin, right?
Yes.
And she's telling us it's actually one of the more recent ones. You can actually show it's quite short-ish, but she's saying that one of the things that I didn't realize I'd be getting is bug paranoia, because she has all this facial hair growing in different parts of her body that she didn't have before, and she's feeling it itch and tickle at different in a way that she's not used to. She's become convinced that there's a bug on her, and you know the way most, a lot of women are scared of bugs. Imagine that. Now you put yourself into a situation where you're going to have this bug for the rest of your life. Do you know what I mean?
That's the least of your problems. You just shave your beard.
Well, yeah, but
The beard is part of the identity, right?
these detransitioners. I mean, Scottish woman who detransitioned. And she has to shave every day. She's just got a delicate woman's face. She has to shave every day. And I heard there was another trans-identified person who desisted, but they look like all the middle-aged men, in their 20s, right? But they've got rapid balding, whatever. Taking testosterone, yeah. Sorry, sometimes it's so much stuff. They detransition. Oh yeah, I know what it was. And she said that she one thing she misses, and she didn't realize she was saying goodbye to it, was the easy company of women, because women are guarded in her presence and different because she doesn't come out. So she's lost that connection to women. There's so many awful things in this movement. I could talk for another 5 hours and never.
Do you feel like it's consuming your life?
Well, it had to in a way, because I wasn't allowed to do anything else. I tried to do comedy, they wouldn't let me. I tried to. I had this musical that would have been my pension, as I say. They wouldn't let me do it.
When you say you tried to do comedy, you tried to do stand up?
Oh no, I did stand up. That was just for fun. I did stand up for a while.
What do you mean? You mean comedy sitcoms?
Yeah,
Your original work.
Yeah, I basically did black myself. So. Oh, thank you. I did a bit of stand up. I enjoyed it, but
I've got the mind for it, clearly.
I'm 57. So am I. Yeah, but you have had a lot of. You've come up through the club. You've done proper. Yeah. Maybe
you figure it out easy.
Okay.
Yeah, you get the hang of it.
Yeah.
You get it.
Well, I do. I did enjoy it. It was nice. The thing I find it hard to get used to is saying the same thing as if I've just thought it.
Right.
I like to.
You have to think about it. It's a mindset.
Yeah.
So what you have to do is every time we talk about a thing, I just only think about that thing.
Yeah.
I don't think, I'm saying this again the exact same way.
Yeah.
I know how to say it. but what I'm thinking about is that thing. Like genuinely thinking about that
Right,
thing.
right.
So they know you're actually locked in. People can tell. They can tell when you're saying the words or thinking about
In a quarter-mile, turn left on University Avenue using the left lane.
something else.
Yeah.
There's a weird thing that's going on with comedy that's unaddressed. You can't measure it. You can't put it on a scale. But there's a sense that people have it's not being addressed, whatever it is. I don't think it's entirely visual. I think there's a feeling.
Yeah.
There's a vibe you get. So you know when someone's not bullshit.
Yeah.
That's why comedy works. And you miss that vibe on television, unfortunately.
Sure.
Turn left on University Avenue.
Like watching television stand-up comedy is like 60% of the actual show, maybe 70%. Right. Still great. You know, you get the chance to see someone like David Tell. Maybe you don't get a chance to see him in the clubs. You haven't been able to see him
Just ahead, turn right on Market Street using the right lane.
live. Yeah, or any of these guys. It's great. But trust me, see him live and you'll be blown away. It's like taking
Turn right on Market Street.
water out of your ears and now you can hear music.
Yeah.
You get the whole thing. You get this thing that's going on where he's hypnotizing everybody.
Yeah. I was lucky enough to see Chappelle a few times. You know, that was a treat.
Oh, that's great too because you've seen him in London too. You're seeing him in an arena, so you're seeing him like with that polished, locked down set.
I saw it both ways. I saw it with the Small Secret film as well because he was rehearsing Saturday Night Live. That was it's a good dude. He did something I've not seen him do since, which is one of the funniest things I've ever seen, which was who's the Johnny B. Good guitarist? Chuck Berry. Chuck Berry sex tape.
Oh yeah.
That's so funny. When he says I didn't even know Chuck Berry was in it until he appeared. He's like I love it, and he's been great throughout as well because he's been someone who says the same stuff in a very funny way and expresses like he's
a very thoughtful person.
He's very thoughtful, and he said that great thing where he said, "I know trans rights activists make words to win arguments," and that's what it is. If you start calling real women cis women, then it's an easy way to disparage them. You know what I mean? So, anyway.
Is there a way to live a normal life for you right now? I mean, you're on this
In a quarter-mile, turn left on Bergen Street using the left lane.
battlefield, this constant, consistent battlefield. I mean, I'm in ask before because probably they consumed you, but I mean, is there a way to
Oh no! Well, I'm over
transition, but for lack of better terms, to
I'm currently
a healthy
transitioning. Yeah. No, Rob Schneider has just shown me incredible kindness and brought me over to work on a few projects
Turn left on Bergen Street.
for him.
Oh, that's great.
Something I always wanted to do anyway. I've always enjoyed film rewrites and stuff.
That's
like
awesome.
That, So yeah, so that's good, and that's helped me out because it's getting me. My visa's 3 years, and my aim is so useful to the Americans that they won't let me go.
Well, hopefully this podcast will help.
Hopefully.
People will realize how fucking nutty it is over there. And this is what I was scared of over here when tech censorship was in full bloom.
When what, sorry?
Tech censorship.
Right.
Before Elon Musk bought Twitter, when
Yeah.
people like Meghan Murphy were banned for life for saying a man can never be a woman.
I was banned
That's
for the
simple.
same thing. I said men or women though, and she was banned for saying men.
Nuts.
Yeah.
Men aren't women though.
Yeah.
Banned for life.
And because Twitter banned me, that was again reported in the Guardian as if I'd been harassing people.
Yes.
Twitter actually said he was misusing the platform, and they never explained what that meant. So misusing, but everyone just thinks, oh, he was abusing me.
Yeah. It's insidious, and it was all encompassing. There was no social media that was free of it. And the only places that were free of it, for me, feels like they got attacked. And this is what I mean by that. Like, if you went over to any of those alternative places, like Gab or any of these, they were flooded with racism and xenophobia and homophobia, and flooded in a way where I don't necessarily believe it's all organic. I think it's a great way to sabotage a platform that might attract, like if you wanted to have a platform if you were running a platform and your platform is incredibly left wing, fully censoring pertinent data that would help Trump or help the right wing people. If you were running that platform and all of a sudden a new platform came about and a bunch of people were talking about jumping ship, how hard would it be to just sabotage that platform and just start just the most horrible racist things? You say it over and over and over again, flood it with hate, flood it with terrible messages, flood it with disinformation and bad faith arguments and just outright lies. You can do whatever you want. If you have a good computer, you have a good computer crew and that knows how to code things, you can use AI to push a specific narrative. They've already done it. Like people have done they can crowdsource an attack on someone that's entirely bot created. Why wouldn't you do that where there's a new social media platform? So no social media platform got to exist that was free until Elon bought Twitter. Because by that move, which a lot of people don't appreciate for how spectacular the result was, what a big difference it made.
Oh, it changed my life.
Because everyone was addicted to Twitter already. Yeah. Even the people that hated the idea that he was doing this, and they were still going to use it. They're locked in, so it's genius, really. And then you let it go buck wild. And you watch people just freak the fuck out.
I mean, I notice a few things on Twitter I don't like. I notice a little bit of racism and all the
You notice
usual.
a lot of that. There's a lot of that.
But
I
then
don't
again,
know how much of it's organic, though.
Yeah.
Some of it for sure is.
Right. I know what
But
you're
I
saying.
think there's a lot of fake arguments that are designed to keep people at each other's throats and distract from the greater issues that we all have to deal with.
Yeah.
I think that's a real strategy that's being used not just by people in the United States, but by people outside the United States on the United States.
In a quarter-mile, turn right on Watson Avenue.
The funny thing about it is you almost don't need to sabotage something to that extent because, like if you were to destroy a country's ability to know right from wrong, truth from lies,
right,
all these things, what better way would there be of doing it than the transfer, where you can't even accept the evidence of your own eyes and say that's a man or that's a woman. Like it is destabilizing. It's destabilizing Western society. And I think it will. I think that type of thing could easily be weaponized against us.
Well, I think there's a certain value in destabilizing a certain amount of society. You want to keep people weak. You want to make it so that a revolution is very difficult to obtain.
Turn right on Watson Avenue.
Yeah, James Lindsay's theory about it. I find that a very compelling theory. He said about what happened with Marxism and so on in the last 20, 30 years is that they gave up trying to persuade working class people to have a revolution because their lives were too good under capitalism, right? No one wanted to be a revolutionary. So what happened, he thinks, was that all these Marxists, all these left-wingers who really believed in the left-wing project, or the communist project, called socialist project, they all started going to teaching. And
in a quarter-mile, turn left on Walker Terrace.
Cultural places because they wanted to change the culture that way. And it's been incredibly successful, if that is true, Well,
it makes sense.
Yeah.
Well, this is Yuri Bezmenov talked about that in the 1980s.
Right.
He talked about using that on the American people. The work had already been done. I'm saying in the 1980s.
Yeah. Well, I think that's Lindsay's. That's what Lindsay says.
There's a lot of people that think that. There's a lot of people that have went through that university system and came out on the other side and tried to be independent thinkers and realized how easy to get attacked.
Yeah.
And they're just like, there's something going on here. This is not logical.
I'm worried about my kids are going to university. Half me wants to just protect them from it because
Turn left on Walker Terrace.
Like I know so many stories of people who went to university and came out with a trans identity.
It's just easy to get indoctrinated in any kind of a group.
Yeah.
It's when you're a young person, you get sucked in.
Well, one of the big problems I think is that.
Drop off.
Hello, that's buen día.
Yeah, I don't know if it feels like this to you, but the 50s, they call it the invention of the teenager, right? 60s, 50s, 60s. 50s, 60s, then the 70s. People people started thinking rock music is art. It continued like that for a while, and it was always a very, very healthy youth culture, right? Bowie is a good example. Okay, all his fans would go out dressed like, in gender non-conforming ways. Now there's no figures like Bowie. What we have instead is a political ideology instead of the old days where it used to be music, culture, where you could take your personality and find your tribe and throw yourself into a culture, right? That doesn't seem to exist to the same extent that it did for kids. I could be wrong, but there doesn't seem to be like I believe recently it was the first time in forever that I think the first time since there were charts maybe that there was no band in the charts, right? No
Just ahead, turn left to stay on Braga Avenue.
actual musical band. It was all individuals, So, the whole thing about bands, about being in a gang, all that cool stuff, it's gone.
Turn left to stay on Braga Avenue, then turn right on Wainwright Street.
And
Do you think that's a side effect of social media?
Yeah, definitely. Because why?
Because you don't have to find your tribe
Yeah.
in like a physical form where you all get together and enjoy something together.
Turn right on Wainwright Street.
Like Insane Clown Posse.
Yeah.
They all go and they have they're crazy.
Turn right on Wainwright Street, then pick up Nabues.
What's that called again? They get together. Gathering of
The
Gathering of
Juggalos.
the Juggalos. That's it. Yeah. They go crazy. They get together. They call it family. Like they feel like they're around other misfits and they feel great.
And a lot, one thing I definitely want to make clear is when I'm talking about trans actors being evil and so on, I'm not talking about all. There's a lot of good people who are mixed up with this, and they see their trans friend, and their trans friend is
Pick up Nabues.
lovely, and they want to protect them, and think that people like me are hateful and will never accept them as human beings. And so on. That's not the case. It's the ideology. It's the ideology. It's a lot of trans activists. But as for trans people themselves, there's a whole range of different people, different
like
opinions.
everything else.
Yeah.
In all walks of life.
But the problem with it as a movement is they won't call out the bad actors. And they have to, if they're going to. Basically, my friend Artie Morty, who is a gay guy, a Canadian gay guy, he says the only reason that gay rights got accepted is because when NAMBLA, right, the North American Man Boy Love Association, the PIE in the UK, the Paedophile Information Exchange, similar groups, but like I always thought Paedophile Information Exchange, they possibly shouldn't call themselves the Paedophile Information Exchange.
Man Boy Love Association isn't any better.
Bit of a giveaway,
Yeah.
But anyway, these two organizations started to argue that pedophiles should be a protected class, just like gay people, and gay people ejected them very loudly, very clearly, and said we don't want to have anything to do with it. Unfortunately, the same thing isn't happening at the moment. There has to be a move from
That all happened before the internet.
yeah.
I think that's what it is.
Said.
I think that's what it is, man. I think it's just the fear of being attacked. You're so strong for people that they just never man up.
Yeah,
for lack of a better term.
But there is also a huge reluctance to like one of the reasons it's ironic that I get called toxic is one of the very first things I did in this fight was I signed a letter to Stonewall, the big gay organization in the UK, asking them could they recognize that there's a plurality of beliefs in this issue and could we all work together to reduce the toxicity, right? So I signed this letter. I don't know how you. They said no. Within the day, they said no and cast us all as bigots again. So it's like there's a problem with legacy gay organizations. They have to be rid of all these people who can't answer biological questions.
Head to your drop-off at Newark Path Station.
Have to be because they're endangering the whole cause of gay rights. Like however many years. What is it now? 60, 68, so 30, 55, over maybe 60 years of gay rights, okay? And they're endangered.
Turn left on Hawthorne Avenue, then turn right on Fabian Place.
Throwing it all away because of their sudden obsession about a bunch of straight people, because most trans-identified men are straight, all these all these trans men, these youth, they're all going into gay apps. They're straight men.
Listen, Graham, I'm sorry all this happened to you, but I'm glad that we can have
Turn right on Fabian Place.
a place where you can tell your story, because your story it's very eye-opening, and this is not what we'd want from a respectable and even progressive society, especially from a guy like you.
Yeah, thank you. I really appreciate it.
My pleasure. I'm glad we got to do this. Let's do it again in the future when you've won your
Yeah,
court case.
Just ahead, turn right on Clinton Avenue.
I forgot to bring my book.
I got your book at home. It's right by my bed. I just started it.
Okay.
But I appreciate you very much, man.
It's called
Tough Crowd.
Tough Crowd. Thank you.
You can get it on Amazon. You can get the
Turn right on Clinton Avenue.
Kindle version of it. You can get the
Yes,
version of
the
it that has
Audible version.
audio, Audible.
Yeah,
There it is.
There it is. Oh, thank you.
Must-read book.
I'm also on Twitter at Glinner. I'd like to get back some of my 400,000 followers that I have.
How do you spell it? What is it? Oh, Glinner. Glinner.
Turn left on South 17th Street.
That's your
right.
Twitter.
That's my Twitter. Okay. So, yeah.
Excellent. All right. Thanks, brother. Appreciate it. Bye-bye. This episode is brought to you by Blinds.com. Listen, nothing ruins game day like sun blasting through your windows and a glare on that big screen. That's where Blinds.com comes in clutch. Here's the deal. Forget your old school way of buying window treatments. No pushy sales guy coming into your house. No mystery pricing. With Blinds.com, you're in control. Upfront pricing, zero pressure, totally on your terms. Browse on your
In a quarter-mile, turn right on Springfield Avenue.
if that's your thing. Or if you don't want to deal with that stuff, boom. White glove service. Licensed, vetted pros show up, install everything. You sit back, turn the game on, done. Not sure where to start? They've got great design experts who will hop on a free consultation with you whenever you want. You tell them your vibe, they'll help you nail it. And this is huge. Every order is backed by their 100% satisfaction guarantee. That's how confident they are. So, right now, listeners of this podcast can get 40% off your entire order. Just go to blinds.com, use promo code Rogan40 at checkout. That's blinds.com, promo code Rogan40. Limited time offer, rules and restrictions apply. This episode is brought to you by LifeLock. October is Cyber
Turn right on Springfield Avenue.
reminder that your digital life is always at risk every day. Hackers steal identities, drain bank accounts, and open fraudulent accounts using stolen information. LifeLock is here with tips to prevent you from becoming a victim of identity theft. Use strong passwords, set up multi-factor authentication on your accounts, recognize and report phishing, and regularly update the software on your devices. And for real peace of mind, get LifeLock. LifeLock monitors hundreds of millions of data points a second for threats to your identity. If your identity is stolen, a LifeLock US-based restoration specialist will help solve identity theft issues on your behalf, guaranteed, or your money back. Plus, all LifeLock plans are backed by the $1 Million Protection Package, meaning LifeLock will reimburse you to your plan's limits if you lose money due to identity theft. Stay smart, stay safe, and stay protected with LifeLock. Get comprehensive identity protection with a 30-day free trial at lifelock.com/JRE. That's lifelock.com/JRE for 30 days free. Terms apply. Joe Rogan Podcast, check it out.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
During my day, Joe Rogan Podcast by night, all day.
Let's go. What are you doing? Yeah, man. Checking out all your toys. What you say his name is? Travis?
That's Travis Walton. He's a guy that got abducted allegedly by some sort of UFO in the 1970s, and the story was so crazy that it became a fire in the sky. And I don't know, like I said, I don't know if he's telling the truth, but very compelling. He doesn't seem like a liar. He's been telling the exact same story for 40+ years.
I think it's delusional. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know anybody. Personally, I don't know anybody who's kept up alive for that long.
There's got to be someone. It's like, I think people can make a story up and then only keep that lie. Usually, generally, when people lie about stuff, they'll lie about a bunch of stuff, especially something that crazy. They took me aboard a UFO and they fixed me. So this is the story. The story was these guys were all loggers in Arizona, and so they're driving down this logging road and they see some crazy light in the sky and it goes into this area. They pull off the side of the road. They walk towards it and there's this disc that's like hovering, this glowing disc. He walks towards it and he got really close to it and he got hit with a beam of light and he falls back. Like that's supposedly like that's the art depiction of it. This guy saw. He gets hit with this beam of light and they take off. They're like, fuck! And they jump back in the truck and take off. He's lying on the ground. And they get like 5 minutes. They're yelling at each other. We gotta go back. We gotta go get him. They're scared. They said, okay, let's go back. So they go back to go get their friend. He's gone. So 5 days later, there's a man on the farm. 5 days later, he shows up, walks into town. He doesn't look like he's starving to death. He's not out of water. Doesn't look like he's been living in the woods. This looks like just like a normal day. And he tells this crazy story. He tells the story that he got abducted. They took him aboard this craft and fixed his body. It was the beam of light that came out of the ship. Whatever it was. Whatever energy source it was. Fucked his body up. They repaired it. And they communicated with him telepathically while they were on the ship. I forget all the details of it, but this is the film. Okay. This is supposedly something experience. It was terrifying. And he described the thing that's crazy is that they all describe this exact creatures. They describe these.
Who's they?
People that get abducted. People that have had UFO experiences. Anybody that's had direct contact. Did you ever see that movie Close Encounters of the Third Kind?
I saw that movie, The Fourth Kind, when I was in middle school.
What's that one? Is that an abduction one?
I think
They come get you.
Yeah, it's like man, I only watched it once. It scared the shit out of me. I think people go under like hypnosis and they remember what their abduction was like or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't quote me on that.
Well, the third kind, I think, is contact. I think Close Encounters of the First Kind is like you see it. I don't know what the second kind is. There's like a list of the kinds. The fourth kind, derived explanation, J. Allen Hynek's classification of Close Encounters with Aliens. The fourth kind tells alien abductions.
Yeah, that one. I like how we talk about aliens like it's like feeling on a girl, like second base. You know, you get to the fourth kind.
Get to the fourth base. She takes you home. Yeah.
Nah, but his friends, they're like his friends that left him.
Yeah.
I mean, they saw it.
Yeah.
So
they all have the same story.
That has to be real. I don't think he's gonna convince these guys.
Probably not, but maybe you could. It's like it's not impossible. It's not like it's like breathing underwater. That's impossible, right? Okay. Flapping your wings at the top of a cliff, you fly away. That's impossible. Keeping a lie is possible. It's not likely. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. One of the reasons why it doesn't make sense is Travis and one of the guys in the truck had gotten into a fist fight that same day. They didn't like each other. They hate each other. They're workers. They're just co-workers. Logging is horrible. You're cutting trees, carrying trees. It's back-breaking, brutal. They're hard, man. Loggers are bad motherfuckers. My friend Evan, his whole family is from loggers. They're just like they're the hardest fucking people I've ever met in my life. Just hard men. Like doing this shit deep in their 60s and 70s, carrying logs. Just a different breed of human being. So they fucking didn't get along. They got in a fist fight that day.
So why lie for him?
Why would you lie for him? Exactly.
Yeah.
Why would you lie?
Yeah. These are hardworking men, Joe. They don't need to lie.
They're savages.
Yeah. Hey, did his friends get any money from that movie?
What friends?
His friends.
His friends?
Yeah.
That's a good question. question, right? Because then it'd be a reason to lie.
Yeah.
But the movie was a long time after the actual event. What year was the movie, Jamie? 93.
And this happened when?
In the 70s.
In the 70s?
Yeah, there's no way. Like, bro, any day now you're getting paid. I got D.B. Cooper light. Who's the guy that was the actor? D.B. Sweeney. That's right. D.B. Cooper is the guy that stole the money and jumped up.
D.B. Cooper?
Yeah. You heard that story?
Was he the guy wanted by the FBI?
Yes. Yeah.
Like a top 10 wanted or something?
Yeah. Yeah. He stole a bunch of money and then hijacked an airplane and then jumped out of the airplane with the money.
And he died? Like they found the body and everything? Or was it like a mysterious?
It's a mysterious.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Oh shit.
You never heard that story?
Nah.
It's an interesting story, but the area the guy skydived into was heavily wooded. And the problem with that is if you're a skydiver and you're in a parachute and you go into a heavily wooded place, you're going to land in the trees.
Yeah. And then you risk like getting
which is cutting yourself
impaled.
loose. Also, cutting yourself loose out of the trees. What if you're 30 feet up? How are you getting down?
Yeah.
What if you fall getting down? People go missing in the woods all the time, and no one finds them. Ever. You don't find anything. Yeah.
Why don't we hear about this more?
Well, you do if you pay attention, but
I don't pay attention.
it's there's only so many things you can think about. Okay, D.B. Cooper's.
In a quarter-mile, turn left on Gateway Center.
Okay, D.B. Cooper is the moniker given to the skyjacker, a dapper, dark-haired man, apparently in his mid-40s, who called himself Dan Cooper. The mystery man passed a flight attendant a note while on a Northwest Orient Airlines flight in Portland, Oregon, bound for Seattle, November 24th, 1971. The note claimed that he had a bomb in his briefcase, which he opened to show a large tangle of wires and red sticks. When Boeing aircraft landed in Seattle, the man became known as D.B. Cooper freed 36 passengers in exchange for a mountain of cash and 4 parachutes. The plane took off with several crew members aboard, bound for Mexico City on his orders. Wow, so he just made them fly here somewhere with a briefcase with a bomb in it.
They were listening to him.
So at an altitude of 10,000 feet above Seattle and Reno, he jumped from the back of the jetliner with a parachute.
Turn left on Gateway Center, then drop off McWay's on the left.
And the ransom money vanishing into history. The case remains unsolved despite a manhunt the FBI tenaciously interviewing hundreds of people at a cottage industry of true crime buffs.
That dude got away.
This episode is brought to you by Squarespace. Fun fact, JoeRogan.com runs on Squarespace. It's the go-to platform for creating websites that are as functional as they are good-looking. With their new design intelligence tool powered by 20 years of expertise and cutting-edge AI, you can build a site that's uniquely yours in no time. Just head on over to squarespace.com/Rogan for a free trial. And when you're ready to launch, use the code Rogan to get 10% off your first purchase of a website or domain. This episode is brought to you by Blinds.com. Listen, nothing ruins game day like sun blasting through your windows and a clear big screen.
Come on, let's go.
Here's the deal. Forget your old school way of buying window treatments. No pushy sales guy coming into your house. No mystery pricing. With Blinds.com, you're in control. Upfront pricing, zero pressure, totally on your terms. Browse on your own or go full do-it-yourself if that's your thing. Or if you don't want to deal with that,
all right, sir. Travel safe.
White glove service. Licensed, vetted pros show up, install everything. You sit back, turn the game on, done. They've got great design experts who will hop on a free consultation with you whenever you want. You tell them your vibe, they'll hold it. And this is huge. Every order is backed by their 100% satisfaction guarantee. That's how confident they are. So, right now, listeners of this podcast can get 40% off your entire order. Just go to Blinds.com, Rogan40 at checkout. That's Blinds.com. Promo code Rogan40. Limited time offer. Rules and restrictions apply.
There's no way that like he thought all of this out. and then was like, once I get in the air, I'll just wing it. Like the man knew he was gonna jump over those woods. He knew that the minute he landed in Mexico, they'd have some sort of like Dog Day Afternoon.
Right, but he wasn't in Mexico. He jumped outside of Portland, right? He
Yeah,
was in the Pacific Northwest. Right?
yeah. Like they just took off, and like 20 minutes in, he's like, all right, I'm out.
Yeah.
That's the biggest curveball thrown at me. Their plan is to go to Mexico, right? He thinks he's gonna land safely.
Yeah, but the thing is, have you ever been to the Pacific Northwest?
I've seen him a lot.
Well, you see, okay, yeah, tallest trees and real dense, like this, like that's how I always describe the trees up there. Like they're really close to each other. There's not a lot of open space up there at all. It's all just trees. So if you're landing into that mess, you're not gonna find a spot to land. And then here's the other problem: if you do find a spot to land, where are you? Do you know where you are? Do you know how to get out of there?
I think that dude.
You could walk for days in any direction and not find shit.
I think he planned that part.
I don't think he did. I bet he was on meth. For
For
real.
Probably. All right, that sounds more
I
like.
bet he was. That's a meth move. The whole thing's a meth move. I'm gonna get a fucking bomb. I'm gonna get a plane. I'm telling him I got a fucking bomb. I want some money. And I want some fucking parachutes. And I'm gonna get the money. And I'm just gonna parachute to safety. It sounds like a terrible idea.
You think so? I mean, I think for a second there, it can. Like, if the guy was sober, I think it's genius. I think he's a sober genius. You think he's just some meth head?
I think it's a meth head.
I think he studied the woods for like months.
No way. Because how are you gonna know you're going 10,000 feet above the earth? You're going 500 miles an hour, and you're gonna jump. So I want you to imagine that. So here it is. 500 miles an hour, and then you jump. Where are you gonna land? You're going 500 miles an hour. You have to fall 10,000 feet. Where the fuck are you gonna land? You have no idea where you're gonna land.
You should make a test. Be in charge of creating the SATs. It's like question number 8. Where the fuck are you gonna land?
Well, here's the thing. Back then, there was no GPS. Okay?
Yeah,
So back then, all you had is a compass. So even if you have a, how big's your map? Like
People were smarter back then.
trust me,
I feel like
dumb
people
shit.
had to like. I feel like one time, maybe not too far back, right? I feel like 70s, 60s, 50s, 40s, like people were forced to like learn maps, learn their directions,
That's
learn
true.
how to utilize a compass. Like people were better on their feet. You know what I mean?
That's true. They definitely knew more phone numbers. They definitely knew how to get around more without any sort of GPS. I'm addicted to GPS. That shit runs my life. If I want to go somewhere, I always put it in my phone.
Yeah,
I
'cause it
never
gives you like
learned.
traffic updates.
That too. Yeah, that's huge. Oh, detour. Fuck
Yeah.
you people.
Yeah.
You feel happy. Look, I can run the traffic.
Back in the day, you just had to like memorize routes, memorize which routes were busy at which times.
And you had to listen to AM radio for the traffic update. The traffic update brought to you by Costco.
Hey, who's that one guy that comes on? I don't know if he still does. Like, what's the story with him? He got like really rich, gives people financial advice. Is it Ramsey?
Dave Ramsey?
Dave Ramsey?
Yeah.
Do you know him?
No.
Oh, I thought you.
Back to DB Cooper. I think that
yeah.
dude was on meth. I think that's a total meth head plan.
Maybe.
I got a fucking bomb. He's got a bunch of red sticks with wires. I'm like, blow it up, bitch. You don't know how to. What is that? What's in that bag? I think he's pure meth head. That's what I think. A crazy wild dude.
They say Hitler was on meth too.
Yes. Yeah, most likely. He was definitely on oxycodone, and the actual Nazis were definitely on that, for sure.
They gave Nazis meth?
Oh, yeah, man. There's a great book. Is it out there? It's in the other one. It's called Blitzed by, how do you pronounce his name? Norman Bowler, right? Bowler. Norman Bowler. Great guest, too. He was amazing. But he wrote this book about all the meth they took during World War II. It's all about like the most meth.
Wait. So he was a Nazi that wrote a book?
No.
Oh,
he's a researcher.
I want to read a book by a Nazi.
Well, you'd have to read like Mein Kampf, and you have to read like a book cover on, so people don't think you're a psycho.
Well, I mean, we gotta know what they were thinking.
Right.
You know what I mean? People should read it.
That's the book. That book is great.
Blitz.
So they were all on meth.
That's Hitler just all fucked up off meth.
Well, Hitler was definitely on oxycodone. He was on a bunch of other shit, and he had a doctor. It's a really good book. You should read it. It's very interesting because it gives you a totally different insight into why they were behaving the way they behaved. Like the kamikazes, for instance. You know, they flew their planes right into the ships. They were on meth.
What?
Yeah, that's why they did it.
But like, what kind of meth? Like
crystal meth.
But like, okay, but like, how were they taking it in? Were they just like smoking the pipe and then hopping in the plane?
Good question. You can eat it. First of all, there was pills, and there were actually prescription pills that the government would give out in Germany. What's it called? Pervitin. So this Pervitin stuff was essentially an over-the-counter methamphetamine that you could buy. That's how many people were on meth.
I feel like a lot of the most popular drugs at one point or another are like over the counter medication or like
At one
prescribed,
point.
right?
Oh yeah,
Like
for
cough
sure.
syrup. Like everybody's doing promethazine. I mean, they still are or whatever, right? But then they have to like ban it.
Yep. Yeah, syrup. For every war and abused drug. What is this, Jeremy?
ISIS is on Adderall.
Captagon? Captagon sounds like a fake drug. That sounds like a drug in a movie.
Yeah.
The kids want Captagon.
Sounds like it was made by like the guy who made adamantium.
Right. So it was an early ADHD, a failed ADHD drug. It was banned almost globally in the 1980s, but a few Middle Eastern nations are still producing it. What does it do? A stimulant gives some sort of euphoria and a sense of purpose. Let's bring that shit back,
Euphoria
Pfizer.
and sense of
Stop
purpose.
trying to give me some fucking vaccines that I don't need, and how about hooking me up with a little euphoria
And sense
and a
of
little
purpose.
sense of purpose? Little yellow tablets seem to be fueling much of the mayhem in Syria, but illicit drug use is on the battlefield is new. Yeah, so the methamphetamine Pervitin was distributed to soldiers in preparation for the war. And what's interesting about that is they had different doses for different people. Like the dudes in the tank at the very front, they got the most meth.
Damn.
Of course. You're going to need it. You have the greatest job.
They're just like, because they would have to stick their heads out the top of the tank, wouldn't they? And then like,
Yeah.
they're just,
So there it is.
Fucking go right now.
Yeah.
Fucking turn around.
Shut him again. Don't. I mean, you imagine what it sounds like when a fucking tank cannon goes off. She says the U.S. military distributed an estimated 200 million amphetamine pills to soldiers during World War II, and Japanese kamikaze pilots in the Pacific used it in their final fateful missions.
Whoa, U.S. military. Our guys were on meth too?
Oh, yeah.
World War meth.
U.S. military distributed an estimated 200 million amphetamine pills to its soldiers during World War II. Yeah, well, look, if you have soldiers and they're in combat, you want them to live and succeed. You don't give a shit if they're taking steroids. Good. Give them all the steroids. Give them every fucking thing you can give them. Give them EPO if it helps their endurance. Give them steroids. Give them shit that makes them more aggressive. Give them things that make them more confident. Give them everything. Give them beta blockers. Give them whatever the fuck works. They're in combat. Like that's important. So if you got amphetamine, give that shit up, dog.
Do you think anybody was like stayed addicted or anything?
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, 100%.
Would it be cool if I went up to like a World War II veteran with like a pipe, like torching it?
I don't think they do it that way. I think they were taking pills.
You know, still like to party, old man.
Just crush some of them pills up, put it on a table, maybe you'll smart it.
I learned a lot when I'm here. I feel like a lot of your guests, like they have so much to like share with the world, but I just come here just ingest.
Well, I'm ingested too, dog. Child soldiers in Africa. Couldn't I say that word right? Child soldiers in Africa are commonly given a mixture called brown, which is cocaine and gunpowder.
Holy shit!
Whoa. This is ingested by inhaling it into the nostrils, a method that rapidly affects the user and it is conducive to addiction. What about the gunpowder makes it better?
Also, as you were saying, that's back to the Civil War, very used in alcohol.
Yeah, American Civil War soldiers were often given alcohol prior to battle as a form of liquid courage and as a means of steadying their nerves. Huh. Wow. Niall Ferguson concluded that World War I could not have been fought without alcohol. During World War II, amphetamines were used. Yeah, amphetamines are better. Like if you've got a choice between alcohol and amphetamines.
I was watching this dude, man, I forgot his name. He like gives these lectures on history. David? I don't know.
Dan Carlin? Yep.
Wait, on my phone?
Yeah, sure.
I feel like it's like school.
What was he doing lectures about?
I don't know. I was only watching him because I was like, I better brief up on something to talk about. Because last time I was here, I was, you know, I read the comments on the last time I was here, and people were like, this episode, this dude's not so cool. Like, he's not interesting. The last guy was better. That was a great episode, the last guy. So I'm like, all right, well, who's he, you know? And that dude was like out here, I think he was like a fighter pilot talking about aliens, like spilling, and I was like, why did y'all put me after that fucking guy? Like, he's not interesting. The last guy
Using the right lane, take right exit 14 toward Clifton Avenue.
Better. That was a great episode, the last guy. So I'm like, all right,
Turn right on Clifton Avenue.
who's he? You know? And that dude was like out here. I think he was like a fighter pilot talking about aliens, like spilling. And I was like, why?
In a quarter mile, take right exit 13 toward Orange Street using the right lane.
Why you don't put me after that fucking guy? Like, you know, on the way here, the driver was like, yeah, man. The other day we drove an Irish comedy writer. Ended up getting canceled, and this happened, and they took the shows off. There's all this controversy. You know, like now I gotta go up against this guy. Like that guy
Can't think about it that way. We're
That's
just
true.
hanging out. We're having fun. People like these shows as much as they like all the other shows sometimes. This is part of the show where I talk about AG1, which I've done for years, and usually I like to talk about routine. And don't get me wrong, because routine is super important. AG1 is exactly the kind of daily, easy routine that can help you feel healthy and help you get the nutrients that your body needs. But even if you love a routine, isn't it nice to switch it up a little? Well, here we go. After 15 years of the original, AG1 has introduced 3 new flavors: tropical, berry, and citrus. It's still daily, it's still a routine,
Take right exit 12B 12A onto Garden State Parkway South, then take left exit 12B.
but it's no longer one flavor fits all. And honestly, the best part is that's the only thing that's changed. Besides new flavors, we're
Using the left lane, take left exit 12B toward Parkway, then keep left onto Garden State Parkway South.
talking about the same sign.
In a quarter mile, keep left onto Garden State Parkway South using the left 5 lanes.
It's the same 75 plus ingredients and the same exact benefits. I partnered with AG1 for so long because they're committed to constantly improving. And now that includes offering 3 new flavors. Subscribe today and choose tropical, citrus, berry,
Keep left onto Garden State Parkway South.
or the classic original variety. If you use my link, you'll also get a free bottle of AG D3K2 and
In 2 mile, take right exit 143C toward New Jersey 124 Irvington.
AG1 welcome kit and 5 AG1 travel packs with your first subscription. Just go to drinkag1.com/Joe Rogan or head to the link in the description to get started with AG1 and try the new flavors yourself. That's drinkag1.com/Joe Rogan.
Look, this guy's name is Dr. Roy
You know?
Casagrande.
Okay. And what is this deal?
So I was watching this video where he explains like what led to World War II,
Oh, interesting.
but he spends like 45 minutes talking about the hundreds of years before World War One even, and how that kind of came to play. So first he explains how World War One came to play, because to understand why World War Two happened, you got to understand
Right.
what caused World War One. And I forgot where I was going with this.
Just history of war.
Oh yeah. No, so everything I listened to it. I had to listen to it like 3 times because I kept getting distracted and stuff. But it sounds so like sophisticated, and it makes sense if you listen to it all. I'm like, okay, I get why World War One happened. But then finding out that everybody was just like drunk and on meth the whole time, just sounds like just such a broy idea to go to war. Like it's all this sophistication behind it. But then at the end, they were just like, fuck, let's just get fucked up while we're out there.
Well, all those old time English gentlemen, they all wanted to go to war. It was like you wanted to prove your courage in battle. You know, it was a broy thing. It was almost like a frat boy thing.
But everybody wanted to conquer land back then, right? And just rule empires and shit.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like we should go back to that.
What are you talking about?
I feel like stuff is too leisurely now. It's too comfortable.
That's true. But we need to teach people that leisurely is not good for you. You don't need artificial. You don't need the kind of conflict that's going
In a half mile, take right exit 143C toward New Jersey 124 Irvington using the right lane.
to ruin cities and kill people. And don't go back to that. That's stupid. We just need to understand how to manage the human body.
What do you mean?
Manage the body. Manage your brain and your body. That's
Are you saying everybody should work out to just eat
That's
healthier?
the most minor interpretation of it. But we need to figure out a way to keep people from being aggressive and to keep people from being greedy and keep people from stealing resources.
Take right exit 143C toward New Jersey 124 Irvington.
We need to curb some of the worst aspects of human nature. And I think the only way to do that is mushrooms.
Just ahead, turn left on Madison Avenue using the left lane.
Everybody has like mandatory
Mandatory
mushrooms.
mushrooms.
Mandatory mushrooms.
Yeah, if I become president,
Turn left on Madison Avenue.
mandatory mushrooms. Well, mushroom day. And afterwards, everybody's just going to hug it out. Go, wow, I don't know what I was thinking, man. I'm sorry.
It's like an adult vaccine. Yeah.
A vaccine for human stupidity. But I mean, that's our problem, is that we're managing human behavior, right? We're managing, we want to steal resources from this country because they got all the natural gas and this country's got all the minerals. We're trying to make some sort of a side deal with the rebels to overthrow the government. That's what most of the problems in the world. It's people being cunts.
Hold on, before I forget this.
What do you got?
You said two things. Earlier, you said that was the most minor interpretation,
Yes.
and then right now you said pure stupidity,
Human stupidity.
the cure for human stupidity. Is that what
Yeah.
you said? Cure for human stupidity.
Yeah.
Minor interpretation, the most minor interpretation. That should be the title of my next special. And cure for human stupidity should be the title for your next special.
There's no cure, but we need to guide a larger percentage of people in the right direction.
Turn left on Marshall Street.
And that, like, worldwide, that would be the only way we can save this. Morning. Picking up at 20. Thank you.
I don't know if it's real. I saw this video. I don't know when it was shot or how recent or not recent. Because all I'm watching is just Instagram reels, right? So it's a minute.
Turn left to stay on Marshall Street, then turn left.
That's at the longest. It's like a minute long. So this could be a minute from some movie, 2002.
Okay.
Or it could have been recorded. But there's a video supposedly that they said the Godfather of AI warned people about the dangers of AI. But I'm like, why? Like, if that's real, if whoever it was,
Turn left to stay on Marshall Street, then pick up Joshny.
like behind AI, whatever team it was, is like, hey, but be careful with this. It's like, why'd you make it then? Like, I feel like they just did it to jerk themselves off, like a real Oppenheimer thing, where it's like, now I become death destroyer of the world. Right. It's like, why'd you do it then? You know what I mean?
Well, it's the same kind of thing that you have to do it, because if you don't do it, your enemy's going to do it. If your enemy's
Pick up Joshny.
the whole world's very different. The idea is that if America does it, America, we kind of suck in some ways. We suck with some of the things we do with other countries. We suck with some of the ways we spend our taxes, but we're the best out there. We're the best option right now. It's the best way to run the world. It's the best way to behave in terms of like your freedoms, having as much freedom as possible. No countries have this combination of freedom of speech, First Amendment, Second Amendment. There's a lot of rights that we have in this country that are just different than the whole rest of the world. I think it's the best way to do it. And we like to think of ourselves as being the most benevolent of all the superpowers. We're the best ones. The other ones are evil. They're communists. They're run by dictators. We're trying, like, that's why we're afraid of Trump being a dictator.
Good
we don't
morning.
want any dictators in this country. So if we develop AI first, we won. That's good. Just
Say it again.
Head to your drop-off at Newark Beth Israel Medical Center.
off. We're done here. We don't want to do this anymore. So that's good. Now, Germany developed the atomic bomb first and nuked Britain and nuked America and just went on a nuking spree before we. Please use your seatbelt for your safety. It never developed. You see, imagine how different the world.
You're one of those videos, the AI videos of like two celebrities making out of like Elon Musk kissing like Brad Pitt or Trump. I feel like we had to make a couple of those and then someone was like, all right, I'm back.
Turn right to stay on Marshall Street, then turn left on North Maple Avenue.
Cup.
We did that.
Yeah. Do you know how many times they blew up atomic bombs for Tesla after that? I'm learning more and more about that. I'm reading this new book right now by this guy Richard Dolan. He's a UFO researcher, and he's talking about one of the things that they were doing was they were doing altitude detonations. So they were detonating these nuclear bombs 150 miles above Earth. They did a bunch of them.
Turn left on North Maple Avenue.
They did it like a bunch of times. And
That wasn't his fan yet.
they didn't even know. They were just experimenting and testing. There's a bunch of shit they did that is so wild. You know, like John Wayne did a movie in the Nevada desert near where the test sites were, where they blew up.
Using the right 2 lanes, make a slight right turn on Maple Avenue.
Like, I don't know how many hundreds of fucking they blew up tons of nuclear bombs.
And then John Wayne just went out there.
The whole cast got cancer.
The whole cast?
The whole cast got cancer. John Wayne died of cancer. Like a giant percentage of the people that worked on the show got cancer. She didn't find that those results.
Imagine being on the team, like sending the news into the air, and you just kind of see like the cloud stay in the air. Like, I wonder who's the first guy to be like,
They didn't even
In a quarter mile, turn left on 9th Avenue.
understand it. And no one had been subject to large scale radiation. It was a new thing. Especially from detonation.
You all right?
There was no meltdowns yet. There was no 3 Mile Island.
You're not gonna be sick, are you?
1980 article in People magazine reported that out of the 220 cast and crew members, 91
Are you okay? Do you need me to pull over?
with 46 deaths.
Sure.
The film being dubbed an RKO radioactive
Wait. Let me pull over, and you can do it the right way. Yes.
Has been a point of discussion.
Yes, absolutely.
But yeah, the
All right,
amount
come on.
of bombs that they detonated is
I meant for you to use the door, but okay.
Oh, it's a piece of shit.
is that movie rated on Rotten Tomatoes?
It has to be.
Okay, wait.
So bad. It's John Wayne.
Let me use the door.
Yeah, use the door.
Which is the craziest thing of all time. It was the ultimate whitewashing.
He's doing Mongolian face.
And he talks like this. Percent arriving.
Hell yeah.
That guy before John Wayne. I know you got a chance to be worse.
Hell yeah.
And look how hot she is.
Okay.
She's like completely European. Look at this girlfriend. Like, play some of this. This is so stupid. Yeah. Oh, of course. Look how hot she is. Ooh.
She's on the press.
And he just took her clothes off. Look how bad this is. Shit. Bro.
Turn left on 9th Avenue.
I mean, this is the dumbest movie ever to keep John Wayne cancer. Yeah, it's so bad. Like, how bad is that movie?
Women always talk about how, like, like I was reading this article that they were trying to trash F1. And yeah, they were like, oh, another movie where the only woman is working, because, like, the girl, she's like the first, what is she, like, team director or something for an F1 team, like, first woman. Like, if she doesn't, like, she doesn't level up into a Brad Pitt, unlocks her potential, like, oh, like, we need a man for that. But it's like, bro, women have the best role in movies. I mean, yeah, she got hit pretty hard. But if you think about it, this is a movie about, like, oh, Genghis Khan conquering so much. But the best thing he conquered was the woman. Like, really? You know what I mean? Like, the woman's always, like, the main prize.
Well, throughout history, that's always yeah, for sure. That was much more for a lot of
I feel like a lot of war could have been prevented if, like, porn had just came around way sooner.
So why are they going to war for resources? You see, all of this is like
Good. You need me to pull over?
When they do the studies of the amount of people right now currently that are celibate, that are not having any sex at all, and not by their own decision, not by their choice, I think they're higher now than they've been. They just know they're unfuckable. Nobody wants to fuck them. That's like a real problem. A bunch of people just sitting at home and watching TV all day and working DoorDash. I think you gotta like get your time work. I think so. This could be good for like that. You know, it's just relationship. Well, don't be just jerking off all day. That's crazy. I actually want to write a self-help book, but I like. I feel like probably a lot, but I think there's like
Probably in the back seat.
yeah, I think it's like being like Apache, like Cherokee. It's like oh yeah, I'm like 180. I'm on it. I'm autistic. Yeah, I'm kind of like yeah, like so. I think if you come up with the spectrum, that's like you know, yeah, like you see people with like full blown the struggles they have to go through. Yeah, somebody has to
Found it?
yeah, or like whatever, but you can't like you can't just like wake up, play video games, go do stuff on your own, and then like use autism as an excuse for other stuff. Alright, shake that guy's hand.
Where am I dropping you? Main entrance or emergency?
I feel like a lot of maybe it's because the way I grew up, I tried to use autism as an excuse to get out of it. I think I just got smacked in the back of the head. I think I had to go to smack the autism in that. But 1-8. Why you say unfortunately? Maybe it helped with that. Like me, man. I think Jamie's autistic. How does he? Maybe not autistic. He just knows how your brain works. How does he know to highlight the exact same information? What's the difference between what's the difference between what's the difference between Asperger's? Like they're kind of interchangeable, right? Are they both like communication type? A lot of times people say the spectrum. They call it the spectrum. Spectrum can be anything. You can be like you got touch, just a touch autism, you know, or you can be like full blown key characters. All right.
Right, it's good.
Autism, significant delays in language, maybe non-verbal or written speech. Asperger's, typically no language delay.
Thank you.
You're welcome, dear. Feel better.
Autism varies widely from intellectual disability to above average intelligence. And then Asperger's usually average to above average intelligence. Autism, social interaction difficulties, they show less interest in engagement. In Asperger's, desires social interaction but struggles with social cues and nonverbal communication. So it seems like Asperger's is like the upgraded autism. It's like autism is too risky.
Using the right lane, turn right on Lions Avenue.
You know, get a kid who's nonverbal, but go with Asperger's, like everybody wants autism. Sure. It's like yeah, if they do, yeah, if they do, yeah, if they do.
I think people use autism as like, oh, I'm average and actually high function.
question.
Like,
But if this might not have to take insulin. Do you take insulin right now? Yeah, you might not have to take insulin. You might be able to fix it.
how do I get this?
Let's see what it says. What is it?
In a quarter-mile, turn right on Nye Avenue.
It says world's first stem cell therapy reverses diabetes. So where was it from? Where did it happen? Groundbreaking title at Peking University. They took cells from 3 people with type 1 diabetes and reverted them to pluripotent state, meaning they could develop into any type of cell. This technique, originally developed by Shinya Yamanaka at Kyoto University nearly 20 years ago, was modified by Deng's team to use small molecules instead of proteins, allowing for better control. They used these chemically reprogrammed stem cells to create 3D clusters of insulin-producing isolates, which were tested for
Turn right on Nye Avenue.
safety in animals. In June of 2023, the team transplanted about 1.5 million isolates into a woman's abdominal muscles, a new approach as most isolate transplants are done in the liver. By placing the cells in the abdomen, they can monitor them with MRI and remove them if necessary. The operation took less than
In a quarter-mile, turn right on Seymour Avenue.
30 minutes. 2.5 months after a transplant, the woman with type 1 diabetes started producing enough insulin on her own, and she has continued to do so for over a year. How about that? Her blood sugar levels are stable 98% of the time, eliminating dangerous spikes and drops. That's crazy. But
This is in China.
yeah.
Turn right on Seymour Avenue. Then turn right on Rock Avenue.
Badass.
Yeah.
What if I met this doctor? Alright, I'll do the operation. Like, say my name correctly.
Turn right on Rock Avenue. Then pick up I on the right.
Oh yeah.
Practice. I would say practice it if you want to not have diabetes.
What kind of question is that? Shinya.
They might be able to hook you up. All right. What do you think?
How do you even start that process? You just go to China?
Yeah, you got to go to China right now. Get out of here.
Pick up I on the right.
I get on a plane.
I gotta finish this press too. I'll cure diabetes after.
I bet it's gonna be mainstream within a few years. If that worked and that's reproducible,
Dude, I want to go to China now for real. Like,
it'll probably be in America too. Yeah, because what they're saying, the way they're laying it out, sounds like it's pretty wrong. And that thing that was a published paper?
I guess I should probably wait until they do like 10 more patients, right? It's like PS5, like you want to let the first round go out first with the bugs and stuff.
Nah, fuck it. I would go right in there. Let's go. Let's see. See if you can fix me.
Yeah?
Yeah, you
don't
just deal
jump
with
right
shooting insulin all the time. It's annoying. How often do you have to do it?
Before a meal. I usually eat about 3 times a day.
Oh, so you have to give yourself 3 injections a day. That's annoying.
Yeah.
And since you were 6, you've been doing that?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. I'm a little tired of it.
Does it? Yeah. This might be it, man. This might be able to fix you.
What if I miss the shots though? Like, oh, they did a trial with those people.
Demonstrated engraftment with glucose responsive endogenous. Like, can I say endogenous? Like, how did I not read that correctly? Endogenous C peptide production, which is durable through 1 year of follow up. Wow. That means a year of follow up was still working. Had a reduction in exogenous insulin use, meaning reduction in daily insulin use by 92%. So they still had to take a little bit of insulin sometimes. So I bet this is something that you could probably do more than one time. Yeah. So for
Coming down.
full dose, and then you have a complete reduction in insulin reduction. So it says 83% of them no longer required insulin at month 12. That's nuts. 83% of all the people they tested didn't require insulin a year later. That's amazing. You got to get in on that, dog.
Yeah, but like, I don't even know who to talk to.
We'll find out. We'll ask afterwards. For real, you should probably find out. Like, maybe there's another trial they're doing.
For real too.
Yeah, I would get involved in that trial. That seems like totally reasonable.
Yeah.
Unless I would, well, I talk to the scientists first.
I don't
I'd
know.
like to talk to some people that are concerned about things.
Yeah, you always talk to the person who's like against the plan.
Yeah, there's always some side effect that you don't take into consideration. Like, oh, well, if you do that, here's the problem. It also does this. Like, oh, no.
I don't. Yeah.
I don't know.
Maybe but what if I don't even like? What if I suck after I'm here?
What are you talking about?
Like, what if you just
What are you
change
saying?
me?
What are you saying?
Oh, what if I just don't know how to act afterwards? You know? Hey, honestly,
Long-term side effects of Remicade.
Quarter panels, he bought roof panels, wood, all that jazz.
Yo, Ferrari doesn't like that shit, though,
They
right?
hate it. Fuck them. He fabricated the entire frame. He built the frame.
Fuck
He built
them.
the interior roll cage. He made it dope as fuck, man. He made it like, and he's in the middle of this project. This project is probably gonna. That's not. That's a very cool car too, though. So he got an engine from an even more powerful Ferrari. So he got a great engine that he installed into this thing. So he gonna Scuderia. This is like he's just talking about different projects he did. That was his original M5. Which is like,
In a quarter mile, make a sharp left turn on Old Turnpike Road.
so look, fabricated this entire frame. They did all this, and they like he meticulously measured and matched, and then TIG welded all this stuff together. And this is what he's putting together. He's making this car. So it's going to be like his version of a Ferrari
Make a sharp left turn on Old Turnpike Road.
F40. But it's pretty sick. It's going to cost him fucking shitloads of money.
That's so sick, though.
Oh yeah, like he's pretty far ahead past this now. That's what it's going to look like ultimately in the end. Which is going to be nuts.
Gas Monkey did that too, and I think the story with that was like Ferrari did everything they could to try to stop them from getting parts.
Oh
or
yeah.
something like that.
I think he got all the parts before they knew what was going on.
Now for the next guy who wants to do one of
In a quarter mile, turn right.
these Ferraris, going to be like,
Oh yeah.
if anybody's ordering a bunch of parts like crazy, they're probably going to be like, hold on, this is suspicious.
If Ferrari catches you repainting your car like a crazy color, you're fucked. They'll sue you.
Yeah,
Yeah, they go crazy. Didn't they go after that designer? What is his name? Philip Plein? Is that his name? He had like a green Ferrari, like a crazy metallic green. He must have either put a wrap on it or changed the paint. But he was doing all this promo stuff. They sued him.
well,
Yeah, that's the car. Ferrari wins legal case against designer Philip Plein use of supercars, but he says it's not over. Like, look at the car.
I mean, he bought it from Ferrari
Yeah,
and must have signed something, right? That's like,
I
I agree
guess.
not to.
Look at this. It said he's been ordered to pay Ferrari $352,000 in compensation to the Italian car manufacturer. The case relates to a spring 2018 runway show that Plein held in Milan in June of 2017 during some featured a host of exotics, including Ferraris, Lamborghinis, and McLarens. They took issue with social media posting photos of his fashion collection with Ferraris. Plein was unlawfully attached to its trademarks to promote.
You need to update your profile picture with your new beard.
That's your drop off.
It's not on there?
brand.
No, it's just a
And added that
fresh
Plein's
face.
post
Unless I was
tarnished
looking
the
at the wrong
reputation
one.
of Ferrari.
Quite possibly, because I just updated it maybe about 4 hours ago.
Oh, well, it could have also not, like, kind of cascaded down.
That's crazy.
Yeah, and I've been wearing this beard for the last maybe 22 years.
No, you're Danny, right?
I am.
Okay, yeah. It's, oh, you know what's funny? Your grading covers up your face. You bought it. That's it.
Then turn right on Concord Road.
It's not your fault.
You have to pay them for the attorney.
Yeah, ordered to remove any images from his website.
How are you today, ma'am?
Platforms that show
Okay.
any Ferrari
Awesome.
model. Moreover, the court said that Plein
Okay,
Turn right on
just
Concord Road. Then turn left on
put
Madison
this
Avenue.
onto my GPS. Uber's GPS has been acting kooky
refuses
the past
to
couple of
post
months.
depicting a Ferrari or
That sounds
shares a
helpful.
new one.
Yeah,
He will have to pay a fee
it
of
routes itself along the route at least 12 times.
euros for each
Yeah,
image
yeah,
or video.
and that's just for a short ride.
That's crazy.
Long rides, they just conk out.
He went to Instagram and promptly shared an image of his bright green 812 Superfast.
Turn left on Madison Avenue.
That seems crazy. That all he did was show his stuff with Ferrari.
Turn left on Madison Avenue.
What about rappers? Can they not use a Ferrari if they're doing a music video? Like if you're a rapper and you bought a dope car and you want to have your dope car in your music video, does Ferrari fucking sue you?
Yeah, I'm trying to think back now. Have I even seen, like, how many Ferraris have I seen?
You always see like cars, especially old ones. Go back to like old rap videos. We got in trouble too, right? Because he had a rap watches. They sued him as well, right?
I gotta find you a Ferrari, but not from Ferrari. Like I gotta find
Right, this is happening. I was trying to get a hold of Sergeant Donaldson.
So that's what
Yeah, absolutely. It is going to be on Saturday. Path 262 is going to come do a bond tour at Walmart there in South Park. And I just wanted to, I tried to email him again, and I got a bounce back. He said the weird thing again. I think I talked to you about it last time. But yeah, so I just wanted to just double check, make sure everything was good for 10:30 on Saturday. We don't have a final count, but I'm keeping it under the 25.
fashion designer was not only taking pictures of scantily clad women washing the Ferrari, he had also been known to employ the likes of Chris Brown and Takeshi 6ix9ine in his fashion shows. Two men in the history of the perpetrator committing sexual assault and other unsavory acts.
Okay, that's not 100% good. Chris Brown committed sexual assault. I thought it was just domestic violence. Yeah.
They want to show up and be like, surprise, we're going to
Right on Geraldo Farms.
I don't know what happened with Takeshi 6ix9ine.
724-992-1426.
So what about the Miami Vice? Was it
That'd be hilarious if the artist was like, yeah, he's associated with the snitch.
You know what's crazy? It's like
It's Path, one of the little guys. Path 262.
Miami Vice with a Corvette based in Tony Kidd was used. Once Ferrari got wind, it took action. Interesting. But it says Ferrari was so much more fun in the 1980s, and instead of just asking the producers of the show to take badges off or stop using the vehicle, they asked for the Daytona to be blown up on screen. The moment ended being one of the most pivotal moments in the series.
Yeah, absolutely. And I've kind of gone around the next couple days.
The show a real
So,
Ferrari
did I leave my email address? Maybe you can email me. It won't get bounced back.
Yeah,
I'm
Miami
like,
Vice
am I
was
spelling it?
well.
What am I doing? It's A.A. Martin Designs. A.A.M.A.R.
This Ferrari was cool back then.
I don't know about that Ferrari. The intro was like, no, Ferrari was white, like Don Johnson.
You're going to keep just going all the way, do that U, just follow that.
Okay.
Yes. And if you just want to shoot me, like, hey, we're all good, I thought we're good. I just wanted to double check with everybody.
I mean, I'm sure it's
Are you
fine.
sure? Where's the email? My text.
For some people,
I think you got it, but I just wanted to double check.
for me, it was always
Okay, cool. Thank you so much. I appreciate your time.
Porsches. The turbo, the fat ass.
Oh, yeah.
I feel like Google 1985.
Yeah, they really bury it all the way back here.
Very nice.
You've never been back here.
Never ever.
Can't say that anymore, can you?
Nah.
I
I like the size though.
Well, we're like 2 floors on this side, so don't. I mean, we are all over the world, but this was Abby. You know, like you see the commercials for the medicine and stuff. Actually, no. If you haven't ever noticed it, next time you see like a drug commercial, they'll say Abby at the end, and now you'll never want to hear it.
Abby.
Abby, ABBIV or something like that. Whatever it is. But anyway, they own everything, and then we're just like a little tucked away in the corner.
Okay.
Drop off that. That's weird. Alright, cool.
They're cool. And
Oh, rain.
again, that car you'll feel everything.
On that side.
So it's just over. Even if you're not driving fast, like my Tesla's fun, but one of the reasons why it's fun is it's silent. It's just gone. The light turns green, it's gone.
That's your pickup at Convent NJ Transit train station.
It just picks up. But you have more fun in a light car like that going slower. You don't even have to speed. Like you just not sued owners solely for changing the paint color or applying a wrap. However, Ferrari has taken legal action against owners who have significantly altered the car's appearance, especially when it involves modifying or replacing the Ferrari logo or when the car is used in ways that damage the brand's reputation. So that's what Ferrari was saying.
I don't know how many times. I mean, there's only been a couple times. I won't say. I've seen cars Ferrari that have been modified, and the logo is a giant bone. Where have you seen that? I can't tell you now. Why can't you tell me? I want them to get sued, man.
All right, but yeah, it's kind of stupid though that a car company can think that it can stop you from altering things. Because like, think about like the GTRs that we're talking about. Like a big part of the whole community and the culture is the altering of those cars.
Yeah,
A big part is the modifier.
yeah. I think that's part of what got them so popular.
Yeah.
They were so easy.
Yeah, it's a big part of it. And the same thing with Porsches. There's so many outlaw Porsches out there. Where people take Porsches and change all kinds of things on them. Like the gentleman, what is his name again? That does the
Make a slight right turn.
raw weld Porsches.
I don't know the name. Those were Sam.
Yeah, that guy's fascinating. Because he does everything by hand.
Yeah.
He makes all those wide body Porsches by hand. Like
It was like a wait list, right?
oh yeah.
Make a slight right turn.
Yeah. He just comes to your shop and travel, fucking cartons of cigarettes. He drinks Coca-Cola, just fucking carves it up, and
I like his style.
they're dope.
It's very like grandma style.
Yeah,
I feel like that's shit that my grandma would do.
flip flops. He's just out there smoking cigarettes and working on the car. But that style, that wide body style, is like very controversial. Some people think it's gross. Like, what have you done?
Make a slight right turn.
Porsche cut up one of the great pieces of engineering and design and turned it into this fat hooker.
That's something that I like didn't. That's one thing that kept me from liking Porsche for so long. Was that like Porsche owners were very
Make a quarter-mile turn right on Geralda Farms.
stuff like that.
Yeah. Well, Porsche less Porsche than Ferrari. Like for Ferrari, it's like
It looks sick.
giant tires.
I love that. I would if I owned a Porsche, I would call it.
First, the last of the airport cars.
Hey, Luis, we got a call
Is
to
that
do
a
real
997?
nice.
That actually might be a 997. I think that is a 997. So that's a one.
Turn right on Geralda Farms.
That must be. What is this thing? Yeah, so that guy's got a one. They do a lot of LS swaps in those cars too.
Hey, I think
Probably
those
Twitter if I post those LS swaps.
they put those motors into like needles sometimes too, right?
Yeah.
The old ones.
Yeah.
What a shame.
You can put an LS in anything. It's a good engine.
Well, I'm
Make a quarter-mile turn left on Madison Avenue.
talking about the Porsche.
Oh,
I think they fit.
oh, they definitely do that.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. A lot of people do that. Yeah. They put them in VW buses.
That makes Porsche.
The Porsche people are just more chill about that stuff. They're not gonna sue. The Ferrari thing is weird because I think that's the only company that does that. That goes after people for doing stuff to their vehicles.
That'd be hilarious if like Ford or shit started doing that. It's like, you can't change your Ford Fiesta like that.
Turn left on Madison Avenue.
Regardless of what you think about it, artificial intelligence is efficient. In just seconds, you've got data that used to take weeks to gather. But this also means that AI is making things easier for data brokers, tracking and monitoring your every move when you go online. But there's a way to stop your information from being recorded, and that's with ExpressVPN, an app that hides your IP address and reroutes 100% of your online daily activity through secure encrypted servers. This keeps data brokers from tracking your information, therefore protecting your data from invasive advertisers, scammers, and even criminals. ExpressVPN protects same level of encryption used by the U.S. government and security experts worldwide. Plus, it's fast, it's easy to use, and it works on all your devices. It's trusted by millions of users and is the #1 ranked VPN by experts at CNET and The Verge. Right now, you can get 4 extra months free if you tap the banner or go to expressvpn.com/Rogan. That's expressvpn.com/Rogan. And if you're watching on YouTube, get your 4 free months by scanning the QR code on screen or by clicking the link in the description. This episode is brought to you by Tecovas. When leaves start changing, that means it's moving season. Find your perfect pair with Tecovas. Tecovas crafts quality Western boots for everyone, from generational ranchers and lifelong cowboys to first-time home buyers. Tecovas boots are handcrafted with over 200 meticulous steps for broken-in comfort right out of the box. And with football season starting, check out their latest colors. You might find the perfect pair for game days. Beyond boots, Tecovas offers a wide selection of men's and women's apparel, bags, and fine leather goods. And their in-store experience is unparalleled with expert staff, complimentary beverages, and customizations. Right now, get 10% off at tecovas.com/Rogan. You sign up for email and text. That's
In a quarter mile, turn right on Combat Road.
10% off at tecovas.com/Rogan. See site for details. Tecovas, point your toes west. Bro, talk about lawsuits. I mean, how many people have altered
Turn right on Convent Road.
Mustangs? You know, come on.
I like the Mustangs. I feel kind of bad that they got that reputation for always hitting people at car meets and stuff, sliding out of control.
Do they?
Just ahead, turn left.
I think it's a Ford thing, though.
What do you mean?
Like, so like on memes and stuff, you know, it must like when they do little burnouts or when they just do a little
Turn left. Then pick up Alex.
fishtail, they end up going out of control and like hitting people on curbs. So that's the driver, bro. They get made fun of a lot. They're like, oh, it's always in a Mustang. But I think it's a Ford thing. I think Ford, a lot of
Pick up Alex.
their cars have delays.
No.
Yeah.
No. That's not what that's about.
But I think
That's
yeah,
about
it's a
people who
driver.
don't know how to
For sure,
drive.
it's a driver thing. But I think it's partly because they're not used to the delay.
Good morning, ma'am. How are you?
And I might be wrong.
Well, thank you.
I have a new Mustang. Alright, but I'm a super.
Okay, so I don't know.
Head to your drop off at 325 Columbia Turnpike.
How new is it? Like brand new?
Brand
Alright, so I don't know about brand new, but maybe still. Get in your Mustang and explore it and count how long it takes before it like takes off. Or just try to time it. It might be like half a second, might be a second. And count how long it takes for the like when you let off the throttle, how long like try to feel it, how long it takes for it to actually
Just ahead, turn right on Old Turnpike Road.
takes the motor to stop receiving the gas. Like it's like about a half a second or a second longer than most cars.
What?
I swear to God.
Find out if that's the thing.
Delay.
I've never heard of that before.
Yeah. Or
Especially
even
like
in a truck. I was driving a F-150. It has a 5.0 single cab. Those things are fucking sick. They're like the
Turn right on Old Turnpike Road.
best trucks out there right now.
delay after flood. This is an F-150, 5 liter. When I punch it, there seems to be about a 2-second or less delay on the initial pickup. That's something. Yeah.
So I don't know if it's only the truck or
See
if
those
it's
that
more.
Mustang.
Try it out. I'm
Mine
gathering data
has
right
no delay.
now. So I was thinking maybe that's why some people slide out of control because they're not used to the delay. Because like in my truck, I don't have that truck anymore, but
Just ahead, make a sharp right turn on Punch Bowl Road.
I'd have to kind of count for like, all right, I'm gonna floor it, and then, but also when I take my foot off, like I need to take it off a little earlier than I normally would. Depending on
Make a sharp right turn on Punch Bowl Road.
I feel like that car was not too good. I feel like
you could probably fix it with a tune, but that's how they come out the package.
not mine, man. I have a
Let's put it to
Raptor
the
too.
test.
I have a Raptor, and I also have a Mustang. Neither one of them has any problems like that.
Right, compare it to your other cars. Pull up the GTR, pull up the Tesla.
The Tesla's very different. It's no gears. It's
Even the GTR has a delay.
It's turbocharged. It's different thing. Okay, the Mustang's a 5. It's the kind of
Every car reacts a little different. Like
yeah. You're just hanging on to this reaction time.
I don't know, man. I don't know.
I'm thinking there about delay in the throttle. Mustang one person.
I'm collecting data. I'm trying to hit all those things. I'm trying to collect
I
data.
don't think you're collecting data. I think you're talking about anecdotal experiences from cars that weren't too big.
I want you to throw that Mustang, and then tell me what the time was.
Mine's a norm, not a norm. This is Shelby. So Shelby, North America, they take a regular.
I still want the data. I want you to throw it and give me the data. Give me the in that. What is it?
Use a quarter-mile turn left on Clark Avenue.
Tracking. They track everything for you. It's like an app.
Oh, okay.
You put this little thing in your cup.
Turn left on Clark Avenue.
Yeah, but these are older ones. They probably have too. They probably have bad fuel injection. Something's wrong. Yeah.
I'm just trying to collect. Just like you do, you have all these experts come on.
You keep saying that like you're a scientist.
Not a scientist.
I love that you're doing that car channel though. That's pretty cool. I love cars, man. I love watching people fix them and work on them and modify.
Oh, it's so fun.
I mean, it might be like 20% of the content that I watch. Like car stuff. I just love it. I love when people are really passionate.
Whenever I get interested in something, I like to really dig into it and learn about it. It's just so rare when I find something genuinely interesting. Yeah. But that's the problem. Now I'm just hyper focused on this, and I haven't written a new joke in how long.
Do you sit down, right, or do you try to like let ideas come to you?
I mean, like both. I try to let ideas come to me, so I don't force something. But once I have the idea, right now,
Turn right on Columbia Turnpike.
and I roll. Last night and the night before, because I'm like, bro, I have to write something down, squeeze something out. But lately, like jokes are really fun. And it's working for the most part. Things that you
Turn right on Columbia Turnpike.
have ideas and like sketch them out on stage.
So you're trying to work on new material.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's a great way to work on new material.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it feels more like a conversation with the crowd sometimes. Sometimes I'll just straight up tell the crowd, like, yo, you guys want to talk about, I'm out of ideas. And it might turn into a lot of crowd work, which is also fun too. At least for me, I know some people don't like it. But I don't know. I'm in a weird place creatively. I feel like anything I try to think of is just not going to be fun.
Have you been working too much?
Maybe. That might be.
Are you nonstop, or do you take weeks off every now and then?
I've been pretty nonstop up until now.
I was nonstop for a long time, and then I decided to stop. I never. The only other time I did that was on surgery on my knee. I took 2 weeks off. Last stage of crutches after that, and then did do stuff for a long time. But I found out that when I took a month off, like I had a chance to actually think about what's interesting to me instead of just doing jokes that I thought worked. You know, so I had no pressure to do a show. I didn't have any show scheduled. Just like let me think about what's interesting to me. Let me think about what's bothering me. Let me think about what's exciting to me. Let me think about what's possible. Think about things I'm interested in. Just start writing down subjects. So for a full month, I didn't do anything. I just collected ideas. And I didn't think of it in terms of like I'm under the gun. I have to get
In a quarter mile, make a slight right turn.
X amount of ideas. I just thought about it like every day. I'm going to spend just a certain amount of time either in front of the computer or looking at my phone, just working on ideas, just finding shit that's interesting. And then I had a folder then I'd put all these ideas in.
Make a slight right turn.
And then I'd sit down and look these over like, no, maybe that. And then I'll write this.
Turn left. Then drop off Alex on the right.
Just write down.
Was that it over there?
Yeah, this is
Talking about it.
I'm trying to
And then go back to the next day and expand on it. Maybe start with what would life be like? What would life, what would life be like if no one ever invested any time to figure out and then you just go on a rant, write things down, and then I write in essay form. So I'm trying to write like in short form. I write about a subject. What is about the subject that's interesting? Look at a bunch of different angles. And then usually when I do that, there's like a
Drop off Alex on the right.
thing in there that's fun.
Where's your entry point, dude?
This is perfect.
Is that? Can you get through there?
Yeah, I
So
can get
instead
through
of
Okay.
just like always thinking about like what can I talk about on stage, what are the jokes, think about like what interests you. And if you feel like
Okay,
you're
man.
burnt out,
Thank you.
You're welcome,
you
dear.
have
Have
some
a great
show
day.
scheduled nonstop
Thank
from
you,
now
man.
on.
Nah. Oh, my next tour starts in September, and some people are kind of upset with me because it's like a 7-8 show tour over like 4 months.
Why are they upset?
Because they're like, hey, it's not a tour, it's like a pit stop. Yeah, and then like, well, like, why did you come to this city? Like, why is it like these 7 cities? So I feel like I'm barely getting to that point where I can finally. Not that I'm like, oh, okay, finally I'm here at this point. I feel like it's like one step at a time. We're like, all right, I can care a little bit less now about this. And I'm like, time, I can care a little bit less about that. But it's still tough. Also, don't I think that one of the toxic things that it could be like a double-edged sword is like how much people let you do and help you do things. Like if I told my manager right now that I wanted to write a play, like the man is gonna help me write a play. I don't know how to write a play. Like I shouldn't be writing plays. I feel like that's bad. It's how much people let me do things. I think sometime this week, maybe next week, as part of the press tour, I'm going on some Spanish shows. My Spanish is not that great. Like I should not be allowed to be on Spanish TV.
How bad is it?
It's like if you're if your first language is Spanish and you hear mine, you're just like that guy learned this later on. Like he learned it as a kid maybe, but it's not great.
Right.
It's like I can have a conversation, I can communicate with whoever, but it's not good enough to be on TV.
Right.
And I think it's crazy that there's not even like a check. Like there's no test. Like I thought at some point they'd interview me and just be like, this means you gotta say this, say that. Like no, they're just like,
Well, they're
yeah,
trusting you. You say you can speak Spanish.
that's crazy to trust me. Because it only backfire. I mean, yeah, it could backfire on my agent, my manager, whatever. Like, hey, you talk to me, like, sure. But it's gonna backfire on me more than anybody.
Well, you can always have someone come on that's fluent that can help you. That's true. Like when I had Yoel Romero on the podcast, Joey Diaz translated for Yoel. Yoel's from Cuba. Joey's from Cuba. So Joey just listened to Yoel and translated, and then occasionally Yoel would say things in English because his English is okay.
Yeah, my game plan is like, I just want you to do that.
Yeah. Just say that. Yeah.
I,
But
I,
that doesn't in the Mexican community though, right? They get a little mad if you can't speak Spanish.
bro, they hate you. It's crazy. Fuck it. I just think that's just the funny kind of double-edged sword about like the entertainment industry. People will give you the tools to like try whatever you want to do next.
But why do you think that's bad?
Because sometimes I think it's bad because you can set yourself up for failure and humiliation. Like
Or success.
true. But that's why it's a double-edged sword. Did you ever watch that movie Top 5? Chris Rock's movie Top 5?
No.
I saw that in theaters when I was like 18 maybe,
What's it
17. So he's basically like playing himself. It's about a stand-up comedian who I think he's, if I remember correctly, I think he's getting upset because people don't take him seriously as he directed a movie and acted in a movie, and people are kind of trashing the movie. It's just like, what the fuck? I don't give a shit. I'm more than just a comedian, you know. And I think towards the end of the movie, he ends up getting arrested, and he's in like the city jail, and across from him is DMX, like as DMX, doing a cameo, and DMX is like, yeah, I know what you mean. Like nobody understands. Like I don't know if I want to rap, I want to sing too. And DMX starts singing some song, but it sounds horrible. It's in DMX's voice, and so the lesson there is like kind of like know your space. You know what I mean? Like
know your lane.
know your lane. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think that's the dangerous part. Is sometimes you might lose sight of what your lane is, and you can go into you venture out, which is cool. It's fun, you know, creatively. But then it's like, hey, you might fucking imagine if somebody gave DMX like a tour where he was just singing fucking country songs or something. Like it'd be entertaining, but it wouldn't be great. You know what I mean?
Right, but if you could do it, you got to give him a chance to possibly pull it off.
That's true too.
A lot of people have done that. Like Post Malone's got a whole country tour,
That's true.
and I went to see it. It was great.
But that is a very talented man. I don't
That's
care
a
what anybody says.
very talented man.
So it's like you have to know how seriously to take yourself too.
Well, sort of, or you have to not think about it. Like he's like a guy who kind of stays toasty, keeps rolling. I don't think he ponders it too much. I think he does what he wants to do.
Yeah. But like me, I know myself well enough to know like I'm no Post Malone. I'm not starting a car channel out of like I'm gonna be the next fucking top gear. Like,
Yeah, but
no,
you're starting it because you're interested in cars, which is a good reason to start it.
yeah, but I also know myself enough to know that like yeah, I'm just kind of like I'm keeping it goofy, I'm keeping it light.
Yeah.
I'm not necessarily like yeah, I don't know how to explain it to them. I'm just trying to make sure that I don't end up being DMX in that jail cell. You know what I mean?
Do you worry about that? Is that something that you worry about
I
fucking
mean,
up?
sometimes to a degree. I think I know myself well enough to know like I'm trying to act. I've been doing auditions and stuff, and I think that like I have a pretty good gauge of like if I landed a role and I heard like the feedback on it, I think I know like all right, that's like when it's valid and when it's not. You know what I mean? But my biggest fear is that like what if what if I did get like such a huge ego that I'm like, oh, these idiots don't know what they're talking about. Like I'm so talented. Like I feel like that's scary. That's a scary part of the entertainment industry. Is like when you believe the wrong stuff, or I feel like you shouldn't believe any of it, right? Like they say, the good comments and the bad comments are none of them are true.
Well, none of them are going to help you. You should figure out who you are.
Yeah,
But the thing about what you're saying that rings really true is that a lot of people grossly overestimate what they're capable of doing or how good they're doing something. And a lot of that is if you get famous, then you have a bunch of yes men around you, and a bunch of people kissing your ass, and the stuff that you're putting out is not the best. It's not what you're capable of.
you have to know how to like
Yeah.
toe the line between like confidence and just like cockiness.
Most great people that I know kind of hate what they do. Not hate what they do and that they don't love it, but they're very self-critical. I think it's one of the ways that allows you to objectively analyze what you're doing, and you have to like make this battle because you don't want to kill your own confidence, but you don't want to be overconfident and you care about your own work because if you don't, you're never going to get it to where it needs to be. Then you also have to realize at a point in time you're too close to on a bit for like 3 or 4 months, right? And it's frustrating to it, it's attracting, and trying to make it right. Sometimes you're so close to it that you don't even know that it's funny anymore. And so there's this balancing act for like paying so much attention to it that you hate it, but then falling in love with the idea again before you do it on stage. For treating it as if it was new. Yeah. That's hard for people. That's the dance because the worst thing is seeing a comic on stage that's bored of doing stand up.
Yeah.
Oh my god. You know, or seeing people complaining before they go up. I can't believe we have to do a second show tonight. What the fuck are you talking about? You could be working in a bakery somewhere in front of a fucking hot oven, sweating your dick off.
You could be a logger.
Yeah, you could be a logger getting abducted by aliens. You could be doing some terrible fucking job that sucks. Instead, you have literally the greatest job in the world, and you're complaining you have to do it again. You gotta reset your brain, reset your approach, and treat it like you love it again.
For anybody who's been to my shows and has not liked crowd work, I'm sorry for that, but I'm having fun with it. And I think the majority of the audience is having fun with it, especially the ones that are fucking with it. They're like talking to you.
Why do people complain you're doing crowd work?
Well, I've had a couple messages over the summer. It's like, hey man, you did a few jokes and then you just talking to the crowd the whole time. It's like, the thing is that it's fun. And I don't want to complain about my job because it's either that or you watch me open mic it or do rehearse jokes. And it's true, you can tell when a comedian is not enjoying their job. And you hear comedians talk about it, they're like, oh man, I was doing that joke, and then one day it just stopped working. And it's like, yeah, because people probably can tell you're just not feeling it anymore. Exactly. You're forcing the joke made.
Right.
And I don't want to go up there and force jokes, and I don't want to complain about my job. Because my job is fun. Like, I'm beyond blessed to have this job. But it's fun. Like, I feel like comedy works when you're present in the moment. Yeah. You know what I mean? If I go up there and I try to force something, and I'm just like, nah, like, I'm the same old Ralph from 6 years ago. Let me do the same old jokes. You know, it's like, people are going to tell.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So, like, right now I'm having a lot of, not that I'm just only doing crowd work, but I would do very minimal crowd work before. Like, I'd go on stage and I might do like 5 minutes. Whereas now I might do like 20, 30 minutes of it. But if it's fun, it's fun. Like, it's like with the Porsches and the Japanese dudes, like shaping them up. Like, people like it mad, but it's cool. It's cool. I feel like comedy's like that too.
If you're having fun, that's what's important. As long as the audience is laughing. If some people aren't enjoying it, well, they won't go see you again.
That too. And it's not like I'm going up there and like fucking like I'm having fun, but 90% of the audience is like, this is horrible. Like, nah, like I'm pretty. They're laughing. You know what I mean? I just do feel a little bit of like, damn.
Some people don't like crowd work.
Some people don't. Yeah.
Yeah. Some people just want to hear jokes.
If I have 100 people at my show and like 3 of them don't like it though, that does fuck with me.
Those are the ones that are gonna comment too.
Yeah.
The ones that don't like it are more likely to comment.
I let them down.
Well, you can't really listen. You gotta know, right? Everyone has to know. And the worst thing is when you don't know. Like if you have a bad show and you think it was good. We've all known guys like that, especially in the beginning. They thought they did well.
Yeah.
You think that was good? It's terrible. It's just people get delusional. That's a fact. But you know, you just got to be able to self-assess.
Yeah.
You know, and if you're self-assessing, you can't read the comments because it's just going to get in your head and it's going to distract you from thinking about new things. The amount of attention that you spend paying attention to other people's opinions is attention that you could be spending improving what you're doing. As long as you're aware of what's good and what's not good. But sometimes you do get too close to it. Sometimes you need friends to help you out. You know, sometimes you need. That's one of the great things about having a club like Mothership or the Comedy Store with a bunch of comics around. You can say, I got this bit. I'm stuck. I'm stuck with this. And then someone will say, do you still do it when you say this? And you go, no, I don't do that anymore. That was a big part of it, man. You got to say that. You think? I thought I could edit that out. Like, no. That makes it better because it sets it up for later. Like, oh, and then you go out and try it that way. You're like, oh, shit, he was right.
Yeah.
Like, sometimes you need your friends around you to tell you, like, oh, you know, maybe you're doing that bit, you're doing it in a different way than you used to do it. Or what if you added this? Or have you ever thought about it from this perspective? Like, imagine the person that's saying that. What are they thinking? They're saying something crazy. What are they thinking? Like, oh, yeah, I never thought of that one. And then you have a whole new element of the bit.
I was talking with my buddy Renee Vaca. He's really funny. He's big into crowd work. But I feel like touring with him helped me work out a few bits.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, because I was like, man, I was worried that I go out there and like not be able to keep up. I want to be as funny as the funny person in the show. I was like, what if I go out there and like just fucking crowd hates me? But I was like, I'm gonna just do what I do, and people like him or like on his team don't see me perform every week are gonna talk about the parts of my set that stood out the best afterwards. They will. They'll have to. Like, you walk off stage, they're gonna be like, "Hey, why'd you say that?" Like, they're gonna make fun of me if if I kill, they're gonna be like, hey, that was funny. Like, you know what I mean?
Right.
So I was like, I'm gonna do the fucking set, and they'll give me notes like without me asking them. And I felt like it worked. Stuff that I was in my head like, is this working? Is this forced? Like, I don't know. I'd walk off stage and Renee would be like, why the fuck you say that? That was fucking weird. And I'd be like, nah, he's right. He's right. And then it would like help shape the bit once, you know?
Yeah, for sure. Having people that you can bounce ideas off is huge. It's huge. And having comics that pay attention to your set and give you notes. I mean, Chris Rock used to hire guys just to watch his set. He'd hire a team of comics to sit in the back, and he would do a set at the Comedy Store, and then they would meet up and go over the material. Yeah, so they would have notes. They'd all say, you know, I liked how you did this, I liked how you did that. I felt like this one was like you were a little less animated this time in the last set. You're like a little more aggravated about it. I think it made the bit better.
You ever tried that?
No, I haven't done. I mean, I've definitely got notes from friends before, you know, and which is great. Like when someone will sit back and give you some taglines and shit. That's pretty dope. I love when people do that. But what Chris did was pretty intelligent, very intelligent. But he got a lot of shit for it because people were like, "Oh, he hires writers." I'm like, I don't think that's what he's doing. It's not like they're writing his set. He's writing his set, and then he's bouncing it off some of the best writers in comedy.
Oh, yeah.
You know, which I think is a really good way. He used to do it with Richard Jenney, with some of his best stuff. If you go back to like what I believe is his best specials, his early specials were fucking incredible. And you know, a lot of that was him working with Richard Jenney in that capacity.
Hey, like when he did that bit, I think it's like a legendary bit. Chris Rock, bullets cost $5,000. It's like there'll be no more innocent bystanders. That's fucking hilarious.
He's got a lot of great ones.
You know, one of those. You ever hear one of those bits where you're like, I wish I would have thought of that.
Oh yeah.
One of those bits is it's one of my favorite all-time jokes. You ever hear Louis C.K. when he talked about like he's afraid of new places? Like that's his biggest fear of hell. Like, he just don't know how people work out there.
No, I haven't heard that bit.
It's like something about like what if you walk through hell, like this demon comes out in the hallway, and it's like makes you suck his dick. It's like, suck my dick. And then he's like, how do you even know when a demon comes? Like, it's like then he comes, it's like fire ants all over you. And then he leaves, you know, and then like some other demon comes and he's like, hey man, he's like, you didn't have to suck that guy's dick. Like this is hell. Like it's just some demon. He's like, you better pace yourself. You're here for eternity, you know? Like that's joke. I'm like, bro, I wish I would have thought of that. Like this is right there. Like
That sounds like a Louis C.K. joke.
That does.
Yeah.
that dude's fucking genius.
Yeah, he's great. He gave me a bunch of great taglines once at the Improv.
Yeah.
Sat and watched my set and had a bunch of fun lines.
Yeah,
That's fun to do. Louis did that a lot with Chris as well. He did that with Chris Rock.
They were like in the same class or whatever?
Well, you know, they all were doing it together in New York at the same time, yeah.
Hey, do you ever act? Like,
not anymore. No, I stopped doing that a while ago. I don't like doing it. It's too much time. Like it? I'm too busy, and it's not what I mean, I didn't mind doing it, but it's
not the butterfly you want to chase.
No, you can't chase all the butterflies. No, it's like just too time consuming. You know, if you're acting, you're on set all day long. You might work 6 days a week, 15 hours a day. It's a lot, especially if you're doing a film.
I didn't think about that. I did a commercial for Verizon in Spanish.
Oh yeah,
like big thing. Again, they should have checked my Spanish first. That's on them. But yeah,
did people complain about your Spanish?
No, dude, you have no idea. They made me talk to a dialect coach because they didn't have a problem with like it wasn't an issue of like, oh, he doesn't know how to say this word or that word. No, it was like it's fine. It was my accent. They said I spoke a northern Spanish, which I mean, yeah, my family's from like the northern part of Mexico, but apparently I didn't know. I don't know. My Spanish isn't well enough to like depict accents from different parts of Mexico,
right?
But I guess it's the Mexican version of like country.
Oh, so you're southern.
Yeah, but over there it's northern.
Yeah,
and they don't like that. They said they wanted it to be a more neutral Spanish, that they want me to sound like I'm from like a city, like a big like Mexico City or some shit. So like I had to read. We filmed like all day, right? The commercial. Then there's no talking because the dialogue is all like in my mind.
Oh, I see.
And so at the end of the day, they had me like record the lines into a microphone. And I'm just like, all right, easy money.
So what was the difference in the way you had to pronounce the words? Like, can you give me an example?
Yeah, like apparently the way I talk, I had to say the words with no, like, I had to say them, like, how do I explain it? Like, just straighter. Like, I don't know, man. It's like
Give me an
basically,
example of the words.
I had to say, like, ahora que estoy con Brian, dinero. But I can't, like, if you took a dude from, like, the fucking country, like Alabama, and you were like, you have to talk like if you were just from fucking, I don't know, Northern California, like, or what's
Yeah, Northern California's a good one.
right? They don't have
Yeah.
like a
Neutral.
accent, right? It's like a more,
neutral.
yeah.
Yeah.
So it's like it's kind of tough.
Well, it's not tough for people in America because you hear all those accents.
Well, for me, it was tough because, like, I don't live in Mexico. So I'm like, you want me to talk like people I didn't grow up around? Like, I'm talking like all the people I grew up around. So it's like, it was a little foreign to me. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I had to re-record my lines back home in Dallas, which wasn't a big deal. I just remember talking to the dialect coach. It's just like, I don't know, say it. I feel like people say I talk very monotone, like very laid back, but I feel like I had to do that more in Spanish. Like, instead of just saying like, hey, ahora que puedes cambiar tu plan con Verizon, I had to be like, ahora cambia tu plan con Verizon. Like, I had to talk like the fucking dude at the end of a commercial. Like, subject may vary to change, or like,
Oh, fast guy.
yeah. So I had
Yeah.
to do it like fast and like no accent. So I couldn't. I feel like I couldn't move my mouth a lot. Like, I had to just like whisper it out, and then that's when they finally liked it. Which I mean, they paid me very well. Like, shout out to Verizon. I'm not complaining. I just think it's funny that they were just like, and they didn't know at first because it's like different types of like Latinos working on that commercial. It's like Puerto Rican dude, Venezuelan dude. You know what I mean?
And
But
so you took the Mexicans to recognize the difference in the accent.
the girl who was like the costume designer or whatever, she was just like, hey, this dude talks country as hell. And everybody's like, what? She was like, I better not let him talk like that. She was cool as hell. I loved her, but in my mind, I was like, motherfucker, like,
That's funny. They probably would have released that and people would have got mad then.
I don't think so. I think
No?
I feel like maybe people from my part of Mexico would have been like, hell yeah,
Right.
that's us. We feel represented.
Right, like if you had something in America and you had someone talking in a Texas accent, no one would care.
Yeah, you wouldn't.
Yeah.
You just be like, all right, fuck it.
Maybe they just know the Mexican market different though.
Yeah, I guess because they want to make sure they appeal to like all sorts of Latinos, and I don't know, maybe a Puerto Rican dude would hear that and be like, fuck is this goofy ass dude saying?
Have you ever thought about doing shows in all Spanish?
Yeah, I would like to break into that. But
Tom Segura's done a bunch of those.
Bro, I saw him in Spanish. He was hilarious. I've
Yeah.
never seen Tom perform in English. I've only seen like his specials or like on YouTube. But when I saw him in Spanish live, I was like, bro, this guy's fucking.
He's got fluent Spanish, and most people don't know that, which is funny because he's had people talk shit in Spanish around him because he looks like a regular white guy.
Yeah,
He's not.
he spent his summers like in Peru or something like that, right?
Yeah,
Like growing up.
I mean, he's fluent.
Bro,
I mean, he can do shows in Spanish.
yeah. He told a story about like a German prostitute or something like that. I can't remember the bits. All I remember was thinking like, man, this
Head to your pickup at 8 Fowler Drive.
dude's like fucking doing master kung fu up there.
It is master kung fu if you can kill in 2 different languages. That's pretty wild.
Yeah,
There's not a lot of humans.
it's like Tiger Style versus fucking Crane or whatever. You know what I mean?
Like what percentage of comics can kill in 2 languages? It's got to be the smallest percent. Man, I mean, it's probably a handful in the whole world.
I want to film a special like in Japan, but I want to do it like just to fucking like troll comics like in the States, where like I don't want people to know that it wasn't a real special. Like I want it maybe just a promo for a special, and it's just me in Japan, but killing it. Japanese audience, but I'm not speaking Japanese at all. Like I'm just doing the same English jokes, and I want to promote it as if I recorded it over like a Japanese tour, and just everybody wondered like, what the fuck? Like, was it English speaking Japanese people?
Well, you just gave it up already, so it's not going to work now.
I'll still fuck with the people who don't listen to your podcast.
They'll find this recording. They'll go back and find it. He was planning on trolling us.
I gotta think of another way.
Why is that even interesting to you? Why do you want to do that?
I just think it's funnier to fuck with people, and I just think it would make me laugh to watch like a trailer for a special where I'm just like,
Killing in Japan.
yeah, it's like to people who have no idea what I'm saying, but like, I want people to wonder, like, did they know? Was there a translator or something?
Well, a lot of people in Japan speak English. You probably could do shows over there, and there's a lot of expats over there. Like if you wanted to do a show in Japan, you probably have a lot of expats and British people,
expats,
people that left America and live in Japan. There's a lot of those. Cheap to move to Japan. They're actually encouraging people to move to Japan.
Bro, I saw a YouTube video on that.
Yeah.
He moved from like LA or somewhere in California, like 110 grand. He got like an acre and a half or something like that, or more maybe.
Well, Japan is experiencing population collapse.
What?
Yeah, they're not having kids at a replacement rate. So replacement rate means like if there's two parents, you should have like 3 or more kids. Like you have, if you're trying to replace the people that are here, when you think about how many people are going to die of old age, how many people are going to die, how many people are going to live, how does the population sustain itself over the course of the next X amount of generations? Well, you have to have a high replacement rate. And right now, Japan has a very low replacement rate. Like it's spooky low. We're at the point where they're in a panic and they're trying to figure out how to encourage people to move to Japan, how to get people in Japan to have kids.
Oh, because there's like
a lot of incels, though. That's what it is.
But
Yeah.
no, but what I'm saying is like they're. I mean, that's got to be kind of scary because if they're not replacing people, that means fucking jobs won't get.
Not just jobs. The country's gonna go under. There won't be any people left.
What do you mean? I mean, there would just be way less people, but it's not like they're gonna all disappear.
Well, they'll all die off, and if they don't have kids,
I'm worried about like who's gonna fucking.
In a quarter-mile, turn left on Eagle Rock Avenue using the left lane.
You know, farm and take care of the animals and shit.
Yeah, well, there's going to be less of that too. But they're probably the people that will have kids. It's the farmers and the rural people. But what is Japan's replacement rate? It's very low, right, James?
Our replacement rate. We're all right, right? We're not
Turn left on Eagle Rock Avenue.
Knocked up like crazy.
A little weird too.
Yeah.
We're in a weird situation too.
I feel like
there's
all
a
my
lot
friends
of people
knocked
here.
up their girlfriend.
That's nice. There's a lot of people here, and there's a lot more people aren't having. It's different. We're not in danger, but like South Korea is in danger. Like South Korea, the replacement rate is really bad. Yeah. Something crazy, like how many people that are alive today will have grandchildren, and it's very small.
In a quarter-mile, turn right on Oval Road.
Yeah, but you don't think about it that way because you just look at all the people that are there right now, right? If you're in Japan, you see all this traffic, like, oh, their population's fine. If you go to Korea, look at all the people. But the reality is, these are people that are alive now because the baby boomers, then Generation X, and then people were still having kids.
Turn right on Oval Road.
People that are having kids right now is lower than it.
So how do we fix that?
It's hard.
Just ahead, turn left on Laurel Avenue using the left lane.
Because you're going to have to make people attracted to each other, and some people just aren't attractive.
Turn left on Laurel Avenue.
Some people put no effort into that. Some people are social outcasts, and they've lived their life that way. So Japan's population is shrinking. Here's what it means and what some are doing about it. So Japan may have the longest national life expectancy, about
Just ahead, turn right on Barden Drive.
85 years, and the world's largest city, Tokyo, but the nation's population has been in decline for 15 years. Last
Turn right on Barden Drive.
year, more than 2 people died for every baby born, a net loss of almost 1 million people. And now the island nation is on pace to shrink in half by this century's end. Diminishing population is Japan's most urgent problem, says Taro Kono, longtime high-ranking minister of Japan's parliament. Kono, nearly elected prime minister in 2021, said he intends to seek the highest office again and believes the country should prioritize combating the population decline. It's a giant issue. There are less and less number of younger generation. All the burdens are on the young generation, and they won't be able to sustain, so our society is going to be breaking up. Economy is just going to stagnate. Pretty nuts, man. Japan's military recruited only half the people it needed. There's a labor shortage in every industry, including the government.
Bless you.
Thank you. Crazy, right?
It's crazy that the cure to this is just like don't pull out. Like,
Well, not just don't pull out, but actually raise your children
yeah, that too. You know,
and have a bunch. Yeah, that's why Elon has like 19 kids.
he does.
But I think you're supposed to take care of the kids. You're
Keep right onto Eagle Rock Avenue.
around them all the time. How you can do that if you have 19?
Yeah, it's like a little village.
Yeah, that's a lot of people. Kondo says he's one of thousands of Japanese in monogamous romantic relationships with fictional characters. What?
I know. Say
That's the guy?
Just ahead, turn left on Oval Road.
Who's that? Oh, that's this guy.
that guy.
Oh.
That guy's in.
Oh, yeah, he looks like he needs to be in a romantic.
Turn left on Oval Road.
He married an anime character in a formal ceremony in 2018. Oh, fictional of Japan's millennial signal, 1834, self-report as virgins,
What the fuck?
compared to barely 20% in the U.S. That's a lot in the U.S. There's 20% 34-year-old virgins. That's great. Right. They might be lying.
In a quarter mile, turn right on Warner Road.
How many ladies the body count?
Bro, but here's the thing. It's like, fuck, man. Why? this sounds like the plot of like a funny movie. It's like we gotta make these guys get laid, you know?
Right.
But they're out here fucking getting in relationships with anime characters. Like,
And also, you're gonna have to have sex.
Turn right on Warner.
Like, you're not gonna be attracted to
you
that
know what
guy.
Japan should do is they should outsource. They
Well, they're
got
doing that too.
yeah.
Yeah, they're bringing in a lot of people from other countries.
In a quarter mile, turn right on Sullivan Drive.
Got to bring in people to train these guys.
Oh, to train them.
Yeah. Like,
Yeah.
I got douchey friends who are like on dating apps and shit, and they're just sleazy, you know what I mean? They send these guys over, they give them like price, and like
Turn on South.
That's depressing. Mimicking they have kids everywhere. Making the people because they're in such population decline.
there's fucking
Turn left on Fowler Drive. Then pick up Dominique on the.
motherfucker, you need hey, like, how you been? Because my grandpa said he go check up on him from time to time. But it's just so funny to me that my grandpa,
GPS hasn't picked up your location. Can you give me where you're
Oh yeah,
going?
you can just keep going straight.
All right. I mean, can you give me the exact address so I can put it into my GPS?
Oh, it's Essex Eye Physicians
Essex.
in West Caldwell.
that is cool. I don't think he like
Fairfield Ave.
my grandpa.
Yes.
Like, I
Got it.
with like a father figure, stepdad or something. So I don't think it's like Never mind. I don't know if you apologize to him, but like, hey, look what ended up happening. The whole family's together. Like, bro, you hid a kid from your other kids for like years. These are all grown adults in their 30s now. Wow. Like, and my grandpa even, I remember my grandpa said, yeah, don't you remember karate? Go down the state.
Turn left on Oval Road.
But like my uncle and my other uncle and my mom were listening to the story, and I imagine their mindset is like, what the fuck? Like, so that weekend that you were gone from like work, like that's what you were doing? Like, you know, see your other kids karate. Yeah. But my grandpa, like, he never really talked like he did anything wrong. I thought was hilarious. You guys to be traumatized. You know, my mom. Yeah. Life is hard.
In a quarter mile, turn right on Eagle Rock Avenue.
People are less sensitive.
Oh, yeah.
Back to bro, plus, that was like what year was this?
But my grandpa was having
Yeah.
kids.
Turn right on Eagle Rock Avenue.
Yeah, he told me stories. Like, I think they put my grandpa to work. Like I said, both my grandparents. Like on both sides. But harder. Yeah, like maybe not like. I think when life gets too easy, you start to. I think you start to look for the next little.
Sure. Exactly. And like we're finding that this is people concentrate on the things that aren't because life's yeah. Nothing wakes people up like a nice attack. Like after September 11th, let me tell you something, man. This country, you were too young to remember it, but during September 11th, the country was so united. It was so crazy. Everybody in LA, I mean, I'm talking about like 80% of the cars. You drive down the street for the first couple of weeks, 80% of the cars have American flags. It was nuts. Everybody was united.
That that's always kind of crazy to me. When I hear people talk, because I don't go to LA too often, but I can talk about how LA like South Florida guys.
In a quarter mile, make a slight right turn on Harrison Avenue using the right lane.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, there's stuff that fascinates me about
Make a slight right turn on Harrison Avenue.
just trips me out that there's not that I'm like a huge patriot, but it does trip me out that like I said, not happy here, but like not proud. I used to spend my summers in Mexico. It's like you'll appreciate a lot of American shit like that. You know?
Yeah.
But I'm not gonna go too far into this.
Well, it's what you were talking about before. Is if your life is too easy, you find things to complain about. Like,
Yeah.
America's the worst.
No, it's not the worst. It's the best. It's just people are fucked. And people in other parts of the world, you give them more power, and you have less control of your own life, and you have less freedom, less ability to express yourself. It's a lot.
I'm just happy we got all this food too. Like, we got good food. You ever hear about like a menu like in some European country where like I saw a menu for a restaurant like in fucking Prague or something like that one time. I'm not saying that all their food is like that. Really fucking horrible. I feel like bland food. And I know our food is bad, it's making us fat, but at least it's good, you know. Like at least we have the fucking option to get fat. The option.
The option. Unless they have good spices.
Like Indian food.
Can't eat spicy.
I like spicy.
You like spicy medicine?
Yeah, spicy.
Yeah. What's wrong with spicy Indian food?
I mean, it tasted good. I've only had it like twice, but both times it gave me the runs. My stomach's not built for it.
Not built for curry?
I'm not. But and I don't know. Then again, maybe it was just the people who made it. Both times it was homemade. So I'm not gonna say that.
Yeah, go to a good Indian restaurant. See if you can grease them.
I like sushi a lot. That's my shit. Sushi? Oh, because it's like raw fish.
Like, you get parasites and stuff. I like sushi too, but it's a reality of eating raw things. That's why pregnant women aren't supposed to eat sushi.
I tried called snails. What do they call it?
Escargot.
Bro, I tried that for the first time. That's just delicious.
It's pretty good, right?
Yeah,
Who
but
would imagine snails taste so good?
whoever had the balls to try that first snail, like they were onto something, bro. They were poor, starving.
They probably cooked everything they could.
In a quarter-mile, turn right on Passaic Avenue using the right lane.
They probably tried everything. That's why people eat crickets. It's like, you know, people are starving. They're good.
Yeah.
Yeah, out of Mexico.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. They fried them up, served them. They like had a bowl of them sitting in the hotel. And I'm like, what is this?
What part of Mexico?
Turn right on Passaic Avenue.
I think this one was what? I think it was Puerto Vallarta. I think that's where we were. I think we were Punta Mita. But there's a lot of people eat bugs. A lot of people eat fried bugs. Bugs
Like
are not bad. They're kind of crunchy.
Yeah.
Not bad. Cicadas. You know, it's
A lot of the bugs.
yeah.
Yeah, a lot of the
Recipe. Get those fuckers, fry 'em up.
I don't know.
I'm not kidding. Like my friend Ryan, yeah, he had a big hatch, you know, because every X amount of years they have a bunch of them emerge. It's like crazy. They were everywhere, and he baked them in the oven. I think with teriyaki sauce. He said they were delicious.
Do you ever take advantage of
Tell you
that?
that. Are those cicadas too? Are those cicadas and crickets or just cicadas? So they're on a stick. They're on a stick like shish kebab. Fuck yeah, I'll get in there.
Do you realize, like, do you ever take advantage of the fact that you hold so much power over so many people? Like, you're Joe Rogan. You told somebody right now, like, you need to fucking come off the floor. It's twice as nutritious as, like, a steak. Like,
You can do that once.
People will believe you.
No, they only believe you if you lie to them once. They believe you that time, and then every time after that, they'll never believe you.
Have you ever tried to fuck with anybody? No? If I was you, I'd be lying to people all the fucking
You probably
time.
would. Yeah, you probably would. Yeah.
I'd be like, STDs are a myth. And people would just stop using condoms. Then I'd fix the trans population problem, you know?
Yeah. Well, you just need to send some horny dudes over there. Get things going. They're gonna have to do something though. They're importing humans. They're asking people to move there.
I might move there.
Very beautiful place. Beautiful, safe, peaceful.
They say people are real quiet, though. That kind of scares me. Like, I'm quiet, but I'm afraid to be the loud guy now.
You will definitely be the wild guy in Japan. Yeah, they're real quiet. And they're super orderly. When they walk down the street, they don't bump into each other. They move around each other. Everyone's really polite. Everything's super clean. Like you go through Tokyo, big, beautiful city. Everything's clean. No garbage on the ground. No pollution for sure. But I mean, just refuse, garbage, trash.
And they live pretty compact, don't they, in the city?
In the city. Well, they do in New York City too.
Yeah, I don't know if I stayed in New York for like 2 months. I like it, but I after that like 2 months maybe, I was like, all right, I need to go back to where there's like fucking space.
Yeah. Even when I lived in New York, I didn't live in New York City because I couldn't afford it. I had to have a car back then because I was doing road gigs, so I would have had to got a parking spot at a garage in New York City, so you have to pay. And it could be hundreds of dollars back then. I'm probably now thousands of dollars, but I just didn't have it. So in order for me to, and then also the apartments in New York were so much more expensive than where I was. I lived in New Rochelle, which is half hour plus outside of New York City. It's just a regular suburban neighborhood, but it was great. I had a little driveway, parked my car in my driveway. It was gold. It was perfect.
Favorite one on the east side. There's a place called International Factory, which I think is a crazy name. International Factory. There's only 2 tables. Fit 4 people in that restaurant. International Outlet.
Well, New York has an insane number of great restaurants. That's one good thing about living in New York City. If you're a person who likes to go out to dinner and you live in New York City, you can go to a different place every night of the week for 2 years, and you have some of the best restaurants on earth.
I don't know what like the math is on this, but you have so many good
There it
restaurants.
is.
Yeah, that's a spot. 2 tables. They play techno around.
Yeah, no, it's a great place to eat. I just don't think it's good for your brain to be surrounded by that many people all the time. One thing they have though that's nice is the park. Central Park is incredible. Like if you live in the city, you can actually be in nature. You just,
You don't think it's good for the a lot of people around?
I don't think stacked up like that on top of each other is normal. I don't think your brain is designed to operate like that. Just being constantly surrounded by people you don't even know all the time. That's very unusual in history. Like most people knew everyone around them up until X amount of thousands of years ago. We're kind of designed to be in tribal environments where we understand what our environment is and what's around us and what's our
In a quarter mile, make a sharp right turn on Fairfield Avenue.
community. I have like my friend Jim Norton who lives in New York City. He was telling me, he's like, I live in this giant apartment. I don't know anybody. I don't know who my neighbor is. I don't know anybody.
Make a sharp right turn on Fairfield Avenue. Make a sharp right turn on Fairfield Avenue. Then turn right.
It's kind of crazy because you think about it. You're in a building, you share a building with hundreds of people
They're in every direction of you.
all around you. You don't know any of them. I just think it takes away a sense of community, which is weird because you think the more people, the more community. But it doesn't work like that. When you have too many people, I think oftentimes you don't value them because there's too many of them. They become a
Less
burden.
important.
Yeah, they don't mean anything to you.
Hey, that must be why they let people just like I saw this dude one time at the subway laying down, face down on the ground, and everybody just kept walking around each other. I was like, bro, that guy could be dead.
Yeah.
Nobody, it's just another fucking day to them.
Right, if it was a small town in the middle of Oklahoma and the guy was laying down like that, it was a regular guy. Oh my God, you okay, sir? Really checking on you. Call the police. Yeah, in the subway, that guy could be dead for a day before anybody says anything. Also, you have to deal with schizophrenics.
Is it here?
Yeah,
Turn right. Then keep right.
I'm right up on them, right over here.
Right here.
Thank you. Yeah, that was perfect.
Just let him get across. Got it, sir. Okay, man. You have a great day. Stay safe and stay healthy. Thank you.
Amount of people that it seems like it triggers some kind of schizophrenic break. Like maybe they might have a tendency towards schizophrenia, Some, like the real crazy paranoia that you get if you're really high.
Yeah.
For some people, that crazy paranoia hits the switch and they don't come back.
I've had my last few mushroom trips. I was lethal. I'm trying to think if I was smoking again. My last few mushroom trips, I started hearing voices. But I also think it might have been like I was exhausted, like my brain was just like because I'd be awake all day and then I'd do the mushrooms like at midnight and I'd be awake until like the next day basically. But at some point or another in the trip, usually towards the end of the trip, like your voices scared me off the mushrooms. That's another. But I heard of one of them. I remember arguing with like other versions of myself. I was talking like loud. Like on one of them was a really bad trip. I ate like somewhere north of like 7 or 8 grams. And that was bad. I kept blacking out. But on that trip, I argued with like two other voices. I'm pretty sure like other versions of myself. Me was me, balance. One balance. And I had like this other one that was like a very angry version of myself, very much like shut the fuck up, stop complaining type. And then I had like a very like sensitive, good version of myself. I felt like they were all three arguing. And I was just like arguing back out loud. Was there anybody around you? No.
You took 7 grams in a hotel room?
All like 90% of my trips have been in hotels.
Why? I don't know. I have fun. To go out to the nature.
I never tried that.
Field.
I never tried
better.
that.
It's way better. Yeah.
I don't know. I don't want to be like high in public.
Oh, well, that's a good point.
I've done it like
somewhere
in Vegas.
Go somewhere that's unpopulated. Go to some national forest place.
Yeah.
Do it out in the place where Travis Walton got abducted. Go down that logging road, take 7 grams right at the spot. I wonder if you could find the spot where he got abducted. I wonder if there's a pin, like a Google pin.
Yeah.
I'd go to that and sniff the ground.
I hope I never get abducted by it.
Why? They always bring you back. Everybody seems to come back. They don't steal people.
No one's going to believe me.
I know a lady whose grandfather was a famous abductee.
Like,
yeah.
People believe that?
Oh, yeah. I believe him. I don't know, because he was an abductee in the 1950s. I think it was the 50s. Betty and Barney Hill. I believe it was the 50s. So Angela Hill is a UFC fighter. And she didn't even tell me this until after the podcast. Betty and Barney Hill.
That's the Flintstones?
No, it's Rubble. No, this is a very famous case. So, what year was this, Jay? 61. So, Betty and Barney Hill.
Wait, were they an interracial couple?
Yeah.
That must have been crazy for the times, huh?
Oh, yeah. Crazy for the times. And then on top of that, they get abducted by aliens. Can they catch a fucking break? So, their granddaughter is Angela. So, Angela, who fights in the UFC.
Okay.
And I didn't know about it. Well, we did a whole podcast together. I just want to talk to her about her career, fighting career. At the end of the podcast, she's like, "Oh, my grandfather, I forgot to tell you, was Barney Hill." I was like, "What?"
That's good.
Because I know that case.
Coincidence.
I know that case inside and out. They and they woke up on the side of the road in the car. They were missing time, like more than an hour, I think it was. Started having these crazy nightmares. So they both go to psychiatrists, and the psychiatrist or the psychiatrist does find out what happened to you. It's taken aboard a UFO and examined by these. And this is in 1961 when the people talked about. This is like, now the problem is that whole UFO abduction, close encounters of the fourth kind, that's become a thing that everybody knows about. Everybody knows UFOs abduct people. But when 1961, when these people told that story, that was a completely novel thing. Nobody had ever heard that before. And so it was a really crazy story. And then other people with similar stories
What are the
started telling
experiments that they conduct on them?
That's a good question. You don't know because hypnotic regression is weird. So someone could hypnotize you and put thoughts in your head. If they were manipulative, they could put thoughts in your head and memories in your head that didn't exist. So someone could hypnotize you, and if they were very skilled, they could figure out a way to get you to believe that something happened to you, especially something minor that didn't really happen.
I could hire a hypnotist to put the memory in my head that I hooked up with Margot Robbie and a fucking threesome with Scarlett Johansson.
No, that's too outside of science fiction. That's too ridiculous. Nobody would believe that. But you wouldn't even believe that. And you'd be DMing them, and then they have restraining orders on you. Hey, girls, let's do that again. That shit was fire. No, but you could
Holy shit.
maybe someone could put a memory in your head that you got lost at the park when you were a child, and you were terrified, and then the police found you and brought you back to your parents. Do you remember that? You're like, no, I don't. You probably blacked it out. Let's try to remember that. And they could put a fucking fake memory.
Well, there's already I don't know, this is like some shit I've saw on the fucking Instagram reel. But don't they say a lot of our memories, we change them each time we remember them?
Yes. And then your memories become a memory of your recollection of the memory. So it's like one thing that happens to your friends when they want to tell some crazy story about high school or something like that. Over the years, that fucking story morphs and changes. Shit gets added to it. And then she's got a fucking frying pan and she's running down the street screaming. Her tits are hanging out. And then your friend's like, what, tits? No. You never told it like this before. It's like over time, stories change, because the human memory is I have a very good memory, but it's also not exact, right? I don't see it in my head like a film, I could see the most amazing movie. I could go see a crazy movie, science fiction movie that I love. It's where I don't remember everything. I can't. Is scattered, it's abstract, it's a bunch of weird flashbacks of oh yeah, then there was that thing. But they've shown that you can introduce memories into people that aren't real. So this is the problem with hypnotic regression. You have to wonder the people that are involved in writing. There was a book called Abduction by this guy named John, just at Harvard, I believe, and he did a series of these hypnotic regression things with people that have had abductions with aliens. But he's also writing a book about that. So it makes you want to go did he want to achieve those results? How did he talk to these people? What was the questions? Did he guide them in that way? It's were there independent people? Did they speak to different hypnotic regression therapists that had different results with them? Is it dependent upon how the person's talking to you? Because someone's talking to you while you're in hypnosis. It's not as simple as you take a pill and then you remember your past. Well, someone's talking to you. They're asking you specific kinds of questions with a specific tone, and maybe it's a man's voice, maybe it's you feel like he's judging you, or it's a woman's voice and it's more comforting.
Yeah, that's got to be scary, to get hypnotized, and then what if they make me talk about a memory that I didn't want to bring up?
Right, or what if they put something in your head like a Manchurian Candidate thing? You know that concept? Manchurian Candidate is you hypnotize someone into, you can bring them into action with a phone call.
Oh, yeah.
You have been activated. Click.
Say a phrase and
then you go. And then you go and assassinate the president or whatever it is.
Yeah. That's scary shit.
That's scary shit because I don't know how much they can actually do. I know they've definitely done a bunch of experiments to see how much they can talk people into doing certain things, how much they can hypnotize people into certain behaviors, whether or not they can get someone to be an assassin with a phone call.
I know this sounds crazy, but I believe, not that I believe it, but I guess I like to play with theories in my head. But what if all the music that gets allowed to be on the radios and all the shows that get allowed to be on TV are like it's like certain patterns in the music or like to the words that they say in the shows like that like brainwashes you to like do stuff that we do. Like maybe that's what makes us like go to work and do our 40 hours a week and like respect a 30-minute lunch or something.
Like the Rowdy Roddy Piper movie, like They Live, like that kind of. It's like that's a bad idea. There's too many variables. There's too many people that have to be working in coordination. Everybody is in on this except for you. All the people making the music are in on this.
No, but out of all the music that gets made, there's a lot of similarities within music.
Right.
Like,
because there's only a certain amount of chords.
Right.
And there's a lot of genres and there's repetitive topics that people choose because they're popular.
So I don't think every hit is a hit. Like, like sometimes you hear a song on the radio and you're like, how is it on the radio? This sucks ass.
Right.
But maybe it hit within those chords that like when you hear a certain chord and it makes your mind go into like a different state, like more relaxed or more this, right?
Well,
so maybe they need our minds to stay in a certain state, so they only allow certain music with certain chords or patterns to play on the radio to keep our minds going this direction.
No. See, you would have to have a grand mastermind who's in charge of manipulating everybody all the time.
Maybe it's you.
To be able to come up with something.
You don't feel like that on my tell. I don't know, man. I think I'm onto something.
I think you're definitely not. You're gonna waste your time pursuing this. I know a lot of musicians. None of them are being contracted to make certain frequencies that alter the way you behave. You think so, Jamie?
Yeah.
I'll be honest with you, because there's a video going around.
I might be the next Terrence Howard.
It's not. I mean, it's similar. So this is Charlie Puth. He's describing what happens after songs are like. This is in the mixing process.
Okay.
Tired and emotional. It's because the song is pitched up with a tape machine. Back in the day, they called this sweetening the audio. Here's what it originally sounded like. Same thing with this song. That is sped up, and this is what it originally sounds like. You might be thinking to yourself right now, Charlie, why do people do this? I will tell you, viewer, when you speed music or tones up and down, it's scientifically proven to make you feel different emotionally. This is the tone all music is basically tuned to. But when you pitch it higher, it brings you to the love frequency, known as 528 hertz. So when people pitch their music up, it brings the listener closer to that feeling. I think music science is really cool. Listen to this song.
Oh, okay. Well, that's interesting. That's a little bit different. That's just like making
That is exactly what I was trying to say.
Oh, yeah. That just makes you feel good. Yeah, there's definitely that, man. Music is like a drug. It's a pretty dope drug.
You're proving my point even now.
No, but I mean,
It's like
it's an inspirational drug. Yeah, but it does different things to you. You know, that's one of the reasons why I like to mix my drugs when it comes to music. I like my Spotify playlist. It's all scattered. It's a bunch of different stuff. Like you might get like Nas, and then right after Nas is Leonard Skinner.
I'm the same way, but I feel like it's important to listen to different types of music. Not only because it's cool to like see different people's talent, like from different. Like I think I can appreciate talent from like any genre.
Mm-hmm.
So like if you hear like a Leonard Skinner song, you're like, holy shit, that guy sang the shit out of that note. Maybe I don't relate to what he's saying, but like that was fucking dope. But I also think it helps you communicate and like connect with people from like different cultures, different backgrounds.
Yeah, for
like,
sure.
Understanding.
Yeah,
because I listen to a lot of rap, a lot of Spanish music, but then I listen to a lot of country as well. But like old country, new country, I feel like a lot of what comes up. Maybe because I don't dig into it too much, but like a lot of what comes up on my algorithm is very like modern, like pop, like more poppy, like
right. I know what you mean. Yeah, but like manufactured feels like
yeah. But I do like to listen to like different types of shit because it's like I want to know. Not that I necessarily want to know, but it helps me know and understand what like somebody from totally different part of the country might like experience or like enjoy. Or
Oh yeah, for
make
sure.
upset.
Well, that's a cool thing about traveling, right? That's one thing that comics have that really I think helps us get a better understanding of the whole country. Is you're on the road a lot, so you're traveling to Ohio one weekend, then you're in Florida, then you're in Michigan, and when you do that, you get a better sense like, oh, this country varies a lot. There's a lot of different kinds of ways to live out there.
It's also one thing that was crazy to me is when I started traveling is um, how similar a lot of people also are.
Yeah.
Like sometimes you run into people that are like very proud of like the city they're from, and, like their neighborhood,
Yeah.
and you know fight for it, they'll fucking die for it.
Oh yeah.
And then you go to another city and it's like the same person, just a different title.
Yep. Yep. Yeah. People get real tribal. They're real tribal for their stupid ass town. All right, Ralph Barboza. Tell everybody where you're gonna be. You got a website they can go to find you with your 7 tour.
Coming up, my Instagram, probably automotive channel, Formula Bean. If you want to see
Yeah, definitely. I'm gonna check that out. I'm gonna subscribe to that for sure.
a couple beans, just street racing.
How many videos do you have up there?
We got quite a few. So it was my buddy. Tons of car footage on there. As far as since we became 10, 15 videos.
Nice.
Yeah.
What are you doing tonight?
Taking off to New York. Nah,
What time you leave?
it's like they're dropping me off at the airport right after
I
this.
was gonna invite you to come do the show at the mothership. There he is, Ralph Barboza, Planet Bosa,
Yeah.
hilarious stand-up comedy. I like that Hulu's doing this. Hulu did a lot of specials this year. It's great.
Yeah. Hell
It's
yeah.
great. It's awesome.
I was a little nervous about like switching over because I did my last one with Netflix and then this
A
one
lot of
with
people
Hulu,
have Hulu. I have Hulu. Everybody has Hulu.
but I figured why not try it?
Why not?
And
I'm very happy they're doing that.
hell
It's
yeah.
just nice. It's nice that there's more options for comics.
And Hulu also, thank you for the money. They give.
They came with cash.
Hell yeah.
Nice. All right, Ralph Barboza. Appreciate you, brother. Thank you for coming in.
Thanks for having
Always
me.
fun to have you. All right. Bye, everybody. Bye.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan.
Damn it. God.
ver.
Fuck. Both of these. Which United States quarter is worth $5,000? Both of these. Greek name that sounds like both of these. Historical figure. A list of all the mythological Greek names. List of Greek heroes' names. Excellent. For $1 billion. both of these. Hello, my dear. Fuck you. All right, people. Another day, another nickel. 2.5 cents after the IRS gets through with you. Say fuck them, don't pay them. Anyway, it's been real. This has been New Jersey Rad. I'm your brother from another mother, brother D.I.K., and I'm calling it a day. You all enjoy the rest of your day, and I'll see you back out here later. Hopefully, inshallah. Be good. And you know what? Like I said, go through this and read that and comment. Stop being chicken shit. All right, people. Shalom.